Chapter 12:20. Li Yi had a deep understanding of this situation. The people wanted their country to be strong. Once the tracks and trains appeared, the people next to them would be the first to enjoy the benefits. It was convenient for them to travel, and they could also sell things. For example, when the train entered the station and stopped to add coal and water, people ran over with baskets. They yelled out snacks, such as dried tofu rolls, rolled scallions, and rice wine. They included smoked chicken, braised meat, and seasonal fruits. Haizhou was not close to Chang'an, and people from different places rarely interacted with each other. Or they would visit relatives and bring some local specialties along the way. Long-distance trains were slow and stopped at stations, so dining cars were the most profitable. They could also push carts to sell goods. No matter how crowded it was, the people pushing the carts could always squeeze through. Unfortunately, there are no peanuts, sunflower seeds, or potato chips now. Beer is available. Zhuangzi has already made it. Bring a big barrel. Li Yi actually missed the old days. On slow trains, people would open the windows, drink white wine and beer, play poker, and smoke, accompanied by the smell of people taking off their shoes. In the beginning, there were no instant noodles, only hot water. Later, there were no more. The windows could not be opened, and smoking was not allowed, but shoes were still taken off. Li Yi was too lazy to refute people who said that the country's technological development had nothing to do with him. Did it matter if the country created an atomic bomb? Did it matter if the country had an intercontinental ballistic missile? Did it matter? Then why don't you go live in a war-torn country? Deal. Li Longji did not know that Li Yi was reminiscing and sighing. He agreed to the plan of 1,500 yuan. Not only was it more than the 10 million yuan previously said as a joke, but it was also more than half. We have to allocate the money for this year's imperial finance. There will be money again soon next year. Li Yi was not worried about the Tang dynasty's financial problems now. There was no bank, no national debt, no salt and iron tax, no poll tax. The normal money was enough, and there was no need to eat more than one's own food. The country's finances were not in deficit. Next year, let's hurry up and send the steam engine ship to the distant continent to collect some seeds and bring them back. The main purpose is to prove the long-distance sailing ability of the steam engine ship. We can use this ship to make money. In the case of the imperial court being debt-free, there will be no problem with the overall operation. The funds were allocated in segments. While collecting taxes, they released the money. Build and operate the railway from Chang'an to Luoyang first. The key between Luoyang and Haizhou is to build a bridge. So far, Li Yi had never considered letting rich businessmen or other aristocratic families invest in the company. If he wanted to invest in a shareholding system, he could ask the Li family Zhuangzi to take the lead and use technology as a guarantee. The entire Tang dynasty could easily provide him with 100 million yuan. He didn't want the money and wouldn't take it out for the next few decades. This was because only by using their own debt-free money to do things would they be able to work the hardest. Once they became a joint stock company, with so much money, not many people would be able to keep their original intentions. He was familiar with finance, so he was even more afraid of it. He had to be responsible for the entire Tang dynasty, and every step he took had to be firm. Li Yi knew that he belonged to the leadership class, and he was at the top. At this time, if he were to do things for his own benefit or power, what would he be after? He already had what he wanted. If he continued to be greedy, it would definitely be a distortion of human nature. Brother Yi, write a proposal. Ask for a goal, and then come up with solutions for various problems that might arise. Li Longji had read Li Yi's proposal several times. It was very comprehensive. Empress Wang was a shareholder. If one deal failed, she would immediately change to another deal. She was still a shareholder. Li Yi wrote a development plan for the shareholders, including dividends, operations, short-term planning, and long-term planning. Li Yi was very formal about this. He couldn't find anyone else to audit the financial affairs, so he had to do it himself. Then he would issue a report. There was no such thing as issuing an audit report that couldn't express opinions. His company's operations were always healthy. If shares were issued, countless people would buy the Li family Zhuangzi's company. Its financial affairs were too healthy. Li Yi, Li Longji, and Empress Wang's business partnership, according to the rules of a joint stock limited company, everyone would want to invest. Its average price-to-earnings ratio was less than 0.1, that is to say, one can earn back the investment within a month. For example, if one invests 12 cents, and the price-to-earnings ratio is 0.1, one can earn back the investment income within a month. If such shares were issued, there would be a mad scramble. A 100 times increase is considered low. It should be more than 600 times because one has to consider the future. Unfortunately, it will not be listed, and no one can buy it. Its price-to-earnings ratio can sometimes reach less than 0.1. It depends on how Li Yi operates. If he were to do it, Li Longji and Empress Wang could earn back their investment within a day. Their assets would increase by more than 300 times in a year. For example, if the two of them needed money, Li Yi would quickly transfer it to a technology company and release a new product. The new product cost 1 cent, and it would be sold for 100. It would be 100 times the profit. Then there would be dividends. 99 cents per share would be deducted, and the price of one share would be 1 cent. In the blink of an eye, Li Yi had a new technology product. The cost was still 1 cent, and it would be sold for 100. This is how Feng Yu operates. Li Longji and Empress Wang's shares will make money. Empress Wang is in charge of this company. If she is not in a hurry to use the money, the company will develop smoothly. If she is suddenly short of money, Li Yi will guarantee that the company will have new products and sell them as products for profits. The next day, the dividends will be deducted, and the shares will be deducted. Feng Yu can do whatever he wants. But if he were to use the shares to recover their rights, most people will tremble. The share price might seem to be 1 cent, but after the shares are recovered, it can reach 10 cents. That means the initial investor had spent 1 cent to buy the shares. Until now, he should have earned 10,000 renminbi. This is how Li Yi operates. He will not let Empress Wang and Li Longji lose money. Lu Huaishan had written a few words to look at the current profits. For example, the state banquet wine is 15 years old, and its price-to-earnings ratio is more than 50. That means it will earn back its capital in 50 years, and the profits will be 2% a year. It is fluctuating and is affected by the price. It is not an absolute value. Compared to the interest of capital operations, the 2% profit usually refers to the overnight lending rate. If the annual interest of the overnight lending rate is less than 2%, the wine's shares should rise. This is because the overnight lending rate is not always the lending rate. Sometimes, it can reach 4%. But sometimes, you have money, but you can't lend it out. Under normal circumstances, the price of the wine's shares will follow the central bank's reverse repurchase price. The price-to-earnings ratio is 50%, which means the profits will be 2% a year. When the central bank's reverse repurchase price reaches 3%, the wine's share price will fall if there are no other factors affecting it. After selling the wine, you can immediately buy the central bank's reverse repurchase price. Isn't this 1% daily difference? If you can perfectly operate the central bank's reverse repurchase price without using leverage, then the annual profits will double. This is much better than the current 30% capital operation of the Tang dynasty. This is capital and finance. Li Yi operates in a closed-end mode to get money for Li Longji and Empress Wang. A closed-end fund is for fixed customers. Others cannot participate. Li Yi operates in this way during the Tang dynasty. His operation is even worse. The corruption involved. Chapter 12:21. The winged knights were once again mobilized in large numbers to mark out the land and set up security measures. Li Yi started to build the converter and prepare to smelt steel. The main cylinder of the steam engine was made of cast iron, but the other requirements were more troublesome. This included low-carbon steel, medium-carbon steel, and copper. The refractory bricks for the converter were made of dolomite. This had to be kept a secret and could not be known by others. The raw materials for the rails were currently taken from Mount Monshan. After organizing a group of people and giving them higher wages, the efficiency of mining and smelting increased. There was no need for the local iron to be smelted well. It only needed to be made into thick iron blocks. The requirements for the local smelting technology were lower when they were transported back and processed. When Li Yi finished planning the early stages of the big project, Li Shihua and Li Dashuan arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi. The two of them were old enough to be Li Yi's fathers, but they were very warm towards Li Yi. Li Yi promoted the trade, and they were able to benefit from it. The focus was on Li Shihua's body. Li Dashuan did not need it as he died under the hands of soldiers. After Li Shihua died, his younger brother and Li Dashuan went to kill other people. After a checkup, there were no major problems. His body was only in a subhealthy state. Li Yi gave him a prescription. Eat according to the requirements. Eat the food and do not take any medicine. Based on his deduction, Li Shihua should be suffering from a sudden illness. Flu, malaria, tetanus, eat according to the food written on the prescription. Try not to eat too much tonight. Also, your Kutuyu is not bad. Send him to the Tang dynasty. Li Yi first mentioned Li Shihua's body and then mentioned a person, Kutuyu. In history, Kutuyu did not do anything good. He killed all kinds of leaders and then surrendered to the Turks to fight with the Tang dynasty. In the end, he was killed and the entire northeast was in chaos. In order to resist the threat of the northeast, An Lushan was sent to be a Jadushi. When An Lushan betrayed the Tang dynasty, he was a Jadushi with 3 different titles. An Lushan and Shi Siming were now 15 years old and were still living there. An Lushan followed Zhang Shogui in Yuzhou and was Zhang Shogui's godson. Li Yi did not intend to deal with these 2 people. The 2 of them did not have the chance to do so. However, Tiyu's power in Khitan was too great. He was targeted by Li Yi. Come over and live in Chang'an. Live a good life and don't go back. Dr. Li knows him. Li Shihua was surprised. He did not understand what Li Yi meant. Why are you asking me to be alone? You want to support him? Li Yi organized his words. His prestige is too high, and he often disagrees with Governor Li. I feel more at ease doing business with Governor Li. Li Shihua's expression changed, and he continued to look at Li Yi in shock. He knew this too. Which official position is he going to arrange for him? Li Shihua had already decided. Send him here. If His Majesty of the Tang dynasty asks you to come, will you come or not? If you come to the Tang dynasty, I'll be safe in Khitan. No matter what, he has to be a great general. Then, he will be stationed in Chang'an and be in charge of your trade with Zhuangzi. Li Yi had made arrangements. A great general with no real power and a salary from the Tang dynasty. When the other party came over, he would let the other party bring his family to Chang'an. In the future, he would meet with the trade team in Chang'an. It would be great to live a safe and peaceful life. Thank you, Dr. Li. Li Shihua understood. When you go back, I'll bring some medicine for you. Don't take it during normal times. When you encounter related symptoms, take it according to the written instructions. Li Yi was still worried that Li Shihua would die. Only God knew what his younger brother thought of the Tang dynasty. Anyway, when Tiyu ran to the Tang dynasty for help, the soldiers of the Tang dynasty had never defeated him. Li Dehao chatted with Li Qingqi again. King Song, why does Dr. Li get along with you like that? Li Dehao was confused. Li Longji was also in Zhuangzi. The Empress, Wu Jieyu, and the others were also there. Li Longji was Li Yi's third brother, and Li Qingqi was his eldest brother. Sigh. It's good that we can't become monarch and minister. If we have any problems, we can talk about it directly. Hee hee. Li Qingqi laughed. This was the first time he had encountered such an interesting matter, and he was even involved in it. Li Dehao still didn't understand, why can't we be monarch and minister? It's uncomfortable. The Li family Zhuangzi is living comfortably now. Monarch and minister, have you ever seen a monarch running to his minister's house all day? He even arranged for the empress to come over. Li Qingqi gave a reason. There were many other reasons why he couldn't reveal his identity. Dr. Li, do you know? What do you think? Ah. I'm always worried that the Turks will attack. Can the imperial court give me some sky monkeys? Li Dehao wanted weapons. The Turks were in Inner Mongolia, Outer Mongolia, and parts of Xinjiang. They could attack the Shi tribe, Khitan, and military forces of the Tang dynasty in the northeast and Inner Mongolia. They could also attack Shaanxi and Xinjiang, and even the Abbasid Caliphate and Tashizi. However, they couldn't attack Tubo. Let me ask Brother Yi. Li Qingqi couldn't agree. Can you give us the cotton seeds? Li Dehao asked again. He felt comfortable wearing a military coat, and it was more comfortable than leather clothes. The military coat was long, and it reached below the knees. It could be used as a bedding. Leather clothes were warmer than the military coat, but they were too heavy and uncomfortable to cover. Let me ask Brother Yi. Li Qingqi said. You're asking about such a thing? Li Dehao looked at Li Qingqi. You're asking if it can be planted. If it can't be planted, what's the use of giving it to you? Li Qingqi raised his chin. Does Dr. Li know? Brother Yi knows everything. So that's the case. If it were me, I would be willing to be his brother too. Li Dehao understood. He could ask about anything. As a monarch and minister, he always asked who would listen to whom. As brothers, there was no need to worry about so many things. As the two of them were talking, Li Yi and Li Shihua came over with smiles on their faces. Brother Yi, Governor Li asked you for the cotton seeds. Li Qingqi said directly. I can't plant it. The variety is not good. I need an early mature variety. Otherwise, it'll be too cold. Hunan province can plant it, but I can't ask Hunan province to plant it. Hunan province needs to plant long grain rice. Hebei province can plant it, and then head north to slowly cultivate a new variety of cotton. If you're willing, you can provide people, and we can also provide people. Plant cotton in Hebei province, and after the harvest, I'll teach you how to make clothes. Li Yi proposed a new cooperation method. The Khitans and Shi tribes would send people to Hebei province to plant cotton with the locals. Hebei province had a small population, but it was a pity that it was a big plain. They could plant chestnuts, such as Qinxi chestnuts, wheat, and cotton. In the northeast, only Liaoning province could plant rice, wheat, sorghum, corn, soybeans, and cotton. However, there were many mountains. In the flat areas and under the hills, wasn't it better to plant grains than to plant cotton? If it was in the past, Li Yi would let them plant cotton and then restrict their development. Now that the Tang dynasty was strong, trade was good, and 3 points were set up in the northeast. There was no need to cheat anymore. If they had to cheat, it would be the Bohai kingdom. Li Shihua listened and understood what Li Dehao wanted to do. He asked, can you sell iron and coal to us? I'll take you to shoot guns. You can see if it's fun, and then we can talk about other things. Li Yi didn't agree or refuse. Instead, he wanted to let the two of them see the guns. Everyone could try it and have some understanding of guns. Chapter 12:22. Come, let's drink. Drinking boosts blood circulation. It's fine if your shoulders are uncomfortable. You'll be fine after a night's sleep. Take a bath at night. A separate room was set up in the cafeteria. Li Yi, Li Qingqi, Li Shihua, and Li Dehao ate alone. Li Shihua and Li Dehao's arms were numb from the gunshots. They had seen the power of firearms. They could penetrate armor from 100 feet away. It was easy to operate and anyone could use it. The firing speed was fast. After firing a shot, reloading, and releasing the cap could be completed in a few breaths. The two of them were not thinking about eating at all. Their arms hurt, but it didn't matter. They were afraid. They saw warehouses, and boxes. There were probably tens of thousands of guns in them. The workshop that made guns never stopped. It seemed that they should not fight with the Tang dynasty in the future. They did not know that without tens of thousands of guns, just a little more than 1,000, guns were not easy to make. The Li family Zhuangzi increased the number of craftsmen's families by 200, and they still gave some gun parts to the Workers' Alliance. The cost of materials was not high, but the labor time was too long. They took a sip of wine and breathed out the smell of alcohol. The two of them finally felt a little better. Let's eat. I specially made dishes today. I added chili. If you like it, when you go back, I'll give each of you 5 kilograms of chili powder. You can fry it into chili oil. Governor Li didn't kill anyone when you broke the thermos, right? Li Yi thought of something. The thermos bottle was broken. Who broke it? You can change it to a new one. Why kill? I don't have many people. Li Shihua waved his hand. It's good that you didn't kill. I'm soft-hearted and can't bear to see blood. When others shed a drop of blood, my legs tremble. Li Yi's expression was sincere as if he was telling the truth. When Li Shihua and Li Dehao heard that, they would not believe it even if they were beaten to death. When the blood was drawn, Li Yi was calm. There are iron mines and good coal mines there. Both are easy to mine. I'm just worried that people will die because of an iron mine and a coal mine. Li Yi still had that compassionate look on his face. Li Shihua and Li Dehao looked at each other and instantly understood why they went to shoot. Warning, it seemed that iron mines and coal mines could be involved. Let His Majesty know. Li Daxiao swallowed his saliva in excitement. Those two places are occupied by the Tang dynasty. If I tell them that someone died because of it, I'll feel uneasy. Alas. Li Yi sighed again. No, we promise that nothing will go wrong. We'll send people to dig it up. Just give us a little. We use iron for farming. Li Shihua promised. Li Dehu added, that's right. We burn coal instead of firewood in the winter. All right. Li Yi was prepared to give a large open-air iron mine in Anshan, but it was not the largest nor the best. At the same time, he also gave Fu Shun's eastern open-pit mine. He was reluctant to part with Fu Xin's Haizhou coal mine and Anshan's super iron mine. There was another better coal mine in Fu Shun, the west open-pit coal mine, but he was still reluctant to part with it. There was still coal in Fu Shun, but it could not be mined. Fu Shun was called the coal capital. The entire underground was filled with coal, and many places had been hollowed out. Unless they moved and continued to dig. Coal was good. There was also a large amount of coal essence and coal sulfur. In the past, coal essence was burned as coal. Coal sulfur could also be burned as amber. Who would buy a cart of coal in the winter? It was easy to find amber. Almost every piece of coal could be found in small pieces of amber. Along with Fu Xin's Haizhou coal mine, it was taken over by the Japanese Empire. Then, it was mined and transported to the Japanese Empire. The West open-pit coal mine was the largest open-pit coal mine in Asia, while Haizhou coal mine was the largest open-pit coal mine in Asia. Li Shihua clenched his fists. We'll go and dig. We'll dig 10 caddies. We'll keep 1 caddy for ourselves and give the rest to you. Don't give it to me. If you give it to the imperial court, you don't need to give it to them. You can build roads. If you have coal, you can burn cement. I'll tell you where the stones are better. It's also an open-pit mine. The stones will be placed outside. We'll build it together. We'll build it from here to there, and you'll build it from here too. Li Yi wanted to strengthen his rule. If the roads were not good, how could he move his troops? It was easy to go to Anshan, Shenyang and Fushun. There was the Liao River. From the Liao River to the Han River, the entire road was connected. Ship. We need a big ship to load the goods. When there's water in the Yellow River, we'll ship the goods. Li Daxiao was thinking about ships. Next summer, we'll see if we can open up a shipping route. The ships will dock at various docks and you'll ship the goods to the docks. You'll provide people to load the ships and then come back with the ships to trade. We won't charge you for the ships. From your place to Chang'an, it'll be free. From Chang'an, it'll be free. You'll have to pay for food and accommodation in Chang'an, so I'll give you a discount. Li Yi made another promise. He was very generous. Li Chengqi frowned at the side but did not say anything. After the two happily finished their meal and went to rest, Li Longji came over and asked Li Yi to make some kung fu tea. Brother Yi, how do we calculate the ship fare? Li Chengqi first explained the situation to Li Longji and then asked Li Yi. It's our own ship. If the crew makes money, we'll subsidize them. If we come from there, we can buy the goods with exchange coupons. The price is lower than what they sell here. When we go back, we'll bring our own goods to sell. On the way, we'll bring their people and goods. There's profit, but it's just a matter of how much we earn. The key is to strengthen communication in this way. Let me tell you. Li Yi explained the relationship between communication and the people's hearts. The Khitans, the Shi tribe, and the Bohai kingdom could all trade through free ships. Their industries and handicrafts were not good. The things they sold were all basic resources, so the price could not be raised. After selling the goods, they would buy. Normally, what would they buy? Of course, they would buy some high-tech goods from Chang'an. Such goods had high added value and were profitable. The coal and iron ore from there were transported over, forming a supplement. The locals would follow the consumption habits of the Tang dynasty, Chang'an, or the capital government, to breed, plant, gather, and hunt. With the current weapons and numbers, it was impossible to kill all the animals in the northeast. In the end, the Khitans, the Shi tribe, and the Bohai kingdom became dependent on the Tang dynasty for trade. War guaranteed that trade would be interrupted. Firearms were shown first. Think about it, what were the chances of obtaining firearms through war? Since trade could achieve the goal, the northeast region would be stable. This is nothing. At least we can still make money. The profits are just a little lower. The people of the capital government can buy the specialties of the northeast region. With iron ore and coal, they can make their own farming tools, and weapons. If the Turks want to attack them again, they will not consider surrendering first. The Turks will not give them trade benefits. Li Yi concluded that the national policy should not be haggling over every detail. How much aid did his country provide to Africa to enter the United Nations? It was the African brothers who helped his country enter the United Nations. Didn't other Western countries also gain benefits through all kinds of financial aid? Moreover, the Tang dynasty did not lose money when it provided free shipping, so there were profits. They want to attack Sky Monkey. Li Qingqi mentioned Li Dehu's request. Give them a batch of explosives first. If they think it's useful, we can buy it at a lower price. We are not afraid that they will use it to attack us. Li Yi was still so generous. He supported them with weapons, so they had more confidence in dealing with the Turks. Chapter 12:23. Li Longji sipped his tea leisurely. Every time Li Yi poured a cup for him, he would take 2 sips. Then, When the water cooled down a little, he would throw it away. Drinking kung fu tea was just like that. If you want to drink it, drink it. If you don't want to drink it, pour it out. Li Yi did not stop. He did not make any movements and just went through the normal process. The barbarians fear power but not virtue. The so-called barbarians refer to the people who have yet to be integrated and have nothing to do with beasts. Li Yi then talked about the situation in terms of ethnic integration. The original text was, barbarians are beasts, fearing power but not virtue. Good words are not enough to make me happy, and bad words are not enough to make me angry. Li Yi, on the other hand, wanted to merge with the other party as a lowly person and enemy. Including Tubo, Tokushi, Abbasid Caliphate, Silla, and the Japanese Empire, Li Yi wanted to merge them all. If they could use economic methods, then they would. If they couldn't, then they still had guns. Throughout history, many important figures were very radical towards the barbarians. If Li Yi had not lived in that era, it would be the same. However, he knew how powerful his country was at that time. In just a few decades, the 56 ethnic groups had all been taken care of. Since there's an example, I'll use all sorts of methods to deal with it. I guarantee that I'll melt it for you. Li Longji poured away the mouthful of tea he had just taken. Sure. He felt like he had seen a whole new world. There were actually so many ways to deal with foreigners. However, if the Tang dynasty was strong enough, the person who was slowly pouring tea for him could do it. While strengthening the country, benefiting the people, pacifying the borders, and pacifying the barbarians. He felt as if the entire world was in his heart, and his movements and stillness were appropriate. In the imperial court, even during the imperial court assembly, one would not be able to feel at ease when facing someone. While drinking tea, he explained the situation of a place. It sounded very simple. Brother Yi, when will the Turks be destroyed? Li Longji was annoyed by the Turks. The Turks are not a single people. If the Eastern Turks are gone, there will be the Western Turks, and if the Western Turks are gone, there will be the later Turks. Li Yi did not place the Turks in his eyes. He was considering the issue of territorial expansion. He hadn't expanded his territory yet. In his mind, Tubo belonged to the Tang dynasty. The territory in his heart was not the Yuan dynasty. The Yuan dynasty had crippled him. He believed that the first step was to figure out Tubo and the commandos, and then open up the Silk Road on land. The second step is the Turkic Empire, which is the Mongol Empire. Don't go any further north. Winter is not enough, and life will not be good. The third step was Xinluo. It would be resolved through trade and military force. They would not go through Changbai Mountain and build a bridge over the Yalu River. Together with the third step was the fourth step. They have taken over the Bering Strait where the Russians once lived, and across the strait is Alaska. They have entered America, North America. As for Southwest Asia and East Asia, they could take their time. That's it for this year. I have to focus on research and education. Next year, I'll teach them how to make rubber. Then, I'll bring it back. I'll process it again. We'll make an internal combustion engine and build a tractor with a shell. We can use it as an infantry fighting vehicle. Li Yi said to Li Longji and Li Qingqi. He also told himself to stop and not to rush. There was enough time. Only when the people in the country were stable could they expand. Without economic support, it would be difficult to fight for a long time. Without the support of technology, it would be difficult to defend. Brother Yi, do you want to eat crabs tonight? Freeze them and send them to Chang'an by land. Li Qingqi thought of eating when he heard that there was nothing to do this year. I'll do a spot check. I don't want some of them to fall ill because they are not frozen. I'll have to treat them. The scariest thing is that I eat something wrong. If I fall ill first, what will you guys do? I have to ensure that I'm healthy. It's not easy. Li Yi was not willing to eat dead crabs, but seafood was the most convenient to transport now. The weather was cold, more than -20 degrees Celsius. Seafood wrapped in ice could be eaten when sent over. There were scallops and oysters. If the meat was not taken directly, there was no need to wear ice. On the other hand, the mussels could be taken out and frozen. It was not bad to cook them for a while. I'll send them to you on a fast horse. The courier station is very convenient now. Li Qingqi was concerned. Yes, he could not let Brother Yi fall ill. If other people fell ill, Brother Yi could treat them. If Brother Yi fell ill, everyone would be dumbfounded. Now, there are people who catch clams. I'll emphasize on the newspaper. Put some salt first when you catch them and raise them. When they spit out mud, there are many microorganisms in the mud. It's best to steam them at a higher temperature. I'll put a pressure cooker and process a big pot of them for every coin. Li Yi suddenly thought of a situation. There were clams in the river. If they were caught when the ice was not completely frozen, there would be less mud in the stomach of the clams. The clams were as big as swimming crabs and could not fit in a plate. There were many parasites. Put some salt in the water to raise them. Spit them out and steam them for a while. The parasites would be killed and eaten together. The clams were not delicious. Let's see how to cook them. If the clams were not thoroughly cooked, the parasites would not be killed. If they were thoroughly cooked, they would find that they could not be bitten. Therefore, he first let the clams spit out mud and then took the meat. Remember not to have any wounds on your hands or use tools when taking the meat. Then, he added seasonings and steamed it on a plate. The temperature was high enough to kill the parasites. The clam's meat could also be bitten, which was much better than directly cooking. I'll ask someone to get a batch. Will you cook for me? I want to eat it. Li Qingqi had never eaten clams before. He felt disgusted that the clams grew in mud. Get more. I'll write the content in the newspaper first. You can pour your own tea. Li Yi stood up and gave up his position. Qing Song zipped the box, and the cub took out a clip with paper and a pencil tied with a small string and handed it to Li Yi. Qing Song stopped and looked up at the cub. The cub smiled at him modestly. Thank you. Ha ha ha. Li Longji laughed. He felt that the most interesting thing was to watch Qing Song and the cub fight. There were 4 classes, and Qing Song and the cub were fighting in each class. He felt that it was a tradition that he had inherited. Li Longji sat in Li Yi's seat and made tea. Where's Wen Tian? Teaching the children, Tao Hong answered. In fact, each of the maids and eunuchs was responsible for a matter and had to understand and master it at all times. The people they served would ask something at any time and place, and they had to answer it. They had to answer naturally and should do so. Without this ability, they would be embarrassed to say that they were a member of the group of 36. Now, they also had subordinates to pass messages back and forth. For example, Li Dan suddenly asked while drinking tea, "What's third brother doing?" The person next to him wanted to answer where His Majesty was. Okay, take it to print the newspaper. In fact, it's best to cut this thing into skewers. Make sure it's cooked and rinse it with chicken oil soup. After Li Yi finished writing, he handed it to Gu Yan. Gu Yan took it and ran to the printing workshop. Dongzhu, the aunt is here with her youngest son and daughter-in-law. Song De hurried in. Which aunt? Li Yi was confused. The aunt who returned to Lantian County to help clean up the drunken immortal house. Her youngest son came back and said that he made a fortune, Song De reminded. Please. Li Yi recalled that the auntie whose house had collapsed had liquid in her eyes. Later on, he had treated her, and she had gone to the drunken immortal tavern to work. Chapter 12:24. Li Yi went out and saw an ice cart being pulled by a man in his late 20s. There was a small wooden house on top of the ice cart. It was covered with fur and had a door. The door was open, and the old lady was sitting inside. A woman in beautiful silk clothes was next to her. The person pulling the cart was wearing a leather coat. It was made of wolf fur. It might not be as warm as deerskin, but it was more than 10 times more expensive. The boots were also made of wolf fur. Li Yi felt that the woman's clothes were a bit awkward. If it was simpler, it would have fewer patterns and the straps would be lower. It would look like a traditional Chinese dress. If the straps were wider and higher, it would look like a kimono. But now, how did he? Li Yi couldn't describe it, but he seemed to have some impression. My son, this is Li Dongzhu. The old lady sitting in the house spoke and was about to come out. The man in his 20s glanced at Li Yi, then fell to his knees and kowtowed 3 times. He stood up and was about to kneel again. Once is enough. I'll take it. Li Yi stopped him. The woman followed suit and bowed. Her tone was a bit off. Thank you, Li Dongzhu, for taking care of my mother. She spoke too fast, and the Japanese Empire language appeared. Li Yi finally remembered about the clothes. Yes, the clothes of the Japanese Empire in this era were different from the kimono of the future. He also used the Japanese Empire language to talk to the woman. Li Dongzhu also knows the Japanese Empire language. The young man was very surprised. You're called Lan Bao. 7 years ago, you went to the Japanese Empire to make a fortune. Li Yi didn't answer this question. Since he had already said it, do you think I don't know it? He didn't blame Lan Bao for taking so long to come back. When Lan Bao left, his brother was still alive, and his sister-in-law was still there. Looking at the old lady's clothes and the ice cart, or rather the small sled, he knew that Lan Bao was filial. It was obvious that the clothes were not worn today, and the sleigh was not bought outside of Zhuangzi. Lan Bao's hands hung in front of him as he bowed slightly. Yes, when I was learning, my master taught me how to forge iron. Later on, I found out that my master's greatest skill was in building ships. Master had no family. 2 years ago, when I finished building a ship that could go out to sea, master passed away. I found a few people by the sea to go fishing with me, but in the end. Lan Bao recounted his experience. When he was fishing, he encountered a strong wind. In order not to capsize, he could only run with the wind. As they ran, they arrived at the Japanese Empire. When he arrived at the Japanese Empire, he learned how to forge iron and was familiar with ores. He actually discovered copper and silver ores by the sea. He told the fishermen about the situation and asked them to think of a way to get food. It was not enough to just have ores, they had to refine them. Therefore, they looked for the local people, which was the woman's village, called Namadachi. Both sides gestured, and the Japanese Empire finally figured out the identities of the 7 people. They were from the Tang dynasty, and the people of the Tang dynasty had a high status. After the people of the Japanese Empire found out, the people of the Japanese Empire sent food to Lan Bao and the others. Their lives were not good, so the food was only enough to fill their stomachs. There was a blacksmith shop in the town. Lan Bao went there to show his skills, so Namadachi Kazuko was also given to him. He then brought people to look for ores and came back to refine them. After bidding farewell to everyone, he took a pile of copper and silver ingots back on the ship. He melted the copper and made it into Kaiyuan Tongbao. When he bought things, silver could not be used as money, but could be exchanged for money. He then took the things back to the Japanese Empire and went back and forth, building up his power. When the new ship was being built, he thought of his mother and brother, so he brought Namadachi Kazuko back to see them. When he came back, he found out that his brother was gone, his sister-in-law had remarried, and his mother could not see before, so she was taken away by the Li family Zhuangzi. Now he was helping to clean the drunken immortal house in Lantian County. After knowing that there was such a thing as a sled, he made one himself and brought his mother and wife to see Li Yi. So, you are very powerful in Namadachi? Li Yi thought of Lan Bao's trade. The Tang dynasty needed copper and silver, and the Japanese Empire needed silk. Now the Tang dynasty and the Japanese Empire did not have much maritime trade, but Lan Bao found a suitable route. When the silk was sent over, the people of Namadachi were reluctant to use it themselves and wanted to sell it to others. The supply channel was controlled by Lan Bao, and the locals helped Lan Bao to mine and refine the silk. On the other side, the people of the Tang dynasty village also looked up to Lan Bao. This guy was quite capable. We have weapons. Lan Bao knew what kind of existence the Li family Zhuangzi was, so he did not dare to say that he was powerful. Using force to protect trade, and at the same time, because they can't control the channel, you. Very good. Li Yi thought for a while and recognized Lan Bao's ability. He also knew the reason. If the people of the Tang dynasty wanted to make a fortune, they must be recognized by Namadachi. If the people of Namadachi wanted to come to the Tang dynasty alone, they did not know who to look for. Namadachi and Namadachi Kazuko were from the same family. Lan Bao had Namadachi Kazuko as his wife, but other people of the Tang dynasty did not, so their relationship was distant. Li Longji, Li Chengqi, and others were listening at the side. They did not think Lan Bao was powerful. A woman's daughter-in-law in a small town in the Japanese Empire. How much money could they make by trading? How many people could they fight with weapons? Auntie, have you eaten? Li Yi went to see the old lady. I ate at the bridgehead. I had a bowl of noodle soup with 2 slices of meat. The old lady seemed to be more than 10 years younger. Her son came back alive and brought back a beautiful daughter-in-law. Sometimes, words could not be understood, but there was no need to worry. Let's eat crabs tonight. Lan Bao is a crab, right? Let me take a look at you again. Li Yi said as he took the old lady's arm and went to the hospital. The old lady's eldest son had sacrificed his life for the country. The old lady was rich. There were more than 20 yuan in the family. Some of it was compensation, and some of it was betrothal gifts for the eldest daughter-in-law. When the eldest daughter-in-law remarried, she asked for betrothal gifts and left them for the old lady. Now, the old lady's home had become a hotel and she had earned several hundred yuan. Li Yi did not touch it and kept it all. The old lady did not want to go home, so she lived in Zuixian. She usually helped with some chores, mainly sweeping the floor. She did not need to wipe the table or pour tea. She had extra time to raise chickens and grow vegetables in Zuixian. There was a hot spring there. The price of watering vegetables with hot spring water was 5 times higher than other places. You could not eat it whenever you wanted. There was a limited amount. After the examination, the old lady still had problems, such as rheumatoid arthritis. This could only be taken care of. Li Yi did not need to give her a treatment. In the evening, Bai Gu and a large group of people heard that there were crabs to eat, so they came again. The old lady did not care. If she had known that the Prime Minister had nothing to do, she would have gone to the Li family Zhuangzi. Lan Bao and Minamata Kazuko were frightened. Did the Prime Minister, the former Prime Minister, and the Minister come for a court meeting? Li Yi accompanied the old lady's family of 3 alone. He could not ask them to eat with others. It was too stressful. The crabs were cut open and fried. They were not steamed. Frozen crabs were not delicious. Auntie is here. Don't worry, you don't lack anything. Lantian County is half a day's journey away from Zhuangzi. There are also imperial physicians at Zuixian. As for you, you have to continue to maintain contact with the Japanese Empire's Minamata. Don't stop the business. I will take out 3 big ships to invest. Give me the copper and silver ingots. You don't need to deal with them. I will exchange them for you with coupons. After that, we will put in other trading goods. We will split it 80 to 20. I will take 30, you will take 20, and the remaining 50 will go to the imperial court of the Tang dynasty. I will send the winged knights over. What do you think? Li Yi saw a line and did not intend to let it go. He had to control it. Chapter 12:25. I need to discuss with my brothers in Hangzhou. Lan Bao thought he was at a disadvantage because Li Yi asked him for money. He wanted to agree because Li Yi saved his mother. He was ready to give up his share and tell others that he wanted to repay Li Yi's kindness. Less? How can the people who do business with me earn less? I will give you toilet water, soap, and small mirrors to sell. Which one of them will earn less? You silly child. Old Madam Li slapped her son's head. Li Dongzhu is short of your money. Owner Li's donation will be counted as 100,000 taels. The old madam was exasperated. Old Madam Li had lived in Li family Zhuangzi for a long time and saw how shopkeeper Liang and others made money. This year, Yu Huaid and others went to further places to trade and brought back a lot of things. Their net worth was less than 10,000 yuan and they were too embarrassed to talk to Li Dongzhu. How many businessmen wanted to partner with Li Dongzhu but failed? Yes, mother. I was wrong. Lan Bao quickly apologized. Toilet water, soap, small mirrors. He knew these were good things to earn money. If he could sell them to the Japanese Empire, the price would be high. With the Winged Knight's participation, his safety would be guaranteed. I will give you this trade route. Can you read? Li Yi wanted to maintain the trade route. It was more convenient to have a familiar place than an unfamiliar place. Lan Bao shook his head. Where could he learn to read? I will ask someone to teach you. You cannot be an official if you are not literate. Li Yi solved this problem. Can I be an official with merit? Lan Bao did not understand. Then he was slapped on the head again. Are you stupid? Merit is merit. An official is an official. Li Dongzhu will arrange an official position for you. Li Dongzhu said that if I am an official, I can. Ah, I know, mother. Lan Bao thought of a group of Zaifu. When they were talking to Li Yi, it was like they were taking advantage of Li Yi. But when he thought about it carefully, he understood that they were joking. Why wasn't Zaifu joking with him? No, when he first saw him, he didn't even speak to him. Instead, he spoke a few words to his mother. Now that he knew who he was, he encouraged him again. Since he was acquainted with the Zaifu, it would be easy to arrange an official position for him. Li Dongzhu, I'll have to trouble you to tell the chancellors about the official position. Lan Bao was very embarrassed. Ah. Tell Prime Minister Zaifu. Oh. You can tell me, but the problem is that you don't have an official right now. I have to think about what kind of official it is. Li Yi realized where the problem lay. What position should he give Lan Bao? He said it was diplomacy, but he was actually doing business. If it was under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Commerce, then it would be the Ministry of Revenue. The Ministry of Revenue was responsible for external affairs and did not include sales. That should be considered as an attempt by the Ministry of Revenue to expand the tertiary industry, which was directly under the command of the Tang dynasty and the Japanese Empire. He had encountered such a situation before. At that time, the country vigorously promoted the tertiary industry, and the government had cars and channels to buy things from other places at low prices. For example, apples. A cart of big apples was sold at the local farmers' market. Everyone in the government received dividends, and according to their ranks, the dividends were different. After selling a few times, the leaders found out that they could make money. So, why should they share it with others? So, the matter was over. In fact, the government was still using this name to operate, but the money was already in. Later, the government ordered that the government was not allowed to sell apples, and this apple business was transferred to the relatives of the leaders. Li Yi knew that the country was like that at that time. There were endless tigers and flies. For example, in the current Tang dynasty, there were indeed clean officials in the provincial government and the counties outside. For example, Zhang Jiuling was not a greedy person. When the roads were being repaired, he personally helped to see how to repair them. He was also an official and a technician. There were also local officials who had a lot of family members and did not have enough to eat. They would borrow money to buy food and wait for their salaries to be paid. Now, they did not need to pay back their debts, and their salaries were increased. A portion of the rent was given, and 10 million was given to them. For greedy people, double the amount was meaningless. For non-greedy officials, it solved a big problem. For example, the bailiffs of the 2 counties in Chang and had 3 to 4 times the salary. The commoners would even help to find a chicken. Wait for me. I'll go over and ask what kind of official you should be. Li Yi put down his chopsticks and went to the private room next to him. As soon as he went in, everyone suddenly became quiet. Let's talk about the situation. Lan Bao opened up the trade route from Hangzhou to the Japanese Empire. I want to give him a meritorious official and an official with real power. In terms of business, I will take 30%, the imperial court will take 50%, and he and the people in Hangzhou will take 20%. The meritorious officials are ready-made. I think the official with real power will be under the Ministry of Revenue. Let's call it the Tertiary Industry Economic and Trade Exchange Guidance Office. Let him be the director, rank 7. It will be under the direct jurisdiction of the Ministry of Revenue and will not be controlled by the local government. Li Yi looked around and stated the purpose of his visit. I don't agree. When the time comes, won't it still be under your control? You take 30%, they take 20%, and the imperial court can only take 50%. No way. Bai Gu was the first to object. He thought it was too little. Li Yi looked at the other ministers. They all nodded. In their opinion, Lan Bao should not be given a bonus. It was okay to give him a salary. Li Yi also nodded. Well, we really shouldn't cause trouble for the imperial court. He turned his head and said to Li Longji, third brother, set up a royal overseas favor group of the Tang dynasty. Lan Bao will be the head, and he will be a rank 5 official. The imperial family will take 50%, I will take 30%, and Lan Bao will take 20%. What do you think? I promised Lan Bao to give him real power. Okay, it's settled. Li Longji agreed. Li Yi quickly turned around and changed his footsteps. The others were still quiet and dumbfounded. Was he kicked out because of a disagreement? Long Zai, how can you be so reckless? Song Jing was unhappy. The imperial court's money was gone, and it was replaced by the emperor's private money. He blamed Bai Gu. Bai Gu just said no. You didn't agree. Bai Gu retorted. Su Yi was also annoyed, it's a rank 7 official's business. Now, 50% profit is gone. Li Yi is doing business. How much money can he make with 50% profit? Is this money taxed? Bai Gu thought of the business and considered the tax. Even if it is tax, 30% tax or 50% profit. Long Zai, you are making a mistake. Song Jing was still distressed. You go to Xiao Yi and tell her that I'm making a mistake. I can't. Bai Gu turned his face to the side. You don't have to be like this. I will explore the road first and see if I can make money. If I lose money, I will accept it. Li Longji didn't want Song Jing to look for it. You are against it, so I can get it. You want to go back on your words. Did you notice? Li Yi's temper is rising. How can he do things like this? Yao Chong urged and said bad things about Li Yi. His ability to make money and skills that benefit the country and the people have increased more. Li Qingqi targeted Yao Chong. Can't the imperial court send a fleet to trade? Why do you have to partner with Li Yi? Lu Youqiu was disgusted with Li Yi's attitude. The group of people lowered their heads and ate the crabs. Oh, the fried crabs were delicious. There was more meat. They drank a mouthful of rice wine and felt comfortable. Chapter 12:26. Li Yi came back and sat down. It's done. First, tell the imperial court that you want a 7th rank official. They didn't agree, so we can only change one. That's fine too. It's best if you give a 7th rank official. Otherwise, it'll be too difficult to promote. Lan Bao expressed his understanding. In his opinion, a 9th rank official could not get in, but a 7th rank official was not bad. He did not even know how to read. Li Dongzhu had tried his best. You're quite open-minded, but where will I put my face? If the imperial court doesn't have a 7th rank official, I'll get you a 5th rank official. You have to work hard for me and settle the matter of Minamata Castle. Song Jing was angry when he fought for the position of general for Hao Lingquan. Look, Hao Lingquan is doing well over there. When things over there are completely stabilized, I'll give him a general when he comes back tomorrow. Li Yi looked as if he was angry because they did not give him an official position. In fact, the official position was not important. The officials were only concerned about money. Huh? Lan Bao was completely confused. Li Dongzhu went over to fight just now. He quarreled with a group of chancellors over his official position. In the end, they did not give him a 7th rank official, so Li Dongzhu gave him a 5th rank official. Was he that bad-tempered? No, it was not a matter of temper. The key was how he did it. Minamata Kazuko could understand. She mentioned the Tang dynasty, but she was too anxious to say it out loud. She also knew how difficult it was to become an official in the Tang dynasty. In Hangzhou, if someone wanted to be a minor official, they had to take an examination and organize a poetry competition. She heard that they gave a lot of money as gifts and went on flower boats to find women. The person in front of her was quarreling with a group of chancellors from the Tang dynasty, and his official position was getting higher. She looked at her mother-in-law, wanting an answer. How would her husband deal with such a person in the future? I'll write a director's guideline for you. You'll operate and execute it within the framework to avoid problems that will delay my efforts. Li Yi did not want to complicate matters, such as getting involved in a war. That would be an additional line, and he would need to spend more resources. It was not worth it. It was not that he could not fight. If others bullied him, he would deal with them. The Japanese Empire was just like that. They relied on their strength to bully the weak. To put it nicely, he was a fence-sitter. To put it bluntly, he was a fence-sitter with no principles. Li Dongzhu is talking to you. The old lady slapped him again. Oh. She knew. She would listen to Li Dongzhu. Li Dongzhu, when I came back, Feng Bian, the military secretary of Hangzhou, said that when I went back, he would let Minamata Kazuko accompany him for a drink. Lan Bao agreed. Suddenly, he mentioned a person's name and request in grief and indignation. Does the Hangzhou provincial governor know? Li Yi did not ask who Feng Bian was. He asked the Hangzhou provincial governor if he knew. There's also a provincial governor drinking with us. His name is Wang Xinhao. Lan Bao continued to complain. Wait for me. Li Yi turned around and went out again. He pushed the door open. Whoosh! The ministers fell silent once again. Bai Gu smiled, thinking that Li Yi had compromised. Old Yao, when will the first inspection team of the Tang dynasty send someone to Hangzhou? The Hangzhou provincial governor, Wang Xinhao, and the military secretary, Feng Bian, want someone else's wife to accompany them for a drink. Li Yi did not care about the others. He looked at Yao Chong and spoke. About this. Yao Chong dragged his voice. I'm serious. Li Yi said with a sullen face. Send someone to investigate immediately. Find someone now. Yao Chang's face also darkened. Okay. Li Yi left again. He went back to his room and said to Lan Bao, when you go back, there's basically no provincial governor and military secretary in Hangzhou that you know. Where did they go? Lan Bao had never experienced such a thing. Prison. In the future, you will work for the royal family of the Tang dynasty. You will not be restrained by the local government. Li Yi smiled gently. How much power you have depends on how much you contribute. If you do things well, you will have more power. If you don't do it well, you can hide in the Japanese Empire. I won't catch you myself. I'll ask the Japanese Empire to catch you and send you back. You have the Tang dynasty in your heart. The Tang dynasty is your backer. If His Majesty doesn't do anything to you, no one can do anything to you. Li Yi reassured Lan Bao and warned him. What if you want to do something to me? Lan Bao really had no political sense. He dared to ask anything. The moment I do something to you is when you don't have the Tang dynasty in your heart. A traitor is more hateful than an enemy. Li Yi stared at Lan Bao. The old lady slapped him. Hurry up and promise me. If you betray the Tang dynasty, I'll ask Li Dongzhu to catch you, and then I'll kill you myself. I swear. Lan Bao was about to make an oath. I don't believe in oaths, and I don't expect others to make promises. You know what I mean. Li Yi interrupted him. Lan Bao was dizzy from the meal. He brought his wife and mother to rest in the courtyard where his mother used to live. Chapter 12:27. Li Yi thought of Liuqiu, which was Okinawa at his time, and Guam. Southeast Asia was full of aborigines with few believers. The population was small, and it was difficult for them to conduct large amounts of maritime trade. They were weak and were still in the process of tribal conflicts. It was not a big place with a small population, yet they still fought with each other. Such a place was easier to occupy. If they did not have enough faith, they could give them faith. There are some islands in the east and southeast. They have not been enlightened. Go and enlighten them in order to facilitate the supply of ships from other places in the future. Li Yi wanted to occupy Southeast Asia. During the Tang dynasty, Southeast Asia had no fighting power. The barbarians were not from Southeast Asia but from India and Arabia. Many aborigines in Southeast Asia did not have the ability to take the initiative to sail to the Tang dynasty. They bought and sold things when others passed by. Those who had the ability to go to the Tang dynasty were the local, royal family. They came to the Tang dynasty to buy something back. Although there were more, royal family, sometimes a larger tribe could be considered a royal family. Where is it? Do you have a map? Li Longji never doubted Li Yi's words, but he wanted to figure it out by himself. Whoosh! The cub ran away. He knew where the map was. After running for more than a dozen steps, he looked back to see if Qing Song was chasing him. Then, he stopped and walked back with his head lowered. He saw Qing Song pulling the zipper of the box. Needless to say, there was a map in the box. Then, the moment he walked over, Qing Song jumped out. He did not. He deliberately pulled the zipper of the box. The cub, ha 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 ha. Li Longji laughed again. Li Qingqi shook his head. All is fair in war. Ha ha ha. Princess Yongmu buried her head in Li Yi's arms and laughed. Gu Yan and Huang Bai beat their chests and stamped their feet. Why didn't they think of it? What a good opportunity. Li Yi scratched his head. I think you should be sent to the front line. Go back and learn more about commanding and tactics. You can also practice on the sand table. Thank you, Dongzhu. The remaining 7 people, including the palace maid, thanked him together. The palace maid knew that Li Yi wanted to form a female team, mainly for medical treatment, but who said that women could not understand tactics? The palace maids and eunuchs usually watched the winged knights study, and when they had time, they would ask Guozi some questions. Guozi would visit the generals of the Tang dynasty again. Li Yi gave Guozi the military strategies and tactics he had compiled. Guozi was actually stronger than he was in history. According to history, he was already very old, but now he was still young. The palace maids and eunuchs also had dreams. The eunuchs wanted to leave their names in history, while the palace maids wanted to find a good husband when they were old. Their target was the young men from the Li family Zhuangzi. They didn't like other men. Otherwise, he was a student without a wife, a student of the Li family Zhuangzi, a first-class jinsher. The students of the Li family Zhuangzi didn't have nor did they have any other subjects. Right now, what they wanted the most was for the Li family Zhuangzi to continue recruiting students. That way, they would have more choices. The previous students gradually had wives. Would they be old enough to be a concubine? No. They thought that the old ones were over 25 years old. Those who were 30 years old were considered old women and couldn't marry. The youngest was 15 years old, and the oldest was 18 years old. Not all girls knew so much at 15 years old, but those who didn't know were eliminated at 12 or 13 years old. Wu Jieyu was around this age when she was with Li Longji, and then she knew how to fight in the palace. In history, she successfully killed the empress, but unfortunately, she didn't become the empress. Princess Jincheng, who was married to Tubo, was also very young when she got married, but she also stubbornly lived on. Here. Huff. Huff. Qingsong ran back with a long box in his hand. Li Yi took it, took out the sea map, and unfolded it for Li Longji to see. Third brother, these islands can be used now. There are natives there, and it's very easy to rope them in. The simplest way is to use candles, mirrors, pills, silk, cotton, needles, kitchen knives, and farming tools. People in ruling positions like candles, mirrors, and silk. The others are more practical. If someone is willing to teach them how to speak and write in the Tang dynasty, they'll be happier. If our fleet is big enough and the things are good enough, they'll be very willing to treat themselves as people of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi introduced the situation of the islands. Compared to Guam, there were only a few thousand people. They were very confused about their own lives. They didn't know what to believe in and kept changing. If the people of the Tang dynasty went over, they would say that they were people of the Tang dynasty and give them all kinds of good things. They would naturally think that they were people of the Tang dynasty. If someone led them to live a good life, their faith would be stable. If there were some particularly smart people who saw through the situation of the Tang dynasty and wanted to use it to achieve their own ruling purposes, it would be very easy. Assassinate, poison, and get rid of them. Li Yi thought so. Those who were too smart must be dealt with, no matter the means. The most gentle way was to ask them to come to the Tang dynasty. They had to come because there would be benefits. Then, they would live in a place in Chang'an and never go back because they had too many ideas. Li Yi was not a saint. He was only helping the people of the Tang dynasty and those who could integrate. Are they good at fighting? Li Longji looked at the map. He wanted to know the other people's combat strength. The winged knights are good at fighting, but the other soldiers are too damaged. The soldiers from Guangzhou and Luzhou can do it too. They have a lot of dense forests, and the climate is humid. Ordinary troops will die if they go there. It's a contrast to the highlands of Tubo. The southwestern region is like that. That's why I'm giving more benefits to the House of Subjugation in the southwestern region. I'm buying their goods and live animals. Li Yi explained the situation openly. The administrative policies of each region were different and adapted to the local conditions. He could not always bluff people with morals and beliefs. Did the locals not want to live a good life? Only by giving them a good life would they be able to protect this benefit. Therefore, anti-corruption, environmental management, and poverty alleviation were the domestic strategies. Foreign trade and exchange of benefits were the international strategies. When there were no worries in the country, it was time to attack the outside world. Those with insight could see this. That was why his country was suppressed in all aspects. Old Russia's biggest mistake was the deal behind the nuclear confrontation. Old Russia gained some benefits, but at the same time, they made concessions in the nuclear confrontation. This concession caused Old Russia's international status to instantly fall. Both sides were afraid of each other. However, Old Russia was fooled at that time. They gave up their dignity in the face of a direct confrontation with other benefits. When they gained those benefits, they lost even more. It was like two people representing two gangs. Each of them had a knife and were ready to fight. Then, the people in America said, "I'll give you 1,000 pieces of candy. If you put down your knife first, I'll do the same. Otherwise, we'll stab each other and see who dies first." Old Russia thought, 1,000 pieces of candy is good. Anyway, everyone will put down their knives. Hence, he agreed and put down his knife first. The onlookers did not know. When they saw this, they thought, "Oh, Old Russia is scared." Therefore, the people in America who paid 1,000 pieces of candy received more than 1,000 pieces of candy. A country was the same as a person. When the knife is used, whoever retreats will be crippled. The Tang dynasty could not retreat in the southwestern region. Otherwise, they would not be able to hold the other positions. Li Yi took all these into consideration. A country was strong because of its will. Chapter 12:28. Mother, you used to live in this house. Lan Bao's family of 3 arrived at the old lady's house in the Li family Zhuangzi. There was an inner room and an outer room. There were beds in both the inner and outer rooms, a table and a chair in the outer room, but the inner room was empty. Yes, the height of the bed is just up to my knees. It's easy to get on and off the bed. At that time, he couldn't see anything, so he didn't put anything in the house. However, there was a thick grass mat. Now that it was gone, there was no need to be afraid of falling while stepping on the thick grass mat. There's a rope hanging from the ceiling, and there's a kerosene lamp that's always lit at night. The old lady talked about the situation back then. There was always someone in the outer room. As long as she needed anything, the person in the outer room would immediately come in. Li Dongzhu is so considerate. Lan Bao still felt that the house was simple and crude, but after hearing his mother's words, he understood that Li Dongzhu was thinking for his mother. What if a table or chair bumps into each other? If he lit a lamp at night, his mother would see a blurry light in front of her eyes, which made her seem less lonely. At the same time, it was convenient for the people outside to have light when they came in, so they didn't need to switch on the lights first. It's warm in the house. Minamata Kazuko was curious. She didn't see a brazier. Heaters. The Li family Zhuangzi uses heaters. There's a heater next to it, but it's wrapped in the wooden wall. Look at the gaps. The old lady pointed at the place where the radiator was placed. It was a wall with a wooden grate under it. Behind the wooden grate was a radiator. The radiator was not exposed, so it looked nice. The heat dissipation wasn't very good. Just put a few more pieces in. Lan Bao went over and placed his hand on the grate. He felt that it was indeed hotter than other places. I'll sleep in the inner room tonight. Which one of you will sleep in the outer room? The old lady sat on the bed skillfully. Mother, what are you going to do in the future? Lan Bao was rich. His family had built a hotel, so he was also rich. I'm cleaning the Drunken Immortal Tavern and planting vegetables in the back. Li Dongzhu said that people can't be idle. I still have to read newspapers. I have to wear reading glasses to read newspapers. The old lady had long since planned to live in the Drunken Immortal residence. The more people there were, the livelier it would be. The people there treated her well. He didn't need to cook by himself. He just needed to sweep the floor. The rest of the time, he needed to tend to the vegetable fields. The vegetables in the vegetable fields were expensive. When rich people went to eat vegetables, they would go to the vegetable field alone to pick the vegetables. Once they were done, they would bring them to the kitchen to cook. Their dishes were 5 times more expensive than the other dishes in the Drunken Immortal Tavern. Watering it with hot spring water is so good. According to the introduction, it felt like one could become an immortal by eating this dish. However, the Li family Zhuangzi ate normal vegetables and didn't need the hot spring water vegetables from Drunken Immortal House. Minamata Kazuko was more worried and whispered, "If we let mother sweep the floor for others, will others say that we are unfilial?" Filial piety is obedience. If mother wants to sweep the floor, she can sweep the floor. It's not good to sweep the floor for other people, but to sweep the floor for the Li family Zhuangzi's business. Ordinary people can't even sweep the floor. When Lan Bao went to the Drunken Immortal House to pick up his mother, he could tell that everyone in the Drunken Immortal House treated his mother as part of their family. What's more, the food that the people of Drunken Immortal House ate wasn't the kind of bad food that other restaurants served to their waiters. They cooked their own favorite dishes. As long as the Drunken Immortal House had ingredients, they would make them themselves if they wanted to eat it, including seafood. It was the same for the dried fruits. They grabbed them and ate them themselves. When their mother ate, someone helped to pinch them. If his mother stayed at home by herself, she would be rich and could hire someone to take care of her. However, his mother would probably not be happy because she had nothing to do. Needlework also hurt her eyes. Could the people she hired take better care of her than the people in the Drunken Immortal House? There was a medical center next to the Drunken Immortal House, and an imperial physician was in charge. If his mother suddenly fell ill, the imperial physician could be called directly from the Drunken Immortal House. If the imperial physician couldn't treat her, the Drunken Immortal House could send his mother to the Li family Zhuangzi as quickly as possible. Or they could send someone to inform Li Dongzhu and have Li Dongzhu's ambulance set off. Yes, obedience is filial piety. Your sister-in-law has a hard life. The old lady thought of her eldest daughter-in-law. Is sister-in-law having a hard time over there? Lan Bao didn't complain about his sister-in-law because his mother was rich. His mother's eyes weren't good, and his sister-in-law didn't know either. She left some money for his mother. She didn't have a dowry and had married once. He felt that his sister-in-law's life in her husband's family wasn't easy. She didn't give birth to a child. I heard that her husband's family beat her. The old lady was sad. Bring her back. The betrothal gifts have been refunded. Double the refund. Lan Bao thought of their family life in the past. Now that his brother was gone. What can we do even if we bring her back? Women are fate. The old lady had already accepted her fate. Li family Zhuangzi's women are fate too. I'll go find Li Dongzhu and ask him. Heezy, you take care of mother. Lan Bao said and ran out. There are potatoes over there. But long-term planting needs to be detoxified. I can do this. My technology is a bit advanced. I'm thinking of a way that everyone can operate under normal conditions and set up a special department. You can change the seeds every few years. Actually, even if you don't detoxify them, you can still plant them. It's just that some areas are infected with the virus and the output drops. The boat wasn't ready yet. Li Yi began to tell everyone about the future. He wasn't planning for a rainy day. He knew what would happen in the future. Li Longji loved to hear this kind of talk. Whether a policy was good or not, the other ministers only had theories and some summaries of the previous dynasty. If it was used in the current dynasty, no one knew what would happen in the future. When it came to Li Yi seemed to know what all the policies would look like in the future, including the short-term and medium-term problems that might occur. It was like playing chess. He could see 3, 4, or even 5 moves. In the end, Li Yi said directly, "I'll tell you the result. Going out to sea would have to wait until next year." Li Yi laid out the situation in a few years and started to operate it. Li Qingqi said straightforwardly, "Brother Yi, you make the arrangements. You don't have to tell others. They don't know." Li Longji nodded. "Yes, you can tell us the simple things. You can think about the technical aspects yourself. We can't help you much anyway. You tell me how to handle it. I'll give you the authority. The ministers won't object. Whoever objects will be arrested." Could it be that they dared to rebel? The 16 guards are now firmly in control. If anyone wants to rebel, I'll ask Guozi to bring the heavy machine guns to kill them. A rebel must have a leader and command. Princess Yongmu ate potato chips in small bites. Her face was full of happiness. When she was in the prince's mansion, she never thought that she would have such a life. At that time, she was greedy. She couldn't eat meat and was afraid. She was afraid that her family would be killed. Later, she was worried about the Tubo, the Turks, the Khitans, and the Shi tribe. Now, she didn't have to think about anything. There was someone at the forefront. As long as it involved the surrounding situation, as well as internal problems, Li Lang was in charge of strategizing. Look at Li Lang's Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Zhuge Liang was so powerful, but he still lost in the end. Li Lang was more capable than Zhuge Liang. When he dealt with things, he didn't make any mistakes. If there was a mistake, it would be the issue of the relatives. However, he used other methods to turn the situation around. Previously, he considered checks and balances. Since the relatives were not sensible, there was no need to check and balance. He could directly suppress them. Li Lang, is it difficult to rule a country? Princess Yongmu picked up a potato chip and fed it to Li Yi. Li Yi glanced at Li Longji first. Li Longji turned his head to look at the baked bread. Then, he opened his mouth and ate the potato chip. Political power comes from the barrel of a gun. As long as we have military power, other problems will be small problems. Li Yi said with a smile. He added, "We must absolutely support His Majesty and act according to His Majesty's will. Whoever dares to oppose, we will kill them. Third brother, am I right?" "Yes." Li Longji revealed a smile. Chapter 1229. The envoys of the Japanese Empire didn't know that someone had bypassed them and was trading with the Japanese Empire, and it was about to become large-scale. They were like quails now, hiding and scared. They knew what they had done. The flower boat had disappeared because it was cold. The boat was gone, and the people who were on it couldn't be found. They didn't believe that there was no problem. They weren't the only ones involved in the operation. The Tubo people were also involved. It was agreed that once Li Yi was caught, he would be sent to the Japanese Empire. The people who were caught were Tubo people who were good at swimming. In the end, Li Yi didn't jump, but the winged knights did. Who were they going to catch? The operation stopped, but the investigation of the Tang dynasty didn't stop. The people of the Japanese Empire were afraid that a group of people would suddenly break in to catch them. One of them had tricked a child, and now they had to go to another place to build roads. They lost 200,000 yuan at that time. How much would they have to pay to catch Li Yi? 2 million yuan. The sun rose again while many people were confused and worried. It was a foot-deep snow in the northwest. It was a foot deep on flat ground, but in some places, it was 2 feet thick because of the terrain and wind. The people of the 16 guards and the sanitation workers were cleaning the snow. The people all helped. It had snowed before, and the snow had been piled up in Chang'an. Now, it was all cleaned up. The ice sculptures were being built, and the ice storage cellars had been dug long ago. The ice cellars were getting bigger and bigger every year. The people had started to dig ice cellars because it was easy to store ice. A few years ago, the people didn't know how to store ice. Even if they made ice, it wasn't easy to sell it. Now, it had become a business model. As long as there was ice, it could make money. There were people who specialized in buying it. According to the calculation, a piece of ice was 1 foot wide, 1 foot long, and 1 foot high. It could be sold for 10 yuan. 10 yuan could be exchanged for a lot of rice. The people of the capital government dug ice cellars to store ice. As long as the water net was there would be ice everywhere. Even if they couldn't sell it, they could still use it in the summer. My sister-in-law is like this now. Lan Bao found Li Yi who was eating snacks and told him the situation. She can't have children and is being bullied by her husband's family. Fine, I'll send someone to bring your sister-in-law back. But what if she's brought back? Li Yi decided to help. She couldn't have children, but he could check and see where the problem was. I want to marry her, is that okay? Lan Bao lowered his head as if he had done something wrong. I don't care. Your sister-in-law is willing to marry. If you are willing to marry her, then marry her. What about your Minamata Kazuko? Li Yi would not deny other people's choice. Heezy agreed. She said that women have a hard life. Lan Bao was still embarrassed. Yes, it's indeed not easy for a woman without status. I'm like Zhuangzi. Li Yi still understood. Nowadays, the women of the Japanese Empire were actually very reasonable. A man could find several women. Of course, the same applied to the Tang dynasty. As long as your man has the ability, he can marry her, even if he can't give her the status of a co-wife. Take himself for example. It was too easy for him to find a woman. It was just that he restrained himself. The difference between humans and animals was restraint. Especially when he had an absolute advantage, he could still restrain himself. It was not right to ask for help with all the rules. However, people who could act according to the rules should be looked at differently. I'm afraid that she won't agree. Lan Bao told him the situation that worried him the most. Who won't agree? It's just a divorce. It's about compensating the other party with money. I want to say something. Your sister-in-law can't have children. I can take a look. When I take a look, it involves some matters between a man and a woman. I can also prescribe medicine for your sister-in-law. This way, she won't have to take a look. The medicine might have a small effect. It has to be treated through surgery. You can think about it yourself. Li Yi felt that Lan Bao's sister-in-law had a blockage in her catheter, or that both her husbands were impotent. Li Dongzhu, can you be tempted by this? Lan Bao asked. Heaven and earth are heartless and treat all things as straw dogs. The saints are heartless and treat the people as straw dogs. In my eyes, all patients are the same. Li Yi was very adamant. I'm a doctor. How can I have other thoughts about my patients? I can only say that I'm a failure in life. I can't find the woman I like. But I won't fail. I have. Look. Li Yi reached out and hugged Princess Yongmu's shoulder. Li Longji lowered his head and ate. He felt that he was hurt the most. His precious daughter had become someone else's. He couldn't even object. He even hoped that it would be so. Li Dongzhu, I don't understand, but I know what you mean. Lan Bao understood. The key is whether your sister-in-law is willing to divorce or not. Also, does she have to marry you if she divorces? Do you think you can do it just because you have money? Li Qingqi poured cold water on him. You can't do whatever you want. If she can have children, I believe she can. Lan Bao looked at Li Yi. Yes. In this aspect, there are no accidents with me. Li Yi gave a guarantee. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. Lan Bao was excited. Don't kneel. I didn't avoid you when you knelt last time. Don't kneel this time. You think it's good, but what's the use of kneeling? Li Yi waved his hand and frowned. He didn't like others kneeling in front of him. How far is it? Li Longji suddenly asked. Guo Province, Hangnong. Sister-in-law married there. Lan Bao was sad. Shall we go and have a look? Li Longji wanted to find a chance to go out and have fun. He looked at Li Yi. He could ignore other people's words, but whether Li Yi would let him go or not was the key. Let's go together. There's nothing to do in winter. It's just crossing the Yellow River. Li Yi agreed. They went out for a walk and relax. It was a big place. Guo Province used to be a country. There were big clans in those countries that used the pretext of invading Guo. Li Yi wanted to go and have a look. What family? Lan Bao's sister-in-law was a small problem. Li Yi considered how to deal with the local families. He didn't allow families to exist in his heart, including his own Zhuangzi. Once there was a family, it would be against the central government. What about the ministers? Lan Bao didn't know Li Longji, Li Qingqi, and Princess Yongmu. He didn't know their identities, but he thought it was better to find the ministers. You mean Old Bai and the others? They're too shameless. They can go home directly, but I didn't prepare a gift for them, and they refuse to leave. They can only leave tomorrow. They have to go back for a court meeting. Tell me, are you angry when you meet such people who refuse to leave your house? More importantly, they're always scheming against you. You can't be friends with them. Are you depressed? Li Yi said to Lan Bao with a face full of dissatisfaction. Lan Bao, he really didn't know what to say. The current prime minister, the former prime minister, a large group of people, was living in his house, and he was still complaining. If it were anyone else, they would be burning incense. Brother Yi, don't give them anything. Li Qingqi also felt that the ministers were too much. It's just a few of them. It's getting cold. We still have to give them what they deserve. Otherwise, His Majesty will have to give them firewood. What's the difference between His Majesty and me? Li Yi was in charge. Anyway, he would give them benefits. Lan Bao was dumbfounded again. What's the difference between His Majesty and you? Are you His Majesty? Chapter 1230. Only one day later, a large group of people set out. Lan Bao's family of 3 went with the group. He had already prepared double the amount of betrothal gifts. Li Dan, noble consort Lu, Empress Wang, Wu Jieyu, Lu Jieyu, the little fellow, Bao, Princess Yongmu, and Li Qingqi. The others were palace maids, eunuchs, Zhuangzi's guards, and winged knights. All the carriages had wheels and were equipped with sleigh frames. The entire group consisted of 200 large carriages, more than 20,000 horses, and 5,000 winged knights. They had to travel nearly 500 miles, and every day, they would have to spend about 1,000 taels worth of food. Li Dongzhu, didn't you spend too much money to pick up my sister-in-law? Li Yi didn't mind the cold. He sat outside with Guozi. Guozi had a shed on the roof of his carriage with a heavy machine gun. Lan Bao rode a horse and looked guilty. We didn't go to pick up your sister-in-law. We went out for a walk. It's annoying to stay in Chang'an all the time. Usually, people eat like horses, but horses eat more when we're on the road. Don't worry, we have 800 to 800 coins a day. We can buy things from the people on the road. The people can also get benefits. Li Yi was open-minded. He went out for a walk to relax. It was boring to stay in Li family Zhuangzi all day. The group walked along the Wei River and then the Yellow River. They didn't wait for Li Yi's Sanmengxia city and arrived at their destination, Lingbao City. There was Tong Pass on the road and Hanggu Pass on the east side. The group raised the flag of Ba Huili family village. They didn't move fast, but the scouts ran around. Bai Gu and the others also wanted to come. However, they were afraid of delaying the imperial court's business, so they had to stay in Chang'an. The happiest person in the group was Princess Yongmu's mother, Lu Jieyu. She was the only one who came. Empress Wang obviously couldn't sleep with her, and Wu Jieyu was busy looking after Bao. She wanted to take this opportunity to get pregnant. It didn't matter if it was a boy or a girl. She was a mother who relied on her daughter's status, and her son-in-law was powerful. How long has it been since you last came out? Noble consort Lu sighed as she looked at the scenery outside through the window. Li Dan looked at the other window. The people here are doing well. Their clothes are thick. The procession had yet to reach Xinfen County. Since it was within the borders of the capital, the standard of living of the commoners was naturally high. They usually wore several layers of linen and stuffed them with straw. He was wearing leather shoes with fur inside. Seeing the Li family Zhuangzi come out, the people in front of him made way and bowed slightly to express their gratitude and respect. The palace maids and eunuchs dressed in palace attire were delivering candies, which were malt candies with sesame seeds stuck on them. She said that it was a gift from Her Majesty. As for why the Li family Zhuangzi's caravan was sent to Her Majesty by palace maids and eunuchs, there was no explanation. She had to figure it out herself. The children were given a piece of sorghum caramel candy and a layer of glutinous rice paper on the outside. With candies to eat, both the adults and the children were happy. They shouted Her Majesty's greetings, received the candies, and ate them slowly. The adults usually took a bite to receive the blessing of the imperial family and the blessings of the Li family Zhuangzi. Those whose children were not with them would take the candies home for their children to eat. Those whose children were with them would take the candies from their children's hands and eat them at home. When there are more pigs, we'll wear pig skin clothes in winter. Otherwise, we'll have to wear cotton-padded clothes depending on how much cotton we grow. Li Longji was in a good mood when he saw the smiles on the commoners' faces. He began to think about the future. It was not good to wear linen clothes to block the wind. It was heavy to wear several layers. When it was cold, the wind could still blow through it. The only good thing was that there was a shed by the imperial court on the side of the road that provided free hot soup. The commoners brought some dry food and dared to go out. They walked a distance and rested for a while. Even at night, they could still sleep in the shed. The imperial court spent money to support the people who looked after the shed and provided hope for the commoners. If a commoner froze to death and lived for a few more decades, the imperial court would lose more than the cost of a shed. Go get 2 bowls of soup and bring it in. Li Qingqi shouted outside. He saw a soup shed and wanted to see if the soup was good or not. Gu Yan No. 2 jumped down from the shaft of the carriage and found 2 bowls in the team to get the soup. After half a bowl, he ran back to the carriage with the soup and handed it in through the open window. There was oil floating on top of the soup. There were also chopped leaves of 2 cabbages and sporadic egg blossoms. Li Longji took a sip and nodded. Okay, looks like you've put in a lot of effort. It's not fishy. It's boiled soup. Li Qingqi took a sip and commented. How many eggs did you use? Look, there's eggs in every bowl. Noble consort Lu was afraid that the imperial court would not be able to hold on if they used too much. Keep stirring quickly with a spoon. An egg is a big pot of soup. It's all in every bowl. This oil is also a floating oil. When the soup is done, you have to stir it with half a spoon. Empress Wang knew about this and specially asked about it. They could also put the eggs in cold water and then break them. However, after it was boiled, the egg blossoms would not look good. 1 cabbage can make 5 pots of soup. There's 1 egg per pot and half a spoon of cooked oil. If there's no more, you don't have to add scallions to the pot. The rest is salt. Li Longji also said. The egg blossom soup looked good, but there was nothing wrong with it. The key was that it was boiled and hot. This hot water was what the people needed. Hot water with only salt was not as comfortable as soup. They're actually so frugal. Noble consort Lu was relieved. They could hold on like this. Li Yi was also drinking soup. Sitting outside was indeed not as warm as sitting in the carriage. Old Gua, do you want someone to assassinate you? Li Yi blew on the soup and took a sip. He asked Guazi, who was aiming with his sniper rifle. No. If we're careless, everyone will be in danger. There's no use crying over spilled milk. Guazi put down his gun and hugged it. I hope someone comes and tries. It's best if it's a big family. Then, we'll have an excuse to deal with the other families. Li Yi did not care about the danger. He still had weapons. He could not immediately deal with the aristocratic families. He needed stability. Many of the aristocratic family's officials were not clean. If he wanted to deal with them, he would find someone to investigate and implicate a lot of people. Which family did they belong to? Then, he would dig deeper and search their property. Or, he could find an excuse to dismiss their officials. Large caravans would be taxed. As long as they evaded a bit of tax, they would be fined a lot of money. In the future, he would not arrange for anyone from the aristocratic families to be in the imperial court. How to govern the country could be taught. He would let the children of the commoners become officials. Once the ordinary children were established, they would be replaced. Guazi took out a piece of beef jerky. The aristocratic families can't do anything because you're here. That's why they want me to die. I'm already sitting outside, but there's no assassin. Li Yi expressed his regret. I've given you a chance. Don't you want to find a death warrior to fight? They're not idiots. They're surrounded by winged knights. How can they have a chance? Do you dare to let the winged knights go back? Guazi tore off a piece of jerky and chewed it hard. Real jerky was hard. Normally, one would first put it in the mouth and wait for saliva to soften it before chewing. I'll soak it in the soup. Li Yi also took out a piece of jerky and threw it into the soup. What will the Tang dynasty be like in 2 or 3 years? Guazi looked at the people on the roadside and looked forward to the future. Chapter 1231. The overall standard of living of the people in the capital office will not improve by much. The people in the surrounding states and the states where the roads have been repaired can earn more money. Li Yi thought for a while and gave an uncertain answer. This was because he did not know how fast the technological development would speed up. The faster the technology, the better the lives of the people. The people in other places had extra money because of the indica rice. Hybrid crops needed time to be spread. Next year, the situation in Hebei province would improve. A large number of cotton seeds would be sent over and chestnut trees would be planted. Chestnuts were not cotton. They needed a few years to bear fruit. 6 to 7 years was a long time, but if one did not plant it, there would be no chestnuts. Pepper trees and pearl farming took many years. Only by doing it could one reap the harvest when the time came. There was also rubber. If one brought it over to plant, it would take many years to harvest it. Of course, for a small amount of rubber, one could harvest it first and then bring it back. Days passed like this. It was anxious to stare at one thing, but there were other things in life. Guazi thought for a while and did not understand. He asked, if the people earn more money, whose money do they earn? In his opinion, money was just that. If you earn more, others will earn less. How can you earn everything? What the people earn is the reasonable conversion of resources. Things that can be converted into money are placed by your side. You did not know how to make money before. Now that you know how to make money, won't it increase? Take bee farming for example. If you did not raise bees in the past, there would be no honey. After raising bees, the honey in the flowers would be provided to you through the bees. Li Yi used the simplest words to give an example of raising bees. Bean worms too. Guozi thought of another example. Losing a portion of soybeans in exchange for a large number of worms. Humans could not eat the leaves of soybeans, but eating worms was not a problem. There is also mineral fertilizer. Stones and plants can be turned into food. Other than being used to make fertilizer, feces can also be used to raise red worms. Red worms can be used to feed fish. When the fish grow up, we can eat the fish. Maggots can be used to feed chickens. We can eat eggs. Matter can be converted into something we need. Li Yi admitted that there was a certain amount of matter, but he did not think that the world's wealth was fixed. There were many things that could not be converted into wealth unless all natural resources could be exhausted, including wind, tides, and sunlight. We have to keep adding fertilizer to the fields, otherwise, the longer they grow, the less they will grow. Guozi began to worry about the land again. Normally, water and light are consumed the most. The fertilizer used in the soil. Hong Nong is not bad. I want to go and see the river. Li Yi finally said the reason why he insisted on coming out to play, which was to watch the river. There were many rivers in Hong Nong. There were about 2,000 rivers that didn't flow all year round, and even more rivers that dried up seasonally. You need to raise fish to look at the river. Guozi recalled what he had said just now. Clear the silt. The government will organize people to clear the silt. I can even pay for it. I will buy the silt that is cleared. There are a lot of mountains in the area, 7 mountains, 2 plains, and 1 river. Farming is done on the plains, so I moved the silt to the mountains to plant something else. I'll contract a mountain and raise chickens. I'll arrange a few people to manage it. Li Yi had already thought about it. The seasonal river would dry up in winter, and it would be perfect for digging silt. He might even be able to find loaches. Of course, the leeches can also be dug out and stung on the body. If you see it, put some salt on it. Don't pat it too hard, it hurts. Guozi smiled, feeling happy for the local people. Li Dongzhu indeed had a clear purpose for coming out this time. He also finally understood the meaning of the many shovels installed on the team's wagon. He went to find some wooden sticks to install the shovels and then dug silt and loaches. There's a loach feast, right? Guozi was hungry. There's also eels. If you want to eat, you can cook them. But I hope that someone can build a pond to raise eels. Li Yi was quite proficient in how to eat eels. He was thinking about artificially raising eels. His Zhuangzi family would raise eels together with loaches, northeastern forest frogs, and rice crabs. When he wanted to eat eels, he could take out some for others to try. If he wanted others to raise eels, he had to do the right thing. Ordinary people probably don't have time to raise eels, but rich people can. They can hire people to raise them. Guozi thought it was like a greenhouse. In the first year, the Li family Zhuangzi would plant it. In the second year, it would be experimented outside. In the third year, the people would be willing to borrow money or cooperate with the Li family Zhuangzi to build a greenhouse. This year, there was no need for them to do so. The people would raise their own money and then build a big greenhouse. The greenhouse would take a long time to grow and there would be less sunshine. In Hong Nong, the people still had to wait for others to succeed in raising eels and make a lot of money before considering raising them themselves. It depends on the ability of the local officials. Let me be the county magistrate. I don't need to pay for it. I promise that I will be able to increase the scale of aquaculture. 3 years is enough. Li Yi said casually as if he did not think it would be difficult. Guozi shook his head. Dongzhu, you can't be the county magistrate. You have to go back to the Li family Zhuangzi. If not, everyone will tie you up and bring you back. Yes. That's why I will go and take a look. I will teach the local officials. Those who are good in their studies will stay and develop the local government. Those who are not good in their studies will go against them. Li Yi stopped talking and ate the beef jerky in the bowl. He took a bite and said to Guozi, Old Guo, try this. Guozi dodged, I don't want to try it. I know it won't taste good after soaking it. Sometimes it's not good to be too smart. Li Yi said helplessly. It was indeed not tasty. He would rather chew it in his mouth slowly. Guozi sighed and took the bowl. He looked at Li Yi and shouted to the person riding the horse beside him, Old Fang, Dongzhu purposely soaked a stick of beef jerky in the soup for you. Old Fang stared at Guozi and rode his horse over. He bent over and took the bowl of soup. He raised his head and drank the entire bowl. As he chewed the beef jerky in his mouth, he flicked his wrist and the bowl flew towards Guozi. Guozi caught it easily. Look. There are still smart people around. At noon, everyone ate some instant noodles. The group stopped beside a relay station. Not only did they cook their own instant noodles, but they also provided instant noodles to the passers-by and those who were resting at the relay station. Ba Shui's Li family Zhuangzi and Dongzhu were on a journey. Naturally, they had to provide convenience for the people along the way. At the same time, they bought eggs from the local area. They put a poached egg in one serving of instant noodles. It was well done and not medium well. They were afraid of getting sick. With the addition of pickled vegetables, everyone ate happily. Especially the little girl. It was her first time eating like this outside. Of course, there were no oil packets or vegetable packets in the instant noodles. The group had a big jar filled with congealed fat, a big bag of dried green onions, and seasoning powder. When the people were eating, Li Yi shouted through the loudspeaker, I am Li Yi from Ba Shui's Li family Zhuangzi. Do you have any grievances? The people looked at him and shook their heads. No. This was the county of the capital. How could there be any grievances? The students who helped to fight the lawsuit had already been dealt with. You actually don't have any grievances? Why don't I encounter any grievances? Li Yi put away the loudspeaker and lowered his head to eat. I guess the officials in this county will be scared when they know about this. If the news spreads to the road ahead, all the officials along the way will be scared. Li Qingqi laughed. There were even people who took the initiative to ask others if they had any grievances. Chapter 1232. Li Dongzhu, if we have any grievances, can we go to the Li family Zhuangzi to find you? The people who were eating instant noodles shouted at Li Yi. Welcome, I love impeaching officials. Li Yi cupped his fists to express his gratitude. Everyone laughed. It was a serious topic, but in the end, it created a happy atmosphere. Right, is there a problem with the relay? Li Yi looked at the relay leader not far away. No, Li Dongzhu, there really isn't. I have accounts, and I remember each one clearly. The relay leader was about to cry. He had a high income now, and he really cherished his job. It was impossible to say that there wasn't anything going on. For example, the silage that he made and the alfalfa that he planted were different in terms of quantity. Usually, when he fed the horses, who could tell if he fed more or less? This way, he could sell some of the grass. He could also sell the concentrate. He took 2 kilograms of the bean cakes that the horses ate back home and steamed them for his family. He wasn't the only one in the relay. All the relay stations did this. The main reason was that they rarely sold them back home. If they sold them out, they were afraid that people would report them. The bone powder that the horses ate would be taken back to feed the chickens. The eggs that the horses ate would be fried by themselves. If they lost their jobs because of this, or even got beaten up, they would be wronged. Li Yi stared at the relay leader and just stared. The relay leader was calm at the start, but then he got nervous. He knelt down. Li Dongzhu, I only took less than 50 kilograms of bean cakes and 10 kilograms of bone powder. I will return it, I will make up for it. Oh, the people made a sound. You should. I even know that you secretly fed the horses eggs. You and the other soldiers of the relay station will return it double. Li Yi nodded his head. In theory, he could be flogged 80 times. Yes, yes, I will return it. We will return it double. The relay leader knelt there, sweat dripping down. Let me give you an idea to earn extra money. Get up first. Kneeling is useless. If I want to kill you, I will kill you whether you kneel or not. Li Yi didn't want to pursue the matter as there was no end to it. He was thinking about how to solve this problem. Since it was all because of benefits, then he would deal with it based on benefits. The innkeeper continued to kneel, not daring to get up. If you want to kneel, then kneel until you die here. Li Yi said lightly. I'll get up. The innkeeper stood up, trembling. His knees hurt. He had knelt too fast just now. Relay stations accept advertisements, and according to the degree of prosperity, the price of the advertisements will be different. Or maybe it's a commission seller. The people nearby have things in their homes, but they don't have time to go to the market. They'll leave it here and negotiate a good price. You help me sell it. After you sell it, you get a service fee. For example, if you sell something for 20 yuan, you get 10 yuan. Li Yi thought of ways to increase the relay station's income. That's right, owner Li. We are willing to advertise and sell the goods on your behalf. We don't charge you anything. The relay master nodded vigorously. Advertising? Why hadn't he thought of it before? Li Yi also nodded. As for the advertising fees, 80% will go to the imperial court, and 20% will go to the relay station's people. The relay station's manager will take 10 to 20%, and the other portion will go to other people. If the relay station chief is guilty of corruption, report it, and the relay station chief will be arrested. Whoever reports it will be the new relay station chief. Li Yi said with a smile. Giving more benefits to the relay station chief would make more money. The other relay soldiers looked at their relay station chief with expectant looks in their eyes. The relay station chief was speechless. He understood. From now on, if he did anything wrong, his subordinates would report it. The relay station chief would take 10% of the profits. How much money would that be? Everyone else would only get 10% of the profits. Who wouldn't want to be the relay station chief? Li Yi continued, since you don't want to take money from selling on behalf of others, why don't you treat the relay station as a small market and take a sanitary management fee? For example, 10 yuan per day. If it's a month, you can take 5 yuan per stall. That's a discount. The people who find the relay station to sell on behalf of others can just pay and ignore them. However, the relay station can't guarantee that it will sell. It's very likely that it won't be sold in the end. Li Yi was very familiar with this kind of thing. It was easy for him to operate, and he spoke of it as soon as he opened his mouth. The people who were eating instant noodles had long stopped eating. When they heard that the relay station would provide a place to set up a stall, the people nearby were tempted. The relay station was warm, and there was hot soup to drink. They brought things to set up a stall for 5 yuan per month. The more people that passed by, the more things they could sell. The relay station also sold black bread. It was 1 yuan per piece, and one could eat for an entire day. If they only ate one meal at noon, one piece of black bread would last them 3 days. The relay station of the capital government is running a trial operation. The advertising fee and sanitary management fee. Li Yi decided and lowered his head to eat instant noodles. He didn't need to discuss this with others. He could set the rules himself. If he looked for others, it would be the same in the end. Li Longji ate very contentedly and was in a good mood. When Li Yi encountered a problem, he immediately solved it. Not only did he solve the problem of corruption, but he also increased the income of the imperial court and benefited the people. Whether it was summer or winter, in other places, the people in the village had to go to the county town to sell. The local specialties of the village couldn't be sold. The county town was far away, and it might not be easy to sell there. With the relay station as a base, they set up a stall at the planned place next to it. It was winter now. If it was cold, they could keep warm and eat hot soup. Xiao Yi is a smart child. She came up with a good idea just by eating instant noodles. Noble consort Lu began to praise her again. Li Dan nodded slightly. This was a good idea. It gave the relay station chief the biggest benefit. Whoever took down the relay station chief would take his place. After the meal, Li Longji wrote a letter and sent it back to Chang'an. It was to be sent to the Political Affairs Hall and asked them to implement the trial operation of the relay station of the capital government. The team set off again. The relay station chief saw them off and hurriedly asked someone to go home to get the things. He wanted double the compensation for the things he brought back. He would make more money in the future. He didn't need this money. At the same time, he looked at each of his subordinates and felt that they were waiting for him to make a mistake. Money moved people's hearts. About 2 hours later, Li Longji's letter was sent to the Political Affairs Hall on a fast horse. He handed it to Song Jing and told him what had happened. You can't even stop eating instant noodles. Give me something to do. Song Jing sent off the winged knights and complained to Bai Gu and Su Yi. It's good to advertise. Bai Gu supported Li Yi and gave 80% of the profits to the imperial court. He thought about how to make money all day, but he couldn't think of a good idea. Li Yi went out for a trip and didn't leave the capital government yet. Su Yi sat there and brewed tea. There's a way to solve the corruption of local officials. Can we do the same in other counties? He felt that this method was more useful. He could take down his superior and become an official himself. His position would be promoted and his income would increase. Every rank would keep an eye on the people above them. When the superiors were on tenterhooks, they would be stricter with their subordinates. They would investigate from top to bottom. When the situation changed, they would look for problems from the bottom to the top. Song Jing shook his head. The days before the new year are not going to be easy. Before we left the capital government, Li Yi started to take action. When we leave, who knows how many orders he will send back. As long as I can earn money, I am willing to do anything. Bai Gu wasn't worried about the number of letters. Every letter that came would earn him money. How could those be considered letters? They were clearly printing coupons. Shouldn't we prepare a name list for the replacement of the local officials? Once Li Yi is found to have problems and is impeached, we have to appoint new officials. Su Yi was thinking about who would be taken care of by Li Yi. Li Yi couldn't tolerate the corruption of officials. Chapter 1233. Quickly estimate the value of the things you brought home and return them. If you don't have anything, exchange it for money. At the relay stations along the way, the relay captain shouted to the soldiers. They had received news that owner Li of Bahui Manor was looking for the official who had made a mistake. He wanted to have some fun. If it was someone else, they would curse them, but not Li Dongzhu. Li Dongzhu helped them earn more money. The imperial court gave them a portion of money, and they earned more from selling newspapers. Moreover, it included the money for sending letters and hosting others. They could also get a portion of the money. Commoners didn't need to pay to sleep in a shared bed. Merchants wanted to stay in a single room, so they had to pay extra. There was also the cost of horse feed. Li Dongzhu not only couldn't curse, but he also had to give blessings. According to the relay station brothers, in the future, when the relay stations accepted advertisements, the relay captain would take 10% of the advertising fees, and the others would split the other 10%. At the same time, they would help the commoners sell things and get health management fees. Wasn't this an increase in income? If they were still greedy, they wouldn't be able to forgive themselves even if they were beheaded. The nearby relay stations didn't have enough time to make up for it, so they just took out money and put it in their accounts. Many of them didn't have accounts, so they had to quickly make accounts. After a while, when the team arrived, they didn't stop. It wasn't time to rest, so they just left. Li Dongzhu definitely knows that we made up for it. Rumor has it that Li Dongzhu can calculate. The relay captain watched the team leave and said to the others. Everyone nodded in agreement. They understood Li Dongzhu. Aren't we sending people to investigate? Guozi still sat beside the carriage and swung his legs. Sometimes, when news is released, it's better not to investigate. Once they investigate and don't find anything wrong, they will be relieved when we leave. Then, things will happen. If we don't investigate, they will be worried and afraid that we will investigate. Li Yi was very good at this. He used to be like this when he was managing his employees. He couldn't always keep an eye on one person. If he investigated too much, they would sell milk tea. What about the officials in the counties ahead? Guozi knew that they would reach Weinan County if they continued forward. They stay outside the county at night and don't summon the county officials. They'll probably find a way to prove that there's nothing wrong with them once they hear the news. Li Yi wasn't worried about Weinan County. It was a county under the capital's government. In the past, the first batch of students were there as registrars and county officers. Now that the second batch of students had become officials, the students would keep a close eye on them. What they really needed to investigate was Huazhou's Zheng County. When we reach Huazhou tomorrow, ask the Huazhou provincial governor. Tell him that if he says there's no problem and we find out that there's a problem, we'll punish him. Li Yi pointed to the front. Under normal circumstances, if there was a problem with the local officials, they would not directly deal with the state officials. He would let the state government officials investigate first and then see the results. This gave them time to play games with each other. Usually, the deputy would be dealt with. For example, when the Prime Minister went out on a trip, there were people who were wronged. They knelt on the road and stopped people to cry out their grievances. The Prime Minister would not receive them directly. It was better to deal with them locally first. Governing the region depended on the local officials. The problem of a commoner was perhaps just a county official who was unlucky to be pointed out. The other officials did not complain. The prefectural government had given the order, and the county officials had to consider what to do. As long as the commoners were dealt with, there would be no problem. Li Yi knew that this was the rule of the officialdom. It was the same no matter what era an official was in. He didn't care. He was powerful, so why should he follow the rules? I have to investigate and deal with it immediately. The Tang dynasty lacked many things, but it didn't lack officials. Didn't you see that there were so many officials waiting to be assigned in Chang'an? In places far away, many officials would rather continue to wait than to be appointed. Huazhou was close to the capital's government. There was also the mountain where Li Yi raised the surrendered families, including Tongzhou. Can you find out the problem? Guozi thought about Huazhou and shook his head. Huazhou was the place where the entire state capital was taken over. At that time, Li Yi had personally helped to deal with it and solved the specific problems of many counties. How long had it been since then? If there were any more problems, he would lose his head. If I want to find out the problem, I guarantee there's a problem. For example, if there's no corruption, then I'll ask about the data. How many orphans and widows are there in which county, and how many children should be enrolled in school? Also, the yield of the main crops this year, the situation of the entire county, the cattle in the commoners' homes, and so on. Li Yi was very confident. It was easy to find the problem. Guozi shook his head again. You're making things difficult for me. You can ask Zhang Jiuling. He can tell you the specific situation in Guangzhou that he's in charge of. The data will not be wrong. Li Yi retorted. It depends on who is there. What if it's you? Guozi thought about Zhang Jiuling and nodded. Me? If I'm the county magistrate, I'll ask the provincial governor to come to the county every few days. Oh, Zheng County is where the state capital of Huazhou is located. I can also ask the officials of the imperial court to come to the county. Why should I ask people to investigate? We can ask them to come here and get benefits. For example, there's a project that benefits the people. The imperial court doesn't need to pay for it, and my county doesn't need to pay for it. When the project is done well, the people will benefit, and the imperial court will gain prestige. We need the imperial court officials to come and show their faces. The imperial court officials will definitely be willing to come and take a look. They can get some achievements and then go back with gifts. Li Yi had many ideas. The officials who were not capable were afraid of the higher officials. The capable ones would ask the higher officials to come down. He began to tell Guozi that it was not easy to be an official, especially a good one. He needed to protect the interests of all parties and make everyone satisfied through coordination. When he lowered his head to work, he had to look up at the road. Otherwise, he would not be promoted. Therefore, he had to find a way to solve the people's problems and get the higher officials' achievements. Guozi was dumbfounded. He thought for a while and asked, "You are so capable. Isn't the higher officials worried that you will take his position? Give him achievements. He will be promoted first, and you will be promoted. When you are promoted to a certain level, the higher officials will not be promoted. You must immediately change your position. Ask the higher officials to help and transfer you to another position. Then, you can continue to look for higher officials in this position. In the Tang dynasty, the easiest way is to get to know His Majesty. You can talk to His Majesty and you can submit a letter. Then, everything will be easy." Li Yi was very patient, although what he said was of no help to Guozi. "Oh, I understand." Guozi gave Li Yi a thumbs up to show his admiration. He was convinced. He was convinced. He finally understood that Li Yi's position was higher. He did not even need to submit a letter. Li Yi talked about the matters between officials and officials, ministers and monarchs. Li Yi himself did not choose any path. Ordinary people could not hope to follow the path he chose. They could not learn it at all. Now that he thought about it, this path was especially difficult. He had to continuously bring out good things that benefited the country and the people without asking for anything in return. When he was making money, he brought the people along to make money and helped the imperial court solve big problems. Little by little, this special relationship was created. Li Yi did not know what to say when he was evaluated as an outlier in the military examination. Chapter 1234. The procession did not move quickly. The county magistrate of Weinan County received the news in advance. He was the new magistrate after the previous batch of officials were taken down along with the provincial and county officials. His name was Zheng Yiqin. At this moment, he was panicking. He did not think that he had made any mistakes. He knew how the previous magistrate managed to survive. The provincial government did not even have a chance to struggle. Li Yi was coming. On the way here, he asked if there were any grievances. What was he trying to do? Go and check. See if there are any grievances. Zheng Yiqin found the magistrate, registrar and lieutenant. The three of them shook their heads. The lieutenant said, "How can there be grievances? There are things bought by the Li family Zhuangzi. They are earning money according to Li Yi's methods. If there were any grievances, wouldn't the people who sent the things to the Li family Zhuangzi say it? Can they keep it a secret for us?" "That's right. Now, the whole of Huazhou and Tongzhou knows how capable Li Yi is," said the county magistrate. The registrar nodded. He could guarantee that there were no problems with his accounts. "Have the houses of the people collapsed due to the heavy snow?" Zheng Yiqin asked again. Everyone shook their heads. The lieutenant replied, "After the flood, the houses were repaired. The people have money now and many of them are building new houses. A few days ago, I went to take a look. The number of livestock in the houses has increased. They are making silage." The registrar added. Zheng Yiqin looked at the magistrate. The magistrate shrugged. "A few days ago, you said that you did not use the mediocrity order this year. The people have already repaired the roads and embankments." Yes. This year, the magistrate did not ask the people to work. The people did it themselves. "Aya, is this considered a dereliction of duty?" Zheng Yiqin was paranoid and scared. In the past, when the roads and embankments were repaired, the magistrate gave the people 20 days of mediocrity in a year. This was unlike the imperial government, where mediocrity was abolished. The magistrate did not have to worry about the actual situation. When the people saw that the roads were not good, there were people to help them. The people in charge of selling local specialties to the Li family Zhuangzi called the people to repair the roads. Poor roads delayed transportation. The transportation was not convenient and did not make much money. As the river had been flooded once, people did not want it to be flooded again. Similarly, there were people who paid for it. Many people even built new houses. The original houses that were not good were also renovated. While they were at it, they added another house next to it. The commoners did not place their hopes on the government. If they could do it, they would do it quickly. What's the use of killing a bunch of officials if they flood again? Didn't the house get soaked? The only thing the government could do was to open the storehouse and take out the tools to give to the people. The people took it to work, and the entire Zheng County was tidied up neatly. When it snowed, the people would see which path needed to be left with snow to run the sleigh. The snow in the other places would be cleared. Rubbish was not allowed to be dumped casually on the river, and they were still counting on the river to transport goods. Zheng County's current situation was simply inconceivable. No, the commoners always go to the Li family Zhuangzi. Wouldn't they say anything? Do you think that Li Yi needs to come here personally to deal with us? He was just passing by. The deputy district magistrate was helpless. Since when did the district magistrate become as timid as a mouse? Zheng Yiqin stood there and thought for a moment before letting out a long sigh. That's right. It was the Li family Zhuangzi's idea that made the people work for themselves. Owner Li is here. Everyone, hurry up and see if there's anything wrong. Clean up. Li Dongzhu's team will arrive tomorrow morning. Let's clean up the streets now. Let's cook a meal for Li Dongzhu. Every time we go to the Li family Zhuangzi, we can eat good food. There are too many people. There are 6,000 people in total, right? I heard that the Winged Knights alone have 5,000 people. We have more people. Each of us has to contribute something. Without Li Dongzhu, how can we live? All right. We will contribute according to the amount of money we have. The rich will take more. Will the rich agree? Yes. I am Lao Cheng, and my family business is the biggest in the county. Lao Cheng, you are wearing a hat, and your eyes are almost blind. I didn't recognize you. Zheng Yiqin was thinking about how to welcome Li Yi when the shouts of the people outside could be faintly heard. The commoners are organizing. What should we do? Zheng Yiqin panicked again. Actually, he was quite calm. If not, he would not have been assigned to Jing County. Even if the Prime Minister came, he would not be so nervous. Li Yi was different from the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister had people to impeach, but who would impeach Li Yi? Even if the Prime Minister wanted to punish him, he would need evidence. Li Yi only needed to say a word. He did not even need to tell others. If he shouted at the commoners would probably bite the officials to death. Don't worry about it. Listen to me. The government office will not interfere. If the government office organizes and orders the officials, the commoners will act spontaneously. This will show how powerful Li Yi is. The county deputy thought of a situation. The county would not take the lead. This did not mean that the county was not capable. It was just to tell others that Li Yi was treated as his own. If the county took the lead, wouldn't it show that the commoners had no choice but to welcome Li Yi? Yes, let's wait and see. The official registrar had also thought it through. Really? Zheng Yiqin needed someone to give her a push. Yes. The deputy magistrate was certain. Okay. Zheng Yiqin clenched her fists. Her face was pale. She cherished her current position as the county magistrate of Jing County. In other places, the county magistrate could not find a good way to get things done. It was useless to be anxious when the commoners were living a hard life. In Jing County, when Li Yi took down the government officials, he personally took charge and confirmed the development model of all the counties. As long as the commoners followed his instructions, they would know how powerful those models were from the current situation. As long as the county deputy magistrate followed Cao Cao's instructions and watched the commoners' lives improve day by day, he would feel a sense of accomplishment. Zheng Yiqin did not know what she was afraid of Li Yi. It was not because Li Yi could impeach others easily. She was afraid of the development plans that Li Yi had left behind. Li Yi had only helped out in the government office for a few days. Until now, she was still following Li Yi's instructions. She did not make any mistakes. In just a few days of work, she was able to figure out all the counties in the government office and continue to develop. What kind of ability was this? She did not have any great achievements. If Li Yi came over to take a look, he would not impeach her. He would just say, why didn't the officials think of something new? Should she resign or should she be thick-skinned? The commoners outside did not know what was going on in the government office. They were discussing matters at the entrance of the government office. Everyone was discussing how much each family had to contribute, including the fodder for the horses. If there were more wealthy families, they would contribute according to the family's financial situation. The poorest family could work. They did not need to take money or items. They could keep it for themselves. As for the government office, the commoners felt that it was very good and did not cause any trouble. Yes, the commoners thought simply. The government office staff should just stay there and not care about anything. They would build the roads themselves and protect the embankments themselves. They knew how to do it. As for the rent that needed to be paid, if they did not pay, they would waive it. If there was a disaster, they would waive it for 3 years. Don't be anxious, everyone. Li Dongzhu's team is slow. They will only reach Weinan tonight. They will reach here at noon tomorrow. We have time. Old Cheng shouted loudly. He had earned the most, so he wanted to see Li Yi. When he went to the Li family Zhuangzi, he did not see Li Yi. Chapter 1235. The procession arrived at Weinan County before dark. The county magistrate of Weinan County and others stood by the roadside to welcome them. They knew that the procession would not go to the county government office. The local people were also there to welcome them. They were holding their belongings and waiting for the Li family Zhuangzi's procession to arrive. They were prepared to eat with Li Yi. They were prepared by Li Yi's people. Pigs, sheep, chickens, ducks, and mountain products were cleaned up after killing them. The people of Weinan County were rich. It was a county of the imperial government. Unlike Zhen County, the people of Zhen County had a better life than before, but it was still not the same as the imperial government's county. The county magistrate of Weinan County was very cautious. On the other hand, the students of Li family Zhuangzi were relaxed and did not care. When the procession got off, the county magistrate's eyes widened. He knew Li Longji. He thought that he was welcoming Li Yi. Who were these people? Looking at the emperor, those women should be from the imperial harem. That old man, could it be, Sun Guan, how are you? Are you used to it here? Li Yi asked the student who became the county magistrate. I'm studying hard. Why don't you change me back? I want to stay in Zhuangzi. Sun Guan felt that the county magistrate was not interesting. If he couldn't learn knowledge, he loved to learn physics and chemistry. You have to be an official for at least a year. It's hard to develop other subjects without being an official. There are many restrictions. Li Yi patted Sun Guan's shoulder. He turned to look at the stunned county magistrate, Chao Yunbin. Chao Mingfu, you've worked hard. You flatter me. Li Dongzhu is the one who has worked hard. Chao Yunbin did not know how to greet the emperor. This is my eldest brother, Duke Huaiben. The other is my third brother, Duke Fangchu. That is Elder Mu and Lady Mu. This is my third sister-in-law. This is Wu Jieyu. This is Lu Jieyu. My third sister-in-law's child, Shang and Wu Jieyu's child, Bao The others are palace maids and eunuchs. I can't remember some of them, so I won't introduce them one by one. General Gao will catch up in 2 days to serve Wu Jieyu and Lu Jieyu. Li Yi watched Chao Yunbin introduce the important people. Chao Yunbin bowed continuously, unable to say anything. He finally understood why Li Yi had so much power. His Majesty was his third brother. Is that elder brother King Song? The old man was the retired emperor and noble consort Lu. The winged knights and the people of Zhuangzi were busy cooking, and the people were eating sweets. Among the things that the commoners brought, there were hawthorns. The farmers set up a pot to boil rock sugar, laid out a board, washed the hawthorns clean, removed the seeds, and put them on to make candied hawthorns. A large group of children stood at the side and watched, waiting for the candied haws to be ready to eat. To other people, children are fearful and distant. The children treated Li Yi as one of their own. They all had longevity memorial tablets in their homes. Every day, they would remember to burn incense for His Majesty and Li Dongzhu. In summer, they would use mosquito coils. When the weather was cold, they would use the fragrance of grass. They did not pursue any taste, as long as they emitted smoke, it would suffice. If it didn't smell good, he would put the cooked dishes on the table before eating. Normally, offerings were for the dead and deities. The living didn't receive offerings. The commoners didn't care. Since there was no incense left, they would express their gratitude. If they felt that the food wasn't good, they would kowtow. The children met Li Dongzhu every day. When Li Dongzhu came, they didn't feel any unfamiliarity. Especially Li Yi, who was good-looking, was pleasing to the eye. Princess Yongmu was even better looking. Regardless of whether it was a boy or a girl, they were all willing to look at Princess Yongmu. Big sister, you are so beautiful. A 10-year-old boy came up to Princess Yongmu and raised his head to look at her. Thank you. You call me big sister Wen-Tian. Princess Yongmu said with a smile. Big sister, when I grow up, can I marry you? The boy was very bold. Big sister already has someone in mind. Princess Yongmu shook her head with a smile. What if I defeat him? The boy was very persistent. Over there. Princess Yongmu pointed to where Li Yi was. Li Dongzhu. Why isn't the beautiful big sister mine? The boy was depressed. Although he was young, he also knew how to be depressed. What about the one next to big sister? The boy took a step back. He took a fancy to Peach Blossom number 1. Actually, he felt that those palace maids were not bad. Gao Lisher wouldn't arrange for those palace maids who weren't good-looking to be placed in the Li family Zhuangzi. Then you have to pass the Grand Scholar exam and be in the top 3. When you pass the exam, big sister will ask Li Lang to find you one like that, okay? Princess Yongmu originally wanted to say that he first had to have a fragrant orchid pavilion. Later, she felt that money wasn't good for children. Okay, I will work hard. The boy was serious. Anyway, he felt that he had a chance. Then you go and wait for the candied haws to be made. After eating them, you will become smarter, okay? Princess Yongmu pointed to the place where the candied haws were made. Yes, I want to eat candied haws. The boy instantly forgot about Peach Blossom number 1 and hurriedly ran over. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to eat it if he was late. When the boy ran far away, the surrounding people couldn't help but laugh. Li Yi raised his head and looked over. He continued to speak to Chow Yunbin. The common people aren't ignorant in certain aspects. Sometimes, they will take an inch and want a mile. Sometimes, they will be willing to take small advantages. However, once the government has prestige, the common people will be more willing to listen to the government. The majority of people will follow the crowd. It is about guidance, correction, deterrence, and kindness. If you see the common people as unruly, the common people will be unruly. If you treat the common people as your family, the common people will naturally treat you as their family. Li Yi was talking about how to treat the common people. Everyone was different, and it was impossible to expect everyone to be the same. However, in the entire capital, there was no lazy person. The key was publicity in the newspapers. When a lazy person was surrounded by neighbors who started to earn money, he would feel a kind of pressure. In many cases, a lazy person couldn't find a way out. Moreover, the people around him all lived like that. Give him some encouragement, some motivation, some guidance, and some recognition, and they will change. Especially in the current situation where one village after another, the village chief was very powerful. If the village chief scolded you, you can't talk back. If the village chief hit you, you can't fight back. Therefore, the common people in the capital were all brainwashed and were willing to work hard. Li Dongzhu, I know what you are talking about. What can I do? Chow Yunbin was vexed. You have already arranged everything. I am useless here. Since you can't think of any new ideas, why didn't you write to me? Are you worried about your face or your status? When you can find someone more professional for the common people, you should go and find someone more professional. You shouldn't worry about not being able to think of a solution. Professional things should be done by professionals. What you need is coordination. Li Yi pointed out the source. Since your skills are not good, you should be able to manage things, right? He wasn't afraid of some of the officials at that time. He could find someone who could. Must the county head know how to farm? Must know how to increase production? There was no need. The county head just needed to find someone who knew how to farm and invite them over to teach the common people. Chapter 1236. In terms of local administration, Li Yi saw that none of the Tang dynasty officials were truly qualified. Was Du Jianjian good? Good. Was the road built by Zhang Jiulin good? Good. It solved the major problems of the people, especially Du Jianjian. According to the dynasty, it was even better than the Three Gorges project. But after solving the major problems, the small details could not be left out. To lead the people out of poverty, the county level was the lowest level in the Tang dynasty. At the village level, it was usually done by the local people, big families, or appointed by the county. The leaders at the county level should teach the leaders of the town how to do it, and the leaders of the town should teach the leaders of the village how to do it. Dujianjian was built well, and the road was well built, but many people felt that it was far from them. The most common thought was, what does it have to do with me? But it could not be said that the people who had this thought were wrong. They were just thinking about the immediate situation. In this case, the immediate problem must be solved. Increase the income of the people and mobilize the enthusiasm of the people. Look at the Zhang family village. In the past, life was not good. Some people even coveted the grapes of the Li family Zhuangzi. Now that the grapes were there, the people of the Zhang family village not only did not steal them, but also helped to look after them. Because they were rich, they did not care about the grapes. Chow Yunbin was listening. His blood circulation sped up, and he felt that he had found the right organization. Li Dongzhu, if I write you a letter, will you reply? He asked uncertainly. Am I not telling you now? As long as you don't say useless flattery in the letter and directly ask the question, I promise to reply to you. Li Yi felt that even if all the county magistrates of the Tang dynasty wrote a letter to him and asked about the development of the local area, he would be able to give a development idea. He knew the local minerals, climate, and terrain. Some species were suitable for planting or breeding. Tourism and finance were not considered. Only the primary and secondary industries could be used. If the road conditions were not good, the primary industry would be the most important. If the road conditions were relatively good, it would depend on the surrounding situation. Everyone could make their own things. If the surrounding area was not suitable for selling, they would need to go further. Li Dongzhu, Huazhou, and Tongzhou are not bad. Weinan will follow suit. I plan to let the people grow red dates in large quantities. Our Weinan's red dates are good, mainly because of their sweetness. Moreover, I've seen many red dates hanging from the jujube trees in the commoners' homes. Chow Yunbin told Li Yi his idea as if he was presenting a treasure. He had thought about it for a long time and felt that it was good to plant red dates. Even if there was no mountain, it would be good to plant 2 big jujube trees in front of the door. Li Yi smiled as he listened. When she finished, he asked, how do you plant jujube trees? Jujube seeds and roots. Chow Yunbin had obviously done his homework. Actually, there are also cuttings and grafting. So, how many years can the fruit be grown? Li Yi still asked with a smile. How many years? Chow Yunbin was not very sure. How many jujube trees do you want to plant in Weinan? Li Yi continued. Those with mountains, dig up other trees and plant jujube trees. Let Weinan become a jujube county. Chow Yunbin clenched his fist, indicating that he had an idea. Li Yi nodded his head. Even if we have 4 years, we still won't have a bumper crop. How much energy did it take to take care of the jujube trees for the past 4 years? How much manpower would it take? The time wasted would not be used to make money. What if the families lack money? That can be planted slowly, a portion a year, and the rest of the time can be used to make money. Chow Yunbin was stunned and quickly thought of another idea. Where should we sell them? How much is 500 grams? If we plant jujube trees together, how do we deal with the insects? Li Yi had another question. Sell. Sell. Where did the things in Huazhou go? Sell them to you, Li Dongzhu. Chow Yunbin looked at Li Yi. I don't want to buy them. Do you know how many jujubes were sent to Chang'an this year in Hunan province? From Weinan to the northwest, north, and northeast, the jujubes grown there are better than in Weinan. If I want jujubes, why don't we promote the planting in those places? Or even send people to guide the planting? Li Yi pointed to Xinjiang, Shaanxi, and Shaanxi, not including Hebei province. Just Hunan province alone provided a large amount of jujubes. Including Hunan province and Shandong province, Weinan was not suitable for people to plant jujubes. It was okay to plant some jujubes for themselves. Then, Chow Yunbin was shocked. He finally thought of a way. If the people delay other things and can't make money, it's useless even if you take responsibility. You can make a decision and promise, but in front of me, you can't just leave. Li Yi knew that Chow Yunbin had good intentions. He didn't think about making political achievements. He just wanted to work for the people. But the problem was too simple. The industries in Huazhou and Tongzhou could be developed if the Li family Zhuangzi accepted the gifts. What if the Li family Zhuangzi didn't accept the gifts? What's the use of collecting so many jujubes? Weinan was not suitable to be developed into a jujube village. Generally, jujube trees were planted in places that were prone to drought to strengthen the soil and prevent sand. At the same time, jujubes were sweeter in drought. Eating a few jujubes was like eating a piece of fructose to maintain one's life for a day. In addition, jujube wood was good. At the same time, there were jujube trees in front of the door. In the summer, neighbors would occasionally get jujubes to eat. The neighborhood was harmonious. Weinan was next to the Wei River. There were plains, mountains, and plateaus. Now, Weinan was vigorously raising livestock and fish. The area under cultivation formed terraced fields. Li Yi had already planned out the 20 counties outside of Chang'an. Weinan had jujube trees, but didn't need the government's intervention. If they really wanted to develop, Li Yi could say that each family could plant 5 jujube trees. The people would naturally plant them. 5 trees were enough, and they didn't need to worry about management. Chow Yunbin lowered his head like a child who made a mistake. He said in a low voice, "No more." Yes, we have a lot of persimmon trees in Weinan. If we use persimmon trees to graft jujube trees, it'll be faster. Our persimmon trees are very hard to process. The main thing is that the price isn't high. They can be made into persimmon pancakes. Jujubes are more expensive than persimmons. Why don't we teach the people how to graft? There are also mangrove trees grafted with hawthorn, and bitter apricot grafted with apricot. Let's implement it from the smallest aspects. If every persimmon tree is grafted with a jujube tree, when the date production increases, we can make candied jujubes. In the Tang dynasty, there are more and more people raising bees. The price of honey will fall. Li Yi said candied jujubes as an example. Only small jujubes can be made into candied jujubes. Small jujubes aren't sweet and can't be sold at a high price. Jujubes are delicious. Why should we use other things to complement it? Jujubes can be dried in the sun and stored in a ventilated and cool place. Otherwise, they will continue to melt and rot. Chow Yunbin bowed deeply to Li Yi, admitting defeat. He finally knew the difference. He was thinking about the scale and didn't think about who to sell to. Li Yi didn't even need to think about who to sell to. He used the local persimmon trees to increase the number of jujubes. If there are more jujubes, the people can eat them themselves. He even considered making small jujubes into candied jujubes. This was because he wanted to promote the method of raising native bees. The bees will split up and increase in numbers. Candied jujubes will also be good. The key was that Li Yi didn't criticize or blame him. He only asked a few questions. Chapter 1237. Adapt to local conditions, adapt to the time, and adapt to the people. Take the overall development as the framework, the technical support as the backbone, and the implementation of the grassroots as the details. Proceed from the actual situation, stabilize the idea of working for the benefit of the people, actively coordinate the functions of the various departments, and do not relax the lazy policies. Consolidate the foundation of the local industry, comprehensively investigate the industry's situation, strengthen publicity and education, boldly imagine, and carefully verify. Li Yi continued to lecture the officials of Weinan County. If you didn't ask and say what he said before, the current words would sound very hollow. Connecting it to the previous matters and listening again, one would find that he was enlightening and building a strategically advantageous situation. That's right, he wasn't joking. Li Yi was facing a county official. If it were a village official, what he said would be more specific. If it were a commoner, he would be giving ideas alone. What should the commoner do? Raise insects or plant dates? Don't be afraid of difficulties. Even plants have their will, let alone humans. Winter, then pine and cypress will wither. Wen Tian, am I right? As Li Yi was speaking, Princess Yongmu came over. Princess Yongmu nodded lightly. Yes, yes. We have determination, confidence, and ability. Those who know have no doubts, those who are kind have no worries, and those who are brave have no fear. See, even an ordinary beauty understands, Li Yi said to Chow Yunbin and the others. Chow Yunbin, he knew where these words came from. He agreed, but it was definitely not the words of an ordinary beauty. The eldest princess of the Tang dynasty was ordinary. There was only one eldest princess in the royal family. How was she ordinary? Do you, Li Yi, have some misunderstanding about the word ordinary? Yes, that's right. No matter what Chow Yunbin thought, his answer met the requirements. Have they eaten? Li Yi looked at Princess Yongmu. We still have to wait for an hour, but they want to eat fried mutton giblets and drink hot white wine to warm up. Princess Yongmu stated the purpose of her visit and asked Li Yi to cook. What do you want to eat? Li Yi ignored everyone else and asked Princess Yongmu first. Twice cooked pork and mutton with scallions. Princess Yongmu loved to eat meat with a mixture of fat and lean. Twice cooked pork had to be made with 3 layers of meat. Of course, the mutton with fried onions also had fat. Otherwise, why would they use fried onions? Okay, let's stir-fry the mutton giblets for them first, then we'll have the sliced liver. When they're done eating, we'll have the twice-cooked pork and the mutton with scallions. Li Yi winked at Princess Yongmu, implying that they were secretly eating. Princess Yongmu pursed her lips into a smile and nodded in support. Then the two of them walked away hand in hand. Li Yi stopped teaching. Ming residence, what did Dongzhu just say? I don't understand. An elder who was listening to the conversation asked Chow Yunbin. He said that as officials, we have to help everyone get things done. It's very difficult, but we have to persevere. Moreover, we already have a method. Chow Yunbin used the most straightforward words to explain the content. He didn't need to tell the elders the details. He would mention it when it was time to do it. The commoners didn't need to worry about this matter. The children were happier. When the candied haws were made, they each held a stick and ran around with it. The adults didn't care either. No one shouted things like, "Be careful, don't prick yourself." The children knew that under normal circumstances, none of the children who ate the candied haws would prick themselves. Unless they were spoiled since young and weren't familiar with the bamboo stick. When children ate the candied haws, they didn't need to directly remove the tip of the stick in advance. When the children ate the first hawthorn, they found that eating the second one was difficult. If they ate it horizontally, the corners of their mouths would be uncomfortable. They would bite the stick with their teeth and break it. After breaking off a section, the bottom would still be the first one. If they ate it horizontally, there would be a complete stick left. They wouldn't eat it. The children in the north ate the candied haws while handling the stick. Because their mouths were small, they couldn't eat it in one bite if they bit horizontally. Moreover, they couldn't bear to part with the candy. What if they didn't bite properly and the candy fell? How is it? Li Longji ate the stir-fried mutton giblets and asked Li Yi, who was continuing to cook. wholeheartedly for the people, but his methods still need to be improved. He's willing to follow the rules and has his own ideas. Not bad. Li Yi gave Chow Yunbin a positive evaluation. He could see that Chow Yunbin really wanted to benefit the people and not for political achievements. What about Sun Guan? Li Longji called out Sun Guan's name. A student in Zhuangzi High School. 220 people plus 42 people, he remembered every single one of them. Steady. Li Yi gave a one-word evaluation. He knew that Sun Guan had ideas, but felt that the time wasn't right. He had been waiting. After Weinan's development formed a virtuous cycle, he would talk about other things. Starting from small changes, it would be a big change in the end. As Li Yi spoke, he took a box filled with sand from the side. He took out 20 bean worms, pierced them with bamboo sticks, and fried them in a pan of oil. After they were fried, he put them on a plate with chili sauce and jam. There wasn't much jam, only enough for 2 bean worms. It was prepared for the little guy. The little guy was feeding Guozi candied haws. Guozi stood at the side with a heavy machine gun in one hand, his head turning back and forth. Li Yi wondered if the arm holding the gun would be able to react quickly in the face of an emergency. A heavy machine gun. It was very heavy. Wouldn't the muscles be stiff if he kept holding it? Guozi ate a hawthorn, and the little guy went to feed others. Wu Jieyu looked at the bag in the warm stroller and found that there was a road that was not only rugged, but also impassable. The little guy was different from other children. At such a young age, he actually knew how to win people's hearts. She even ate the candied haws and hawthorns sent by the little guy. The little guy's pure appearance made people want to protect him. If it was just that, then there was no need to worry. An imperial son who always wanted to please others would be very weak in the future. The scary thing was that the little guy's hands were red from the cold. Then he took off his clothes and put his hands inside to warm them. Even under such circumstances, he still maintained his smile towards others. This kind of perseverance and sunshine would inspire people. How old was he? When he was older, what would Li Yi teach him? Look, the local people chose a very good time. Now there are a lot of green garlic, which is suitable for making twice-cooked pork. Li Yi glanced at the green garlic covered with layers of grass curtains, which were all sent by the local people. Princess Yongmu knew that twice-cooked pork was delicious with green garlic. The spiciness of green garlic was different from that of garlic and garlic sprouts. Li Lang, what does that mean? She asked. It means that our duban is selling well. The duban made from broad beans is salty and spicy. Take advantage of any available opportunity to help the local development and establish a brand by the way. For example, the pickled mustard in Chuan. In the future, when there is no need to make money with chili alone, chili will also be popular in Chuan and around Dongting Lake and the Yangtze River. Now, the dried wild garlic and wet pickled vegetables are the most spicy. Li Yi said while cooking. In fact, when there was no chili, there was duban. People in other places were willing to use fermented beans. In Chuan, they used duban with salt. Fermented beans were soybeans, and duban was broad beans. The fermented bean sauce was salty and contained glutamic acid. The duban of broad beans was fresh and salty, and there was glutamic acid in it. The pickled vegetables in Chuan were mainly pickled, while the pickled vegetables in the northeast were mainly pickled. Therefore, the northeast never called themselves pickled vegetables. They were more like pickled vegetables. In Li Yi's Yunnan, pickled vegetables were also mainly pickled, but the meat was pickled. The pork was chopped, salted, sealed in a jar, and naturally fermented. Then it could be eaten directly. Yes. Princess Yongmu nodded. Chapter 1238. The commoners lit charcoal fires to warm themselves and ate outdoors. Lamps were hung up and lit by bonfires. The children ran around. To them, eating was secondary. It was more important to gather together and have fun. The adults drank rice wine and those who didn't drink had hot soup. The officials of Weinan County held chopsticks and plates and walked around. They talked to the commoners and sat at their table for a while to eat. Even if they were pretending to be close to the commoners, they had to make it look real. Li Yi continued to eat with Li Longji and the others. He didn't need to be close to the commoners. Li Dan got up and walked to the nearby table with his hands behind his back. The commoners didn't know him but smiled at him. Have you planted greenhouses? Li Dan asked a man in his 40s. For Mu. They said the price will be lower this year because there are more people planting greenhouses. I think we can earn more money than we could in the past. The person who was asked showed 4 fingers. He was wearing a new leather coat. Don't underestimate a leather coat. In the past, no one dared to wear it and couldn't afford it. They saved money for 2 years and bought a set without eating or drinking. Now, they wanted to buy a set a month, including the leather boots. People's spirits were different when they lived a good life. Good, it's good to earn more money. Li Dan was satisfied and looked at the others. As he looked, he met Chow Yunbin. He asked, "Are there any orphans in the county who don't have anyone to take care of them?" Chow Yunbin tried his best not to tremble. He took a deep breath and shook his head. Uncle Mu, no. Really? Li Dan wanted to confirm. If there is one, I'll cut my head off. Chow Yunbin swore. Indeed, there was no one. The county had a lot of money and the commoners donated money to the Grief Field Square. Ordinary commoners donated 1 or 2 taels a month. Rich people donated 1 or 2 taels a month. There were also old people in the village who lost their loved ones. People of the same clan or surname took the initiative to take care of them to leave a good reputation. Did anyone violate the law? Li Dan asked again. Chow Yunbin still shook his head. No, I can live a good life anyway, so why should I make things difficult for myself? I know etiquette when I have enough grain, I know honor when I have enough food and clothing, and I know honor and disgrace when I have enough. Well, as the local county magistrate, you can follow the rules. Here's a toast to you. Li Dan picked up the wine on the table. Chow Yunbin wanted to kneel and the retired emperor offered him a toast. Should he drink or not? In his panic, he turned his head and looked around, looking for someone. He saw Sun Guan. Sun Guan cupped his hands in the shape of a bowl and raised his head. Chow Yunbin hurriedly poured himself a full bowl of wine. When Li Dan brought him the wine, he tilted his head back and downed the entire bowl. Drink slowly. You'll get drunk if you drink too much. Go do your work. Li Dan took a sip. He could not drink the entire bowl of wine. If he did, it would cause trouble for Li Yi. Chow Yunbin felt as if he had been pardoned. He watched Li Dan leave before letting out a long sigh. Sun Guan didn't care and continued to be close to the people. He was used to it. It was not the first time he had seen the retired emperor. Li Dan turned a small circle and was very satisfied. If every place in the Tang dynasty could reach its current state, he would feel that the world would be at peace. Unfortunately, Shao Yi, it's still too slow. Only the people in the capital office are living a good life. Li Dan turned back and sat down to look at Li Yi. Slow. Li Yi was confused. He came to the Li family Zhuangzi in the first year of the Kaiyuan era. He started to make his move in the 4th month of the 2nd year of the Kaiyuan era. It had been a little more than 3.5 years since then. The entire capital office of the Tang dynasty was lifted out of poverty. Slow. Did he really think that the Kaiyuan era was a prosperous era? How could the people in the capital office reach their current state? Alas! I was too impatient. Li Dan showed an apologetic expression to Li Yi. He also thought about the time. Xiao Yi did not have it easy. On one hand, he led the people in the capital office to live a good life. On the other hand, he planned for the border. The entire Tang dynasty benefited in terms of newspapers, relay stations, farming tools, and so on. Looking at the capital office, the lives of the people in other places were much better than a few years ago. Li Yi could understand Li Dan's eagerness. The development of the country had to be done bit by bit, 5 years after 5 years. Life had to go on. No matter what, time would not stop. It will get better. Whether the people live a good life or not depends on productivity. The root of productivity is technology. Technology needs to be improved as a whole. If the industrial foundation does not meet the requirements, it will be difficult to support the technical theory. The cultivation of technical talents is based on the echelon structure. When the next generation comes, everyone will find that the economy of the Tang dynasty changes almost every year. Li Yi did not refute Li Dan. It was pointless. He was also anxious. There were few technical talents. He was trying his best to teach. He hated that he could not stuff all the knowledge he learned and found in the information into the students' heads in one go. Then, the students would go to various places to build various factories and pass on this knowledge to others. After a few years, satellites would be in the sky. After another 2 years, the moon would be kicked. Just thinking about it was impossible. The more it was like this, the more Li Yi felt that his country was great at that time. They were left so far behind. They also experienced a series of political changes. At the same time, they were under pressure from a group of countries. Under such circumstances, they stubbornly rushed forward. There were so many countries in the world. No one could reach the level of his country without being the underlings of others. Xiao Yi, why don't you force others to learn? Li Dan said to Li Yi, but looked at Li Longji. Li Longji did not care. He did not want to think about this. Anyway, he would let Li Yi arrange it. Find the children of the big clans and ask them to teach them basic lessons first. Li Yi thought for a while and gave a surprising answer. Li Yi had been targeting the big clans. By the time the big clans reacted, the military power was firmly in the hands of Li Longji. Too late, it was too late. Why? Li Qingqi put down the wine bowl. They have learned it. According to their nature, they must apply it. It is undeniable that they learn fast. They have money and power. They need to quickly transform production technology into productivity. I don't care how they keep secrets and how they turn. The knowledge they learn must be applied on a large scale to show its value. When they help to lay some foundation, I will erase all their advantages in the blink of an eye. Li Yi rubbed his hands together. From struggle to compromise, and from compromise to struggle, he explained the relationship between each other clearly. This was why his country needed foreign investment. The purpose of foreign investment was to make money, especially in industries. As for why the country was happy when foreign investment made money, it involved another problem. It was not a simple capital operation, nor was it a primary increase of jobs. Without foreign investment, would there be no jobs in the country? Sometimes, foreign enterprises even squeezed out domestic enterprises. Chapter 1239. Li Yi had his own views on foreign investment, and he guessed that the country was the same. What the country needed was foreign investment in the industry. Whether it was the primary industry or the secondary industry, the country welcomed it. The third industry was the least welcoming of foreign investment. The third industry was real estate and pure finance. The third industry was hotels, amusement parks, and other industries. The country supported them. In fact, for any industry, for a country, foreign investment had its benefits and risks. Li Yi's country was not afraid because it had a large population, a large land area, and the previous habits of the people. Otherwise, in the process of development, there would be a financial bubble and it would be empty. When it was empty, the country's currency would depreciate and a large amount of foreign exchange would flow out. When a country's people were used to deficit spending, it would be the time when the economic bubble was serious. The good foundation of the previous development was that the people were willing to deposit their money in the bank and not borrow from the bank. At a time when a large proportion of the people were in debt, the country's financial system would continue to explode. The risk of foreign investment was that the sudden withdrawal of foreign investment was a shock that no country could withstand. The advantage of foreign investment was to reduce the pressure on the domestic financial cost. When foreign investment made money, the overall national benefits would exceed the profits that foreign investment made. Most of the foreign investment in the industry was used for export. No matter how it was exported, the country's trade surplus would appear in the end. Because of foreign investment, countries would go down the path of weakness or slow development, especially the suppression of their own industry. Li Yi's country was not like this. Li Yi's country's people were awesome. A nation that could maintain its civilization for thousands of years after countless dynasties. Was it not amazing? How many dynasties in history had wanted to destroy this civilization? Therefore, no matter how much foreign investment came in and how it came in, it would contribute to this civilization in the end. And when this civilization's capital was injected into other people's territory, it would be a shock to other civilizations. Once they were in the same game, other civilizations would not be a match. Oh, other civilizations were not called civilizations, they were called regimes. Only those with legacies were called civilizations. Who had legacies? The foreign investment would not suppress the other industries in Li Yi's country. Instead, it would force the country's industries to develop. When the World Trade Organization came up with countless traps and harsh conditions for his country, in order to be able to enter the game, his country agreed. At first, those countries were very happy, thinking that his country had been fooled. As the development continued, everyone suddenly realized that the countries that had been fooled had become the mainstream of the organization. What kind of game was this? Why did he dig a hole and bury himself in it? What exactly went wrong? It would have been better if he didn't bring them along. He should have pushed them out like he did with the International Space Station. No, that wouldn't do either. After being pushed aside, they could build their own space station. Other countries attributed this to ideology, but the real reason was national characteristics. This was the way this nation was, and no one could change it. Because of this, Li Yi hoped that the aristocratic families would quickly develop so that he could use this opportunity to promote the emergence of new things. His current position no longer had anything to do with benefits. He wanted to realize his life's ambition. I'm even willing to teach the Japanese Empire how to build large ships. If I don't teach them well, I'll sell them for a high price. Li Yi's gaze was deep. It was as if he could see the various islands of the Japanese Empire. If they learn it, will our Tang dynasty still have an advantage in naval battles? Wu Jieyu put the baby to sleep in a special warm baby carriage and objected. In the future, when the Tang dynasty uses steam engines to build ships, the Japanese Empire can help us build them. Then we can buy them and install steam engines. If they start a war, it's even better. We can just fight them and invite the people who can build ships over. Li Yi had a traditional cultural mindset, but he also had a pragmatic mindset. He could learn the ideology of other countries, but he insisted on the excellent position of his own civilization. He knew that he was not the only one. Many people in his era had the same idea. It was a kind of pride that came from the bones and the depths of the soul. The beliefs of other countries were religions. Then, they talked about beliefs, but they also talked about democracy and freedom as beliefs. Wouldn't it be interesting for a religious person to attend an evolutionary theory class? No matter which religion they believed in, it was a blow to the theory of evolution. Especially when they said that a man's rib bone was missing, this was obviously wrong. Who was born in a manger and then gave birth to a child without a man? Was this a test tube? Therefore, their beliefs and actions were hypocritical and hypocritical. After that, there were all kinds of excuses and excuses. In any case, there was no way to justify themselves. China did not use them. China also had legends, but legends were legends. People would not treat them as beliefs. Li Yi felt that those countries took advantage of the weakness of Chinese civilization to become strong and then dominate the world in some aspects. Who was to blame for this? Blame the Qing dynasty. Chapter 1240. In Li Yi's view, the importance of foreign investment was to open up the international market. As long as there was a foreign investment, the goods must be sold. If the consumer index of the country was high, part of the goods would be sold in the country. If the consumer index of the country was low, the goods would be exported to other countries. Even their own country, for example, fruits. Of course, there was also the spicy cabbage factory in Korea, which was opened in the northeast and then sold back. If one product could open up a market, then when the technology was similar, other similar domestic products could also be exported. The export of foreign enterprises was sometimes a kind of exploration, and then the domestic products would quickly produce similar products. This way, sales would be easier. In addition, the foreign investment in the tertiary industry, the service industry, would also bring people from other countries to travel. The most terrible thing was the foreign investment in real estate, which would push up the housing prices. Then, the foreign investment would suddenly withdraw, and the situation would be the domestic people paying the bill. Some small countries were maliciously emptied because of this reason and suffered heavy losses. The capital of a large country could not be moved, but there were also operations that were specifically targeted at large countries. For example, food production. A group of big businessmen would be led by the country's second-in-command to buy food at a high price. In the end, they found that the food production did not decrease, and the price fell sharply. They were cheated. Now, Li Yi needed the big families to stand up and let the aristocratic families set up the factories. Or they could develop the factories in groups and impart knowledge to them. When the time came and the aristocratic families helped the Tang dynasty to develop, Li Yi would act. First, we need to supplement and perfect the law, but don't really enforce it against anyone. The aristocratic families will make mistakes. When they have enough money, we will start from the beginning. Li Yi said it as if it was a trivial matter. Everyone remembered the smuggling merchants bribing the officials along the way. They had agreed that they were not allowed to take money from the merchants. Li Longji did not say anything at that time when the merchants gave money. When the time came, the officials along the way would pay for the transportation. Hearing Li Yi's words, there was a familiar feeling. Yes, very familiar. Dig a hole in advance and wait for others to jump in. Good, Brother Yi's plan is wonderful. Li Longji was the happiest. The aristocratic families were no longer angry, but once there was a chance, they would jump up again. What should we do? Li Dan felt relieved, but she didn't know where to start. Run a class, run a study class. Ask for an official in the family, ask for a certain position, and ask for a certain amount of money. I'll teach them and collect money. I'll teach them how to make money. Li Yi casually came up with a plan. Lessons cost money, and they couldn't learn for free. If he said that he would give free lectures to the children of the aristocratic families would definitely be on guard. He needed to numb those people. Only the skills that could be learned with money were real skills. The more money he taught, the greater the benefits in the future. Li Lang, what are you talking about for them? Princess Yongmu was curious. She wanted to learn. Labor-intensive industrial layout, regional market monopoly, chain prepaid fee rebate model, and capital leverage. Then, the law will add labor protection, anti-monopoly, voluntary reporting of commercial and financial third-party supervision, and the proportion of deposit lock. Li Yi explained how to operate and how to prevent and deal with it. He had all kinds of methods, and he also had them back then. It was just that there was a law to rely on, and there was a problem with the enforcement of the law. It was definitely not something like raising them first and then wiping them out. It was different from his current purpose. I don't understand. Is there anything else? Princess Yongmu listened to the nouns and felt that she knew the meaning of each word. When they were put together, she didn't understand. The easiest way to make money is to pre-sell, for example. Li Yi began to give examples. It was very common for him to build a house. Before the foundation of the house was laid, he would ask others to buy the house first. He would draw a plan and then explain how valuable the house would be in the future. If he bought it now, it would only cost 100 yuan per square meter. In the future, it could be sold for 300 yuan or even 1,000 yuan. If he didn't do what he promised, Li Yi would return the money back. For example, if he used the money to build a house and suddenly raised the price, he would return the money if others didn't agree. He didn't need to pay interest. He used other people's money to build a house and sell it at a higher price. If he didn't have a conscience, he would transfer the money through a series of operations, such as buying cement and stones at a high price. The money would be sold, and then he would find that the calculation of the stones and cement was wrong. He would sell them at a very low price. Then he would continue to buy other things at a high price and sell them again. The money would be transferred, and it would seem that there was nothing wrong with it. What's more, he could directly transfer the money away. If there was no more money, even if you caught me, I wouldn't be able to take it out. If you were willing to use money to save yourselves, I would build another house for you. Otherwise, you would kill me. So many people were waiting for the new houses to be built and moved in. Suddenly, their life savings were all gone. I can only find the government. It's better to find the government. I can ask the government to help me get money. Without money, how can I continue to build? Li family Zhuangzi's operation will definitely deceive countless people. Li Yi said with a smile. The surrounding people's faces turned ugly. They were frightened. This was even more terrifying than the story of high debt. He was directly robbing them. Brother Yi, you can't teach this. You can't teach this. Write down what you want to teach in detail. Give us a few examples. Let's take a look first. When Li Qingqi and Li Yi did business together, it was always a normal operation. Only today did he know that there were so many unconventional methods. In comparison, Li Yi's bad behavior of selling kerosene lamps, thermos bottles, and bicycles was really good. At least others could buy them and they were worth their value. The one who built the house was a scam. Sure, I'll take the time to write it down. I'll give you a clear example. Li Yi was very calm. As long as the law was added, it would be easy to deal with. The collusion between officials and businessmen, inaction, connivance, and not adopting capital restrictions were all man-made factors. It was mainly because the officials wanted to achieve results, political achievements, and benefits. Then the people suffered, and the imperial court gave the officials an internal warning. What? The internal warning was too light. The people were not willing. That's easy. A serious warning and a transfer to a new job. That should be enough, right? Still want to make trouble? Okay, a certain official will be removed from his current position. After a few days, he will be reused in other places. Li Yi did not agree in the Tang dynasty. What a joke. Do you think you can protect each other when you make a mistake? Do you think you will be punished lightly if you take the blame for others? Li Lang, say another one. Princess Yongmu was addicted. It was the first time she had encountered such a fun thing. Okay, you can sell shoddy goods as good ones, but not directly in person, but through a platform. For example, you want to sell shoes. Take out the good shoes first, and then put them on the Li family Zhuangzi's platform to display. The people think the price is so low and the shoes are good, so they give the money to the Li family Zhuangzi and wait for you to send the shoes home. Li Yi once again took out a disgusting e-commerce platform operation model. Chapter 1241. The shoes that are actually delivered to the people's homes are different from the samples. They're too inferior, but you can return them at any time. The people will first write a letter to you at the relay station to explain the situation. You agree to return the shoes, then the people will take the shoes to a nearby relay station and spend a sum of money to send the shoes back. After that, the money will be refunded to the people, including the cost of delivering the letter and goods. Li Yi explained the routine. He hated it the most. Then the people didn't suffer a loss. Princess Yongmu didn't understand. Many people don't want to go through the trouble and find someone to write letters to if they can't read. If there's a lot of money, it's fine. But if it's a little more than 10 coins, it'll delay the work. In fact, this is considered selling fake goods. It's not fine to just return them, but it should be treated as producing fake goods and selling fake goods. Li Yi understood this very well. It was to promote economic development, and then the relevant departments ignored the laws and regulations. It was not a lazy government, but a shameless government. The government acted shamelessly with the people. They didn't solve the problem, but dealt with the people who raised the problem. Getting rid of the disobedient people would save them a lot of trouble. Li Yi also knew that the Tang dynasty used to be the same. Those who stood on the wrong side were dealt with. This included Yao Chong. When it was time to resign, Yao Chong didn't want to resign. Li Longji dealt with an official of the Crepe Myrtle Order to remind Yao Chong. Yao Chong took the initiative to resign. After that, Li Longji still asked Yao Chong for advice whenever he had time. Bai Gu, Lu Huaishan, Wei Zhigu, and the others died too early, especially Bai Gu. Now that many people were here and had formed a group, Li Yi didn't want to indulge and let them go. Brother Yi, let me toast you. Li Longji raised his bowl. Li Yi hurriedly raised his bowl. The two clinked bowls and drank it all. Li Yi burped. Can't drink anymore. Drink slowly. Brother Yi, meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. Li Longji personally poured a cup of wine for Li Yi. He was afraid. If he hadn't met Li Yi, who knew what would have happened with Li Yi's methods? Third brother, me too. Li Yi held the wine bowl with one hand and took the wine with the other. Wu Jieyu stared straight at Li Yi. She originally thought that her methods were sufficient, but Li Yi had inadvertently ruined it. Only now did he realize that the little tricks he knew were nothing in front of Li Yi. She wanted to hand her son over to Li Yi. Li Yi's character was good. He obviously knew so many ways, but he chose the path that benefited the country and the people. Not only was he impeccable, but he also knew a lot of ways to trick people. If his own son taught Li Yi, in the future, he could be someone like Li Qingqi. Yes, an elder brother. Wu Jieyu gave her son a position and didn't want to fight for the throne. If he didn't have a chance, he could kill the current Jin, and create another Jin, She looked at Li Tan. The two big wounds on his face had already healed. Only shallow marks were left. They would continue to fade in the future and eventually become the same as the rest of the skin. Killing, saving, tricking, and helping others were all in Li Yi's mind. Noble consort Lu smiled and took a sip of wine. She usually didn't like to drink, and she didn't eat much meat. She always preferred to be a vegetarian. Ever since she arrived at the Li family, Zhuangzi and Li Yi arranged a diet. She began to eat meat. After eating meat, her complexion improved and she looked much younger. Shao Yi, I also toast. Noble consort Lu raised her wine cup. Without waiting for her to finish, Li Yi moved quickly. Lady Mu, I toast you. With that, Li Yi took a big gulp of wine. He said he wouldn't do it. If he did, he wouldn't be able to eat anymore. Noble consort Lu wanted to drink the whole cup of wine, but seeing that Li Yi didn't drink it, she drank a third of the cup. She looked better because Li Yi had exchanged some pills for Li Dan. Li Dan was already so old, but she could still do it at night. With exercise, she felt more than 20 years younger. Okay, no problem. Chow Yunbin hid in a corner and pulled Sun Guan. You've passed my test, right? What test? Do you think you've passed the test by talking to people? The real test is the people. The people can provide a lot of food for everyone to eat. That's your contribution. Sun Guan didn't care about what he came into contact with. He could come into contact with anyone he wanted. The key was that after Chow Yunbin became the county magistrate, the people's lives were still prosperous. Dong Zhu didn't care what people said in front of him. If you had the ability to increase the people's income by 10 times, Dong Zhu wouldn't be angry even if you scolded Dong Zhu loudly in front of him. Dong Zhu was weaker in the process than the result. The result was good, but the process was flawed. Dong Zhu approved. The result was good. It was good for the people, not good for suppressing the voice of the people. Do you know all of them? Chow Yunbin asked in a low voice. What do you think? Sun Guan asked. He felt that Chow Yunbin was very smart and didn't talk nonsense. Aren't you afraid? You knew before. Chow Yunbin envied Sun Guan. Sun Guan stayed in the Li family Zhuangzi and could see anyone. At first, I was scared when I found out. Later, I found out that it was nothing. Your heart is in the Tang dynasty, and you work for the imperial court. You're not greedy or greedy. What are you afraid of? Sun Guan recalled the past and was just as frightened as Chow Yunbin. He could see them every day. How could he be afraid? The emperor didn't eat people. In the Li family Zhuangzi, he was very gentle. He even played chess with his father. Both of them were sweating profusely. Yes, yes, yes. I'm not greedy or greedy. Chow Yunbin finally found a reason to convince himself. As the county magistrate, he had no chance to be greedy. The people were watching. Ordinary people couldn't do anything even if they knew there was something wrong with the county magistrate. The people in Weinan County were rich. They grew greenhouses and knew a lot of things. If an official in the government office didn't do a good job, the people could spend money to complain to Chang'an. They were rich and knew who to look for. Of course, they would look for Li Yi. It was easier to look for Li Yi than to look for other officials. Let's look for Dong Zhu later and ask him about the next step. Although Dong Zhu explained a lot of things just now, it's not enough. Sun Guan had been thinking about how to make Weinan County improve the living standards of the people. Chow Yunbin took a deep breath to boost his courage. He nodded and agreed. Yes, let's ask together. The people who ate didn't care about anyone's status. They only had Li Dongzhu in their eyes. Unless Li Longji exposed his identity, the people would be happier. So the emperor was here. Li Dongzhu, I'm here to propose a toast. A burly man, whose face was red from drinking, came to Li Yi with a bowl of wine. As he spoke, he raised his head and drank all the wine. He turned the bowl upside down and didn't miss a single drop. Li Yi picked up the bowl, took a sip, and nodded. You're not allowed to drink anymore. The cold weather is suppressing the absorption of the alcohol. If you drink again, when you reach a warm place, you can vomit. Otherwise, go home and sleep immediately. No, go to the tent and sleep. Come, help this person to rest. Got it, Li Dongzhu. The burly man was obedient. Obviously, he was still conscious. Otherwise, he would shout something like, I'm not drunk. Lie on your side. Otherwise, you'll feel uncomfortable, Li Yi added. Chapter 1242. Fang Laoqi, you can't drink anymore. You can't drink anymore. Someone jeered. Yes, Li Dongzhu said I drank too much, so I drank too much. I'm going to sleep on my side. Fang Laoqi didn't feel embarrassed at all. He was still conscious. If someone else told him that he couldn't continue drinking, he would have turned hostile until he vomited and lost consciousness. He listened to Li Yi's words and resolutely carried them out. Li Lang, they are very obedient to your words. Princess Yongmu was happy. That's because they know that I'm working under His Majesty's guidance. They can't see His Majesty, but they can feel His Majesty's kindness. Li Yi knew what to say. When he spoke, he held Princess Yongmu's small hand. Li Longji, third brother, am I right? Li Yi continued to touch Princess Yongmu's hand and asked Li Longji. Yes, you're absolutely right. Little brother Yi, you're amazing. Li Longji gritted his teeth and said. Everyone around them laughed. Princess Yongmu's neck was red, but she lowered her head with a happy expression. Zi, want to drink? Li Yi called Guozi, who was sitting in the ambulance next to them. Guozi only ate a chicken thigh and didn't eat anymore. He wasn't full at all. He could eat more than 20 chicken thighs. Now that the chicken thighs were big, his appetite was even bigger. After eating a chicken thigh to ensure his nutrition intake, he didn't eat anymore. He wore a military coat and sat in the ambulance. To be precise, he sat in the middle of a pile of weapons. The most eye-catching one was the heavy machine gun. Li Yi had reloaded it with 1,000 bullets. Li Yi valued Guozi the most because in history, Guozi was loyal enough. He was loyal to the point that he had military power and the soldiers were loyal to him, but they didn't rebel. He was loyal to the point that his son married a princess. The princess quarreled with his son every day and said that she wanted her father to teach his family a lesson. Then his son said, "Do you think your father is very powerful? My father just doesn't want to be the emperor. Otherwise, he could do it any time." Guozi beat his son and brought him to the emperor. The emperor said to his daughter, "He's right. We're relying on his protection now. Don't make a fuss. Live well." There was also Guozi's nephew, Guo Xian, who had been recommended by Guozi. He had guarded the western regions for decades, and his hair had turned white. He had fought to the last man. It could be said that the family was fiercely loyal, the strong wind knew the strong grass, and the board knew the loyal officials. Therefore, Li Yi treated Guozi especially well, and at the same time, he was not worried. Just like how Li Longji trusted him, if he wanted to usurp the throne, he could succeed at any time. When an emperor faced such a person, as long as he was not muddle-headed, he would definitely not kill him. The emperor himself did not have absolute power and relied on the support of others. Eat meat. The little guy Shang'er raised his head and saw Guozi, who was holding 3 slices of roasted meat on his plate with both hands. Li Longji kicked out. When his foot touched the plate, he retracted his strength and pushed it away. The plate flew up with the meat in it. Guozi easily caught it. "Yes, sir." Wu Jieyu looked at her son in the warm cart and confirmed again that she could not win. She finally understood that Shang'er was too good at buying people's hearts. The key was that when the little guy bought people's hearts, he did it from his own heart and did not have any utilitarian motives. He did not know how to fight. He simply liked you and was willing to share good things with you. Tao Hong and the others in the 4 classes were all bought by him. The winged knights were also bought by him, including his own son. Shang'er could play with his younger brother, Bauer, by shaking the rattle. When Bauer heard the sound of the rattle, he would smile, and then Shang'er would also smile. "I'll give you a chicken head, a big rooster." Li Yi put a chicken head that was not very spicy on the little guy's new plate. The little guy did not know what his brother-in-law meant. It was fine as long as he had delicious food. But the others understood. A chicken head, a rooster head. Li Yi still insisted on the little guy's status. He decided that he was the legitimate son of the emperor and taught him personally. Li Yi did not agree that others could not do it. "Brother Yi, have they received the news that we are going to Jin County tomorrow?" Li Qingqi held a pair of chopsticks in each hand and dissected the chicken head for his nephew, Shang'er. "Don't separate it too finely. Let Shang'er eat it himself. The bones are crispy after braising it in the pressure cooker. It's just that the soaking time is short." Li Yi did not agree with the adults to solve everything. The child could eat it himself. If you always carried the child would never be able to stand up. It was like learning to skate. After the parents bought a pair of ice skates for the child without a coach, they would support the child and let the child push the chair to skate. For the children with a coach, the first thing the coach taught them was how to kneel on the ice and stand up. First, they sat on the ice and then changed to a kneeling position with both hands on the ice, one foot in the same position, and the other foot in the same position. Then, they stood up. There were no chairs and parents were not allowed to support them. The child had to stand up by himself. When he was able to stand still, he would then open his legs and move forward. With a good coach, as long as there was no problem with the ice skates, the new child could slowly move forward by himself in 2 hours. Some people found that they could not walk after wearing the ice skates rented in the ice skating rink in the north. It was very simple. If you were good at skating, you could at least support the ice skates. If you did not even play skating, don't waste your money. If the upper of the rented ice skates was soft, then it was the stepping edge. The ice skates were not good. If you wanted to skate freely with the rented ice skates, you must be able to skate in all positions with your own ice skates. Shang'er was now in the Li family Zhuangzi. He received the kind of extraordinary education, including sports. He had his own ice skates, which were soft and made by Li Yi alone. It was very difficult to step on the ice skates. Stepping on the ice skates was not a shoe, but a blade. It was the feeling of stepping on a steel wire barefoot. When people from the south went to the north for the first time, they would first ask the rental if there were any ice skates or ice skates. If there were no ice skates, then don't play. The little guy was not like that. He was young and had a fast metabolism. In daily life, Li Yi tried to let the little guy do some things alone. This included skiing. The basics of skiing were actually simpler than skating. Shang'er had been growing up, but he did not know what kind of education he received. Anyway, he was always very happy. He could even recite the multiplication formula. When Li Yi taught him, it was like a game. The little guy learned quickly. If you treated it as a burden, you would not like to learn. If you treated it as a capital to show off, you would work very hard. "Brother Yi, the speed of the team is slow, but the speed of the news is fast. Will there be a problem?" It was daybreak again. Li Qingqi was in a dilemma. Li Yi suppressed the team's speed. If he did not suppress it, they should have arrived at the destination by this time tomorrow. However, Li Yi was leisurely and did not seem to be in a hurry. It's just to send them information. The main purpose is to put pressure on them. We need to know more about the situation in Jin County. Li Yi already knew about the problem at the next station. This team must understand the local situation before they set out. He deliberately wanted to see what the local administration would do. Chapter 1243. There were many commoners in the middle of the procession. The commoners were traveling in Zheng County or that direction. When the procession caught up with them, they immediately joined in. The commoners walked on their own feet. There were sleds in the procession, so it was convenient for the commoners. At the same time, they could save on dry food. Lan Bao's family was not in a hurry. The winged knights had gone to Hong Nong in advance, so they should have arrived. Minamata Kazuko was practicing the Tang dynasty language hard. The old lady looked very good. "Brother, where are you going?" Li Yi saw a man in his 30s bringing a 7 or 8-year-old child into the procession. He sat on the same sledge and asked, "Yuesheng." The father picked up his son and placed him between his legs. "Where are you going?" Li Yi continued to ask. "The child's mother's family is planting greenhouses. I'm going to help." The man answered. "Sister-in-law didn't come with you?" Li Yi looked around. She went first with her youngest daughter. "I still have work to do at home. I'll go after I finish it." The man covered his son's ears with his hands. It was cold. Li Yi took off his head and put it on the child's head. "It's warm now. What kind of dry food did you bring?" "Black bread. There are post stations along the way. There's one for 10 miles. I'm not afraid of not being able to walk." The man showed a simple and honest smile. For the commoners, one post for 10 miles solved a big problem. No matter what season it was, how could they not be able to walk 10 miles? They could rest at the place and have free soup. Black bread was easy to store and cheap. 1 coin for one. It was very big. It was written in the newspaper that there would be no problems with eating black bread. Although there was bran in it, the overall price was definitely more than 1 coin. Now, many places that hired servants to grind flour made black bread and sold it at a loss. The merchants who did not provide black bread or asked for 2 coins for one were now offering 1 coin for one. Not all people who bought black bread were poor. Black bread was hard and did not spoil easily. It was convenient to eat, especially when there was soup. Sometimes, the commoners would prepare a pile of black bread at home. Then, they would change to rice or noodles. If they did not provide 1 coin for one, the commoners would not buy other things. "Have you eaten breakfast?" Li Yi asked the child wearing a hat. The child shook his head. "Prepare to eat at the next station. Go and ask who hasn't eaten yet. Prepare a set of crepes for everyone." Li Yi ordered without even turning his head. A horse at the side leaped out and looked for someone to make crepes. The carts were loaded with goods and provided with food at all times. There was a look of anticipation in the child's eyes. He seemed to be very happy. He had eaten the crepe before. "Li Dongzhu, I've made you spend a lot of money. The hat is fine. You'll feel warm after wearing it for a while." The father reached out to take off the boy's hat. "I gave it to my child. I've been annoyed by this hat for a long time, but I never had the chance to throw it away." Li Yi pressed his hand on the hat. "How can I do that?" No. The man grew anxious. "Do I need a hat? I have money. Listen to me, wear it." Li Yi shook his head. After saying that, he let go, and the man didn't dare to take it anymore. "Li Dongzhu, what kind of hat is it? It's so warm." The child got a hat and was very happy. "It's a dog skin hat made of rabbit skin." A dog skin hat refers to the shape of a hat, Li Yi explained. His hat wasn't expensive. He didn't need tiger or fox skin. It was just an ordinary wild rabbit. There were many of them in the mountains, and sometimes in the fields. They bred quickly and had a short growth cycle. When the crepes were ready, someone rode a horse to deliver them. Li Yi jumped off the sleigh and went to Li Longji's cart. He looked for Li Qinqi. Brother, I thought of something. Just now, the child asked me what kind of hat is made of. Rabbit skin. Li Qingqi gave the answer. I know it's rabbit skin. Let's try to raise rabbits. I have a way to raise them. Li Yi used to have rabbits at home. The Harbin white rabbit he raised at that time was the Harbin white rabbit. There was no such breed in the Tang dynasty, but there were other wild rabbits. Make money. Li Qingqi was interested. There were many rabbits now. As long as they were in the mountains, they could definitely catch them. When the crops were harvested in summer and autumn, some dogs would help to bring the rabbits over. Rabbits grow quickly and eat grass. The breeding cycle of livestock is long, but rabbits are different. Rabbit meat can be eaten, and rabbit skin can be used to make things. 1 mu of land can easily raise 5,000 rabbits. It takes about 8 months from breeding to breeding. Li Yi mentioned the data. Compared to poultry, raising rabbits was also very profitable. The key was the rabbit skin. Rabbit skin was more useful than chicken feathers. Although duck feathers were good, the production was low. Let the people raise them. Li Qingqi instantly thought of the operation of raising pigs. Shopkeeper Liang and the others built a large pig farm. At the same time, they cooperated with the people in the prefectures north of the capital. The people raised the rabbits according to the requirements, and the pig farm took the money. Li Yi shook his head. We can't let the people raise the rabbits themselves. It's tiring. Raising a small number of animals will waste time. It's better to do other work. Raising a large number of animals requires a place or cages. The cost is high. There are also many things that are inconvenient for the people to obtain. Let's find a wasteland with low production and no one planted it. We'll enclose it and hire people to raise the rabbits. Li Yi was worried that the people would kill the rabbits. Rabbits die easily. Without using antibiotics, they had to clean up the places where the rabbits moved and slept. It was difficult for one household to support the work. If several or more households worked together, there would be situations where they did not put in effort. It would not be good to eat from a big pot. How would the profits be distributed if they worked more or less? Would it be based on work points? Who would be responsible for giving out work points? Li Qingqi nodded. Should we start collecting rabbits now? When it snowed in winter, there were traces of rabbits on the mountain. The rabbits could not run fast enough on the snowy ground. However, they could not set a trap. If they set a trap to catch the rabbits would struggle and be tightened. In the end, the rabbit would be strangled to death. They had to use a net. However, they needed someone to guard the net. If they set the net at night and caught the rabbits would not be able to get out and would freeze to death. What about clamps? They had to raise rabbits that were in good condition, not disabled rabbits. They had to train dogs to pounce on the rabbits and not bite them. They could either ride a horse and hold a net in their hands and throw it out to cover the rabbits. If their riding skills were good, they could also catch the rabbits. If they could catch sheep, they could also catch rabbits. Train the winged knights. Li Yi gave an idea. It would be a waste if they did not make use of the manpower. There are also 30,000 recruits trained on Taibai Mountain. Li Qingqi did not forget about the other army. They were hired to fight in the highlands. Now that they were eating and drinking so well, they needed to see the results of training. It was better to send small teams to catch rabbits in the mountains. Yes, and clean up the wolves and wild boars. We don't need so many wild animals. Li Yi added, catching rabbits is the goal. As for other wild animals, we'll catch them as well. Including tigers. If they could catch them alive, they could be raised in the zoo. Many animals had been sent from the southwest. Pandas, red pandas, and parrots were not the only animals in the zoo. The cost of raising and taking care of the animals was not small. It was worth it if the people could see them. Chapter 1244. Li Yi and Li Qingqi discussed the transfer of soldiers while Li Longji listened on the side. The others also felt that it was normal. Yes, the two of them decide which army to transfer. It's a deal. By the way, write in the newspaper that we're taking in live rabbits. Li Yi decided. Then, he went to find Guozi and asked him to arrange for someone to go back and tell the winged knights in Cheng and to mobilize a group. Li Longji wrote the transfer order, stamped it, and ordered someone to send it to Mount Taibai. The 16 guards were not needed. They were responsible for various places in the capital. Cheng and did not need to be defended, and the people would not make a fuss. The order was sent out. At noon, when they were 20 miles away from Zheng County, the team stopped at the relay station. More than 2,000 people gathered at the relay station. They came out of their homes and specially ran to the relay station to wait. They did not come empty-handed. They brought dried vegetables, bacon, eggs, and other things. The things they brought were enough to feed themselves. They brought the food over to exchange for Li Yi's food. You're losing money again. Li Yi said to Princess Yongmu with a smile. How can they lose money? They brought a lot of things. Princess Yongmu calculated and found that the price they paid was about the same as the price they received. If you go to a restaurant and bring the same amount of ingredients, will the restaurant cook for you for free? Li Yi asked. Probably. Princess Yongmu was not too sure. She was a princess. With her current status, if she went to a restaurant and asked someone to cook for her, the other party would have to agree. I'm talking about anyone, not your identity as Li Yi's woman. Li Yi almost said Princess Royal. Yes. Princess Yongmu did not refute Li Yi's words. Therefore, we'll provide workers, seasonings, and oil. Most of the food they sent is dried vegetables and meat. Li Yi knew what everyone was thinking. They were afraid that their team did not bring enough food. They also wanted to eat the food of the Li family Zhuangzi, so they made an exchange. In the eyes of the commoners, as long as something was in the hands of the Li family Zhuangzi, it would definitely become a delicacy. People in the heavens couldn't afford to go there, and the price of the Drunken Immortal Tavern was also very touching. The key point was that the food in these two places was not as good as Li family Zhuangzi's cafeteria. It was said that the soup cooked by Li family Zhuangzi in Baqiao was 100 times better than the soup in other places. The team of chefs began to cook. They had already prepared the dishes when they were in the car. Now, set up the stove and start cooking. There was also the soup that had been boiled since early in the morning. Now was the perfect time. The commoners gathered around, seemingly wanting to learn a thing or two. Li Yi was randomly checking the things brought by the people. He picked up an egg and looked at it against the sunlight. He nodded. Do you have chicks? Princess Yongmu knew how to cook eggs. Are there any empty spots? How big was it? Then, he could tell how long the eggs had been laid. If the eggs were kept in the same position for a long time, the top part would be empty. Now, all the eggs were new. Look at the dried vegetables. They are regular and not very yellow in color. There is little dust. They are dried vegetables in the shade of autumn. Li Yi introduced the methods to distinguish the ingredients, including the color and hardness of the cured meat, the quality of the meat, and the time. Princess Yongmu listened attentively. She liked to listen to Li Yi's explanation the most. Not bad. Cured meat can be stewed with dried vegetables, steamed with dried vegetables, and fried with dried vegetables. Many people like to eat it, except for me. I don't like the texture and taste of cured meat. Li Yi placed the cured meat and dried vegetables together. He didn't like to eat cured meat or sausages, but he could eat ham. Li Yi thought of ham and was suddenly stunned. Then, he smiled. There is a business that can make us rich. No one knows about it now. Li Yi lowered his voice. What business? Princess Yongmu looked around. Ham, pig's hind leg, pig's front leg, and pig's tail. In fact, other animals are made the same way. There are several ways. Let's choose one. Li Yi prepared to make a large amount of ham. He would use the method of the most famous place to make ham. Is it delicious? Princess Yongmu was hungry when she heard about pork. It's delicious. Unlike cured meat, which needs to be cooked before you can eat it. Ham can be eaten directly. Wuzhou's Jinhua County and Yiwu County are said to be good for pigs, but the roads are not good. There are relay stations, so it should be fine. Ask someone to bring 2 pigs over to see if they are the same as the pigs from other places. No, they are not the same. But you don't have to use the pigs from there. First, use other pigs and send someone to collect the piglets. Li Yi remembered that the pigs in Wuzhou had black heads and buttocks. They were similar to pandas. It was said that the pigs were good, especially the distribution of muscle and fat. Okay. Princess Yongmu did not have any doubts. Since Li Yi said it, he would definitely be able to do it. I will write a letter back and ask them to collect the pig's hind legs. The entire government kills so many pigs every day. I want all the hind legs and front legs. I am afraid it will not be enough. Li Yi pulled Princess Yongmu into the car and wrote a letter. He told Zhuangzi to collect the pig's legs and gave the detailed process of making ham. It will take more than 3 months to make the ham. Every day, he would kill the pigs and make the ham. A pig has 4 legs, and it is easy to collect 10,000 pigs' legs in 2 days. $10,000. Princess Yongmu opened her mouth slightly. It was too much. Let's make 10,000 pigs first. We will collect these in 2 days. The price of pork will increase. I will write about it in the newspapers. After half a month, we will collect another 10,000 pigs' meat. After that, we cannot collect any more. Things will be expensive at the end of the year. After the new year, the ham we make will be spring legs. Now, we are making winter legs. The best ham is cold. During the processing, bacteria will not grow easily. At the same time, the meat's metabolism will slow down. Li Yi calculated the days and found that it was the right time. Princess Yongmu swallowed her saliva. Li Lang, if we make the ham now, when can we eat it? Eat some next autumn. After that, we will continue to leave it. It will taste best in the winter of the year after next. Next winter, I will prepare to make 100,000 hams and leave it for the year after next or the 9th year of Kaiyuan. It is just like brewing wine. It needs to be in the cellar. Generally, 3 years is the best. Li Yi also wanted to make the ham today and eat it tomorrow. Unfortunately, he could not. How can he eat it if it is not fermented? Next year, the scale of pig rearing will be expanded because there will be more food. Oh. Princess Yongmu was regretful. She still had to wait. Li Lang, how much is the ham? Princess Yongmu thought on the bright side. After a long time, the price should not be low. In her mind, a ham made from a pig's leg should be sold for at least 50 renminbi. 2 years of the leg is 100 renminbi. 3 years of the leg is 200 renminbi. The quantity is important and the weight is big. 2 years of the leg is 300 renminbi. 3 years of the leg is 500 renminbi. The weight is big and the price is higher. Li Yi's price was not for ordinary people to eat. When he raises a lot of 2-headed crows and makes hams, if he dares to sell 3 years of the leg for 1,000 renminbi, someone will buy it. He does not care if the ham is delicious. As long as it is made by the Li family Zhuangzi, people will not accept it if the price is low. Then 10,000 can be sold, it's not that much. Princess Yongmu did some calculations. She suddenly realized that if one ham was 500 renminbi, 10,000 would only be 5,000 renminbi. Her fragrant fragrance pavilion made money faster than robbing. Now that she came out to play, she did not open for business. Others could only wait. Think about how you could not eat meat when you were young. You will know what 500 renminbi means. Li Yi shook his head. 5,000 renminbi was not money. How much was a bucket of rice now? Chapter 1245. What 5,000 carcasses? Li Longji suddenly popped his head out of the door and asked. 5,000 carcasses for 10,000 pig legs. Princess Yongmu gestured 1 and then 5. How much does a pig cost? Li Longji stood at the door and recalled. It depends on the weight and the amount of meat. The price of pork fluctuates and will be higher in a few days. Currently, the average price is 1,200 renminbi per pig. Li Yi knew the price of pigs. Due to the long growth cycle, pigs couldn't always eat pigweed and the number of locusts was limited. Feed them wheat bran, rice bran, bean cake, gourd pulp, grass, silage, bone powder, salt, and furnace ash. Sorghum rice, millet, wheat, and rice couldn't be fed. No potatoes, no corn, and no sweet potato seedlings. As for feeding pigs with feces, how much would it take? Raise them for 3 years. Feed them slowly. According to the calculation of the feed, the cost of raising a big fat pig was 800 to 900 renminbi per pig, including artificial labor and the loss of pigs during the growth process. The advantage was that pigs could be killed within a year. They grew quickly and could be fed scientifically. The profit earned by saving costs and feeding them slowly couldn't be compared with the money earned by increasing the cost by 1 column per year. If the capital was recovered and invested to expand the production, the profit by 1 column per year would be even higher. With scientific feeding, the pork was cleaner and the probability of getting sick was lower. In addition, the pigsty was cleaned every day. Although it was tiring, the benefits were obvious. How much will the price rise during the Spring Festival? Li Longji was worried that the people wouldn't be able to eat meat. 1,500 renminbi. It will rise soon. In the 12th lunar month, we can start to make cured meat in large quantities. It won't spoil easily and the weather is cold. Li Yi wasn't worried about this. As long as there wasn't anyone hoarding and profiting, it was a normal market fluctuation. He couldn't use economic means to calm down the prices now, so he could only raise the selling price. If there were too many things and the price was too low, he could buy them with money. For example, the people sold the bean worms to the restaurants. The price was always higher than the Li family Zhuangzi's purchase price. After an hour, the team and the people started to eat. They ate outside without tents and didn't have enough time to light so many stoves. It was cold. Therefore, they ate the rolls, drank the soup, and put the shrimp oil side dishes they brought along with the rolls. He took out a piece of paper and wrapped it in his hand. What tools do I need to prepare? Li Yi was also eating outside. He felt uncomfortable and his nose was cold. Silk. Princess Yongmu understood Li Yi's meaning and gave him an idea. Good idea. Quick, find some silk and open it up to use as an enclosure. Li Yi arranged for someone to get the silk. In the past, silk was money. Now, it was also money. It was allowed to circulate like copper coins. However, very few people used it in the capital and the nearby prefectures. The price of silk was falling. Commoners who were not from the capital government took silk and handed it over to the government. During the transaction, the buyer was not willing to accept the greenhouse, so the cost of making the greenhouse would be lower. In addition, he bought them to make clothes. He could afford to wear clothes that he couldn't bear to wear in the past. The enclosure was quickly set up, and the temperature in the area rose. The children ran around from enclosure to enclosure. To the children, the enclosure was like a maze. The most interesting thing about it was that there was a sense of security with so many people around. Li Yi and the others were in a better mood. The commoners who came over were all well dressed. They wore leather boots on their feet. There was more pig skin. Pigs that had been raised for more than 2 to 3 years had thick skin. When the pigs were killed, the skin was peeled off. In the past, they would make leather armor or military drums. Now, they were making shoes. The skin of pigs that had been raised for a year was better used to make the lining of shoes. At the same time, it was used to make medicine. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't skin the pigs and ate them all. Being able to wear shoes made of pig skin was also considered a family with good economic conditions. Li Dan didn't continue to lament about how only the commoners in the capital government and the surrounding areas had a good life. Other places were poor. He had thought it through. The commoners in the capital government and the surrounding areas had a better life than before. Gradually, the commoners in the areas near the capital government would also gradually become richer. Xiao Yi, how much money do you think the commoners in the surrounding areas have? Li Yi suddenly asked Li Dan. Li Yi, he thought that the old man was dissatisfied with him in some way and had malicious intentions. You're asking me this question. How do I know the answer? Am I supposed to ask the commoners about their money? There are other people around. Wouldn't it be troublesome to reveal their wealth? They can fill their stomachs. Li Yi pondered for a moment before giving an answer. Eating chaff could fill one's stomachs and meat could fill one's stomachs. There was nothing wrong with that. Princess Yongmu mischievously said from the side, they can wear clothes. She quickly lowered her head. In the past, she wouldn't have dared to joke with her elders like this. Li Dan was stunned for a moment before revealing a smile. Good, there's food to eat and clothes to wear. Not bad. He realized that his granddaughter had changed. In the beginning, she was timid. Later, she wasn't naughty. She gave people the impression that she was dignified. Now, it seemed that his granddaughter was the one who was truly happy. Everyone ate and drank to their heart's content. In Zheng County's Yamen, Zheng Yiqin was like an ant on a hot pan as he paced around the room. 20 li. Will he eat at a place 20 li away? Will he come over at night or will he arrive soon after dinner? He'll arrive soon after dinner. Will he stay overnight in the county? Li Yi. Zheng Yiqin mumbled as he dragged Zheng Yiqin along. He felt that the waiting process was torture. When others ate, he said that he would go to the cafeteria later. Then, he lost his appetite. Ming residence, let's eat. Zheng Yiqin's secretary, who was also a page boy, stood by the side. He was hungry. In the past, the yamen ate separately. Some yamen runners even had to bring their own food from home. In winter, they usually ate outside in small restaurants. They couldn't eat the things in Li Yi's TV series. They drank big bowls of wine and ate big mouthfuls of meat. They ate whatever was cheap and saved money to live. At present, Huazhou's government was doing well. Just like the capital's county school, there was a cafeteria. Everyone ate in the cafeteria. The advantage of eating in the cafeteria wasn't that the cost of centralized purchasing and production was low. For the yamen runners, the cost of 1 coin was also high. The yamen runners didn't have to spend money to eat in the cafeteria. They didn't eat when they left home in the morning to save food for one person. They ate breakfast and lunch in the cafeteria for those on night duty. They left late at night and went home after dinner to see if there was any leftover food in the cafeteria. If there was, they took some. Those on night duty also took food when they went home in the morning. There were also people who cooked in the cafeteria. In such a situation, not to mention Zheng County, Chang'an and Wanyan counties in the capital's government, it was inevitable. Li Yi knew that if he didn't care, he would pretend that he didn't see it. Eating and taking food home showed that he loved his family. How could a person who didn't love his family love his country? The key was that he couldn't eat much. Was twice the food expenses enough? After eating and taking the food, he finished the work in his hands neatly. "Old Zheng, let's eat." The county deputy came over and took Zheng Yiqin to the cafeteria. He winked at Zheng Yiqin's page boy. The page boy happily took the things and followed behind. "Are the people ready?" Zheng Yiqin was pulled away and her eyes were dull. "Old Zheng, we didn't do anything wrong. Don't be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door." The county deputy sighed and shook his head. "I'm not afraid of ghosts. I'm afraid of Li Yi. I heard that Li Yi even dared to beat the judge. Oh, and the king of hell." Zheng Yiqin believed in the folklore. Chapter 1246. Zheng Yiqin ate in a daze. The people of Zhengzhou naturally had to eat too. The people ate black bread, soup and pickled vegetables. There were more than 20,000 pieces of black bread. Everyone in the county was eating, but the welcoming party did not allow that much. More than 50,000 people looked scary. The bread was bought by one family, not the richest, Lao Cheng. Lao Cheng was a businessman. He looked rich, but in reality, the most powerful family in Zhengzhou County was surnamed Guo. This family was Guozi's family, Taiyuan Guo family, Guoshuji's family. Guoshuji was not in Zhengzhou County, but Guozi's father, Guo Jingji, was. Guozi was born here. His family had a lot of greenhouses and a big workshop for grinding flour. There was a workshop for making fermented bean curd, soy sauce, pickling vegetables, pottery. Guo Jingji was not at home. He was an official outside. So, who was the richest family in Zhengzhou County? Who was the most powerful family? There was no need for words. Guozi had finished his meal earlier. He sat on the roof of the car and looked around. His face was calm. He did not dare to ask about the situation of the people who came. He knew about his family's situation. They were living well and did not need to be greedy for money. However, no matter how much money others gave, his family would give back. "Stay in Zhengzhou County tonight. Z is going home. Let's go to Z's house. It's big and we don't need to stay in tents." Li Yi made arrangements for the night. Guozi was going home. It could be said that he was going home in glory. Guozi's position was low. He was a senior official, secondary class, rank 6. However, he was in charge of the entire winged knights. The most advanced weapon of the Great Tang was in his hands, and he was an existence that could rival all enemies. "Okay." Li Longji agreed. He wanted to see Guozi's house. Guozi was in Li family Zhuangzi. His family must be doing well. General Guo's house is a building. Princess Yongmu called Guozi a general. She had never treated him as a senior official. A building. Li Yi knew the situation. They were all two-story buildings. Next year, he was going to arrange for people to come over and repair the pond, garden, rockery, and pavilion, turning it into a palace. There were families in Huazhou and Tongzhou who had surrendered. If Li Yi needed to come in person, he would go to Guozi's house. Now that the house was in use, all the key figures could move in. After the commoners finished eating, they started to take out gifts. Everyone who came was given a gift, such as soap and towels. They burped, took their presents and children, and went home happily. Li Yi was even happier when he gave out something. He only valued money that was more than 100,000 yuan. That way, he could start the project. He didn't even need to touch a few hundred taels of money. Songda would handle it himself. Li Lang, they are too respectful to you. Princess Yongmu was also happy. It's all thanks to your Majesty's grace. Li Yi reacted quickly. As long as there was a little bit of merit, he would immediately push it to Li Longji, regardless of whether it was true or not. Li Longji nodded. Yes, it was good to hear. The team set off again. If the commoners in Zheng County were to encounter danger, the winged knights would arrive first in less than half an hour. Now, they were strolling leisurely and looking at the scenery along the way. The main reason was to let the commoners who were riding the sleigh rest for a while. When they reached Zheng County, these commoners had to continue their journey by themselves. After 3 hours, they would arrive at their destination no matter how slow they were. Come and get the meat floss. Bring it with you to eat on the road. Li family Zhuangzi's people called out to the commoners who were about to leave the team. They gave out 1 packet to each person and 2 packets to those who were further away. The commoners received the food with tears in their eyes and bowed deeply to Li Yi before turning to leave. I wish I could send them all the way to their destination. Li Qingqi was a little sad. He was worried that the commoners would be cold, hungry, or sick on the road. In the future, there will be railways everywhere. It will be safer for the commoners to travel. Li Yi mentioned transportation. The first railway was manufacturing rails and steam engines. 15 million yuan was invested in it. When spring came and it was warm, the whole line would be paved with rails. After the first railway was paved, it would be easy to make money. The money earned from the railway would be used to continue the construction of the railway. Don't expect to get a share of the profits. When the entire Tang dynasty was paved with rails and trains, the profits would be distributed. Looking at the railway, they would not get a share of the profits for many years. In fact, the commoners enjoyed the profits. The transportation speed was fast, and the time saved was used to work, increasing the overall income of the Tang dynasty. There are also steam engines and ships. There are so many things in the sea. Dried fish is also meat. Li Longji added. The steam engines and ships were built big. They could cast a big net in the sea and catch a ship to the port. Even if they were dried, they could be transported to various places by railway and land. The commoners could eat more meat. In winter, they could directly send the meat to them. Yes, catch tuna. Tuna has fewer bones. Catch it. Li Yi wanted to eat tuna. People in the Tang dynasty loved to eat sashimi. On land, they could only eat river fish. Even carp could be made into sashimi. When the tuna was transported to Luoyang or Chang'an, the price was guaranteed to be high. Of course, it was also delicious when it was stuffed and stewed. Who stipulated that tuna could only be made into sashimi? The meat was so good. Wouldn't it be delicious if it was fried? Li Yi had seen the video of tuna fishing. 2 people were fishing. When they threw the rod down, they immediately threw it up and a tuna flew up. If the tuna was not hyped, the price would not be so high. 1 tuna was worth millions. Just like the winter catch in the northern lake, the king fish could also be sold for millions. The king fish was sold according to its size. In addition to the size, the quality of the meat also depended on the tuna. The meat eaten by the rich people in the Tang dynasty was also marbled. Only the commoners without money liked to buy fatty meat with a lot of oil. The price of lean meat was low. The rich people didn't like to eat it. It was stuffed and didn't taste good without oil. But now the price of lean meat was also rising. There was vegetable oil to fry it. Li Lang, what's the taste of tuna you mentioned? Princess Yongmu was interested again when she heard about food. When our ship takes Bing out to sea to fish, we'll catch tuna and bring it back. I'll cook it for you. Li Yi was also tempted. The taste of grilled tuna was also good. It could be eaten with seasoning. Generally, the quality of tuna that was not made into sashimi was not the best. Several people chatted. Zheng Yiqin and a group of people rushed over. They handed a card to Li Yi as a subordinate official. Li Yi was a civil official with a high rank. If Li Yi wasn't of such a high rank, Zheng Yiqin would probably have said that it was a chance encounter. Lao Qing also came over with some village elders. These people were old but had high status. Guozi stood beside Li Longji and others with an assault rifle. Li Yi went to deal with Zheng Yiqin. I don't know why Dr. Li came here today. Zheng Yiqin began to salute. Okay, hurry up. I know the people have prepared things. You are a county magistrate. There is a little problem. Li Yi waved his hand and didn't talk to Zheng Yiqin. Li Dongzhu, please correct me. Zheng Yiqin changed the way she addressed him. I call you Li Dongzhu. Tell me. You are too conservative. Since the people are willing to pay and work hard, why don't you think about what other things they haven't considered? Li Yi criticized Zheng Yiqin in front of everyone without mercy. Yes. What about the specifics? Zheng Yiqin didn't think she was shameful. She was just annoyed. Which aspect didn't the people consider? Chapter 1247. Zheng Yiqin felt wronged, or at least he thought so. He did not need to say anything. The people built the roads themselves. He did not need to care about the embankment. The people strengthened the embankment themselves. The county government did not need to send people to capture the wild boars and other wild animals in the mountains. The hunters formed an alliance and wiped them out together. The elderly and widowed were coordinated by the people themselves. The government office did not send them in at all. He knew that in the eyes of the people in Zheng County, the Ming residence that did not do anything was the best residence. Moreover, Zheng Yiqin realized that he really did not ask the people to do anything else. Li Dongzhu, don't make things difficult for Zheng Mingfu. Zheng Mingfu is a good residence. Lao Qing spoke up for Zheng Yiqin. Zheng Yiqin, he wanted to bawl his eyes out, the kind where he wanted to die. I knew that you all called the Ming residence that did not do anything good. You all are worried that I will mess around in the future, right? Li Yi looked at Zheng Yiqin and said softly, winter is coming. There are some barren lands that belong to the government office. Gather the people to dig a large ice cellar. And then? Zheng Yiqin thought that the people would dig the ice cellar themselves. Store the ice and sell it next summer. After getting the money, the people in the government office will embezzle a portion of it. The rest will be invested in the plantation and breeding industry organized by the government office. Li Yi wanted to start a new plantation and breeding experimental field led by the administrative department. Zheng Yiqin and the other officials in the government office almost knelt down. What did he mean by embezzling a portion of it? If they really embezzled a portion of it, would they still have the opportunity to plant and breed things? Are you trying to dig a hole for us because you can't find a reason to kill us? The people nearby looked at Zheng Yiqin and the others as if they were asking if they were embezzling a portion of it. Li Dongzhu, I want to resign. The district deputy's voice trembled. I'll reconsider. The chief secretary's legs were trembling. What's the use of telling me? I'm not an official of the Ministry of Personnel. Alright, stop joking. You can take a portion of the ice and use it in the government office in summer. You can ensure that you are healthy so that you can serve the people. Also, when building an official kiln, you don't need to look exquisite. The local ores are there, it's written in the newspapers. You can make cheaper utensils for the people. The people's kiln can burn better things. Li Yi spoke slowly, collecting information on local folk songs and other cultural performances. Then, he used the money he earned from the official kills to organize entertainment for the common people, publicize the policies of the imperial court, and create more songs and dances. Uprooting the trees in the nearby mountains and planting economic trees. Find talents familiar with the optimization of fruit tree varieties and optimize the existing economic fruit trees. The Lus Plateau area of this county is suitable for growing yams, but most of it is uncultivated land and is managed by the yamen. They could hire commoners to grow yams and sell them for money. He would use this money to open a cement factory and burn cement. He would also build a resettlement house for the yamen to temporarily house the people who were coming from other places to the capital. Only with an increase in population would there be more laborers to accept employment from other people or the government. Being close to the capital office, they would be able to take advantage of local connections. Li Yi explained it bit by bit. They were all things that the people of Zheng County had not thought of. At the same time, it was feasible. The people would not lose out, and the yamen would earn money. The eyes of the commoners nearby lit up when they heard this, and they all looked at Zheng Yiqin, as if they were saying, "This year, we'll start digging up the yamen's ice house." "You're a good Ming Fu, you have to be obedient." Zheng Yiqin faced the burning gazes and pursed her lips as she nodded. The commoners revealed satisfied smiles. It was indeed a good Ming Fu. "It's getting late. Let's cook now." Li Yi understood Zheng Yiqin's feelings. She was the governor of a place, but she could not find anything to do. She spent all day in the yamen asking about the security situation, collecting rent and data on the warehouse. She heard from others that the commoners had gone to do some work. It was likely that the yamen would not need to care about digging up icehouses to store ice. There were also things like growing yams. Thinking of this, Li Yi regretted. He pulled Zheng Yiqin to Li Longji's side. He lowered his voice, "In a while, I'll write you a few other things that the commoners do not know about. Then you can bring them up. Then the commoners will not agree. The same method, coming from your mouth, is different from coming from mine." Zheng Yiqin said as she sighed heavily. She had lost her prestige. "You are the county magistrate. Tell the commoners that you will bear the responsibility if they are wrong. Otherwise, if the commoners rebel tomorrow, will you still not do anything? You have to be more ruthless to the commoners." Li Yi encouraged Zheng Yiqin. "Don't be afraid. Use your identity." Zheng Yiqin looked at Li Yi in surprise. She seemed to be asking why he was not more ruthless to the commoners. "Zheng Yiqin, you are already doing well." Li Longji looked at Zheng Yiqin and felt that she was indeed pitiful. "Yes. No, I am still lacking." Zheng Yiqin looked at her emperor gratefully and said modestly. He was no longer nervous. At this moment, he was in a state of hopelessness. He could remain calm in the face of anyone. The Guo family's people came forward and saluted according to the agreed address and stood aside. Guozi did not chat with them and continued to do his job. Li Yi went into the carriage and wrote a few targeted methods that guaranteed to make money. He secretly gave them to Zheng Yiqin. Zheng Yiqin hid the notes in her sleeve. Her face was red. She thought that she was not capable and needed others to help her. Li Qingqi could not stand it anymore. How can a thin-skinned person be a good official? If you have the chance, go and ask Bai Gu, Song Jing, and Su Yi. Ask them how they usually get along with Brother Yi. All of them can't wait to ask Brother Yi if he has any good ideas. That Bai Gu, while asking for ideas, also wants to collect taxes from Brother Yi. Once he has a good idea, they will take it and use it. Li Qingqi belittled the three chancellors of the imperial court, emphasizing on Bai Shuo. Are you an official for the commoners or for yourself? Are you seeking the welfare of the commoners or for your own reputation? Li Dan asked two questions in a row and closed her eyes to rest. Yes, Yiqin knows her mistake. Zheng Yiqin suddenly realized that Li Yi was the one who gave the emperor ideas. Was it not normal for her to be inferior to Li Yi? No matter who gave the idea, she should follow it for the welfare of the commoners. Li Yi smiled. Since yesterday, he had been thinking about what other aspects of Zheng County could be developed. Local specialties, geography, economic structure, and administrative space. Only then did he come up with one good idea after another. Li Yi saw that Zheng Yiqin was more honest, so he brought up the matter of the yamen leading the operation of money. He took into account the fact that it was close to the capital office. If it was far away, the county magistrate could only learn how to operate it. In the end, he could only deal with the officials. So much money was put in the yamen for use, not for taxes or rent. It was equivalent to the county yamen's small treasury. I wonder if other places will follow suit after they know about it. It's another troublesome matter. Li Yi fretted as the sky darkened and everyone gathered around the bonfire to eat. It was the same as the leaders who demolished a large area of the original buildings and built new ones. When a place was successful, there would be a flow of funds during the process of demolition and construction. At the same time, the new buildings could help the development of the place. When others saw this, they would say, "Okay, I will do the same." In the end, during the process of demolition and construction, money would flow into his pocket like water. What should not be demolished was demolished, and the new buildings built would not promote the development of the local economy. Chapter 1248. The residents of Zheng County were even more enthusiastic than Weinan County. They were more prepared. Weinan County belonged to the imperial government. They could not be mediocre. They could only rent. It looked stronger than other places, but it was not as good as Zheng County. Ever since Zheng County was flooded, a group of officials were impeached by Li Yi. Li Yi went to Huazhou to work personally. The rapid development of all the counties in Huazhou was very clear. As Zheng County was not far from Chang'an, the residents would always collect tea leaves, wormwood, and other things that could be collected by the imperial government to sell. The standard of living was actually higher. Children everywhere seemed to be the same. They would run around and eat after a while. Li Lang, the children are very willing to play. The people seem to be very relaxed. Princess Yongmu was young and did not have her own opinions. Only after interacting with Li Yi more often did he change. She seemed lively, liked to observe things, and liked to accept new knowledge. She was carefree all day. In fact, she was not stupid. She had someone to rely on and did not worry about herself. When she was young, she was always on tenterhooks. It would be scary if she did not understand some things in that environment. Children play because of the environment. Children feel safer when there are adults around. They might remember what happened tonight for the rest of their lives. Adults are just like children. They need to rely on the strong. We are the strong. Of course, they will feel at ease when they eat with us. Li Yi spoke from a behavioral and psychological point of view. Is everyone like that? Princess Yongmu thought about herself and realized that she was. She thought about Li Yi and realized that Li Yi was not like that. Li Yi did not rely on others. There were those who could fight and those who could work in Li family Zhuangzi. They all surrounded Li Yi. When Li Yi was not in Li family Zhuangzi, Zhuangzi was an ordinary Zhuangzi. It was slightly bigger and had more people. When Li Yi stayed at the Li family Zhuangzi, the Li family Zhuangzi was like the sun, shining brightly. Li Yi took a sip of wine. Some people are born strong enough, influenced by their genes, and even more so by their environment. The harsher the environment, the more tenacious the locals were. If a person didn't collapse after experiencing countless setbacks, then he was a powerhouse. The first 3,000 winged knights were more powerful than the later winged knights. I know. The training you arranged for them is worse than death. If it weren't for their families holding them back, I believe most of them would have voluntarily quit. At that time, Princess Yongmu had not met Li Yi yet. She heard that the winged knights were afraid that Li Yi would bring them along for fun. It was said that the first time Li Yi said, "I'll take you guys out to play," the winged knights laughed loudly. The second time, they laughed. The third time, they laughed. When they started playing and finished, they would tremble when they heard the same words. In the middle of the night, they would have nightmares and shout, "I don't want to play anymore." What about you? I found that you were always full of confidence. Princess Yongmu filled Li Yi's cup with wine. Me? If you went to the southwestern barbarians to teach them farming, you would also be confident, because you have much more knowledge than they do. Li Yi made a comparison. Why was he so confident? He already had the advantage in knowledge, and now he had the system. Princess Yongmu pouted. She understood that these people were the southwestern barbarians. On the other side, the Guo family people were explaining the situation to Li Longji and the others. Guo Ziyi's father, Guo Jingji, was an official in another place. His mother and younger brother followed. The person in charge of the family was Guo Ziyi's brother, Guo Zixio. Guo Zixio had a good figure. His genes were good. His father, Guo Jingji, was 1.9 meters tall. He looked dignified and elegant, and could be both civil and military. Guo Zixio didn't even move his head. When he spoke, it was pleasant to listen to. The people in the county, except for those who are sick, are trying to find ways to do things. Compared to before the flood, the wealth of the commoners is more than 10 times greater. Influenced by my disciple, my family's life is the best. We saved up a lot of money and bought uncultivated land from the county. We hired people to improve the soil and cultivate it. Now we have more than 600 people, and the wages are 20% higher than other similar jobs. Guo Zixio talked about the county and the Guo family. His family's main branch belonged to the Guo family of Taiyuan. Later, it became a small official family, a branch of a branch. His great-grandfather was Guo Chang. His grandfather, Guo Tong, was only a county's registrar. After that, his father started to become a small official. His grandfather's brother wasn't with them. 2 years later, that branch had a woman and she became Li Longji's woman. When his family really rose, Guo Ziyi was good at fighting. But it was also at that time that many people died in battle. His family's fate had changed, and it was because of Guo Ziyi. When Li Yi went to Hunan, he specifically asked Guo Ziyi about the martial arts examination. After that, he set off. When Guo Ziyi's results came out, a group of people were shocked. His home was not far away, but Guo Ziyi couldn't come back to visit. He had to ensure his livelihood. He used all kinds of technology and lent money to his family to develop. Today, his family was big enough to repay all the money. Do you want to be an official? Li Longji was thinking about arranging an official position for Guo Zixio. He could choose from any 5th-rank official. I want to take the exam myself. Guo Zixio nodded, but his words were firm. Now that his family was rich, he didn't have to worry about his livelihood. He was still young, so he could take the martial arts examination or the Jinshi examination. Okay, when I go back, I'll send you a set of books. If there's anything you don't understand, you can write to the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Longji nodded. Take the exam. It's easier for you to take the Jinshi examination. Li Longji wanted Guo Zixio to learn from Li Yi. Before the Jinshi examination, he would give the questions to him. For example, it would take too much effort to memorize a scripture. He would give 100 of them, and the best ones would be inside. Also, he had to get an A rank no matter what. It didn't matter if he cheated, but loyalty was more important. Take Guozi for example. He couldn't even think about getting AB rank for the Jinshi examination. Who would dare to say that Guozi couldn't do the A rank for the Jinshi examination? With that thought in mind, Li Longji turned to look at Guozi. Guozi stood there expressionlessly. His hands were on the gun at his waist. When his brother was talking, he looked around. Of course, he didn't see his brother as a threat. What do you think, Zi? Li Longji asked. Yes. Guozi didn't look at Li Longji. He continued to look around. Guozi Xiu seemed to understand something. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes. Call Brother Yi, let's walk around. Li Longji prepared to walk around among the people to understand the situation. Li Yi was called over not far away. When he heard that they were going to walk around, he reached out his hand to Guozi. Guozi gave the gun to Li Yi and changed to throwing knives. The assault rifle was still slung over his shoulder. Li Yi held a gun in each hand. He felt that there was no problem. After coming to the Tang dynasty, his physical fitness had improved. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to hold a gun with one hand. When Tian, if anything happens, immediately lie down beside me. Don't block in front of me. Don't hug me. Don't scream. Lie down as fast as you can. Li Yi reminded Princess Yongmu not to appear in the movie. Chapter 1249. As expected, the plot of the movie didn't appear. There was no danger at all. The people didn't know Li Longji, so they all greeted Li Yi. Li Dongzhu, I set a trap on the mountain. We'll definitely catch something. Bring it with you when you come back. Li Dongzhu, my family harvested persimmons this year. We're just short of a persimmon pancake. You can try it when you come back. Many people didn't know Li Yi, but there were only a few people in the group, so they could guess who he was. Li Yi was family in their hearts. He had rushed over from so far away to help the victims of the disaster. Li Yi had even helped arrest the bad officials in the Yamen. Then he told them how to make money. They heard that County Magistrate Zheng had learned many new skills from Li Dongzhu. Li Dongzhu, we've prepared the book of 10,000 people for you. The Guo family wrote it and we put our fingerprints on it. Yes, Li Dongzhu, the book of 10,000 people is written very well, but I don't understand. I heard that the book of 10,000 people can cause trouble for the Prime Minister. Is that right? The people shouted and took out a large roll of cloth. The few of them unfolded it. There were large words at the front and small words at the back. Behind every 2 or 3 small words, there was a red thumbprint. From the handwriting, it wasn't written by one person. It must have been prepared in a hurry. Several people had written the names of the people separately. There were more than 50,000 people in Jing County. Some of the fingerprints were so small that it was obvious that they were children or even babies. Zheng Yiqin looked on enviously from the side. It was impossible for the book of 10,000 people to deal with the Prime Minister. Not only would the Prime Minister be punished for his mistakes, but he would also be replaced if he had too much power. I'll take it. Thank you, everyone. Li Yi bowed in a circle. Li Dongzhu, you haven't said if you can cause trouble for the Prime Minister, someone asked. Yes, when I get back to Chang'an, I'll cause trouble for Old Bai, Old Song, and Prime Minister Su. I'll call them to Zhuangzi and make them eat bad food. Li Yi shouted loudly, looking like he wanted to bully Zai Fu. Li Dongzhu, we should get them drunk and make them suffer. Someone else suggested. That won't do. If you get sick from drinking, I still have to treat you. Li Yi shrugged and helplessly said. Ha ha ha, the people who were relatively close to them heard this and laughed loudly. In fact, they had already heard that the prime ministers and ministers would go to the Li family Zhuangzi whenever they had nothing to do, saying that the food in the political affairs hall was not good. It was said that His Majesty had also secretly gone there. Wu Jieyu had given birth there, and the imperial ancestral temple would record it. Zheng Yiqin couldn't help but laugh out loud. She felt very relaxed and was no longer worried. Zheng Mingfu, when you're promoted, will also give you the book of 10,000 people. You can use it to bully the Prime Minister. Yes, our Ming residence is better than other Ming residences. The Ming residence collects rent by fighting together, not by kicking. The commoners started to praise Zheng Yiqin again. She was so honest as an official, they couldn't bear to criticize her. Li Lang, what do you mean by fighting together, not by kicking? Princess Yongmu asked softly when Li Yi greeted everyone and slowly strolled around. There's a different kind of fighting when collecting rent. When the commoners borrow grain, they use small fighting. When the commoners pay rent, they use big fighting. Li Yi said. You can't tell. Princess Yongmu was puzzled. It doesn't look obvious from the outside, but everyone knows. Fighting is a trapezoid, right? Big fighting is when the angle is slightly bigger. As for small fighting, the angle can be made the same, but there's a partition inside. The commoners know, but they don't dare to say anything. If they say it, the officials will change the fighting. Li Yi gestured. Small fighting might not be small on the outside, but if there was a partition inside, the lower section of the fighting would not be able to enter the grains. Princess Yongmu stared at him, then say it. After you say it, you have to kick. The grains are first placed in the fighting, then poured into the fighting. This counts as a second measurement to prevent anyone from cheating. If you shout, the fighting will be changed, and the person collecting the grain will be beaten. After the grain collected from you is put into the fighting. Li Yi talked about dirty tricks. When the grains were poured in, there was a gap inside. They shook it slightly to erase the gap. However, the bailiffs wanted to kick. Although it was called kicking, it was actually kicking. They piled up the grains until they were sharp. When they kicked down, a large pile of grains fell to the ground. The grains that fell to the ground were not allowed to be picked up. They continued to pour the grains into the fighting. When the grains were sharp again, that was the end. They only kicked once and followed the rules. If the commoners were honest, the kick could be big or small. If they were dishonest, they could kick out 2 fighting grains. Princess Yongmu clenched her small fist. They should be killed. That's why I said that you have to be strong. Only when you are strong can you help more people. When I first wanted to bribe, Pei Yaoqing came and caused trouble for me. When I released my skills, I was afraid that I would be targeted. Fortunately, I met my brother at the beginning. Otherwise, I would have to spend a long time and effort to reach my current position. Li Yi knew the hardships of the world. When he did things, he would act according to the law. Chapter 1250. Li Yi smiled when he heard Princess Yongmu say that Wang Wei was in Chang'an. The poem was written by Wang Wei, but Li Yi knew that Wang Wei did not miss his hometown at all. His hometown was east of Jing County, and his team could go there now. They could hire a car and return home in 10 minutes at normal speed. Wang Wei's family was rich, so he would go to Pyongkang Square when he had nothing to do. The poem, remembering Brother Shandong on the 9th of September, was written in the 5th year of the Kaiyuan era. Where was the exact address? Luoyang. According to the information, Wang Wei wrote the poem in 717 AD. It said that he was in Chang'an and sometimes went to Luoyang. It was normal to not notice anything when looking at it alone. Luoyang was the eastern capital, and Chang'an was also the capital. There was nothing wrong with it. He liked to travel. However, when connecting it to the historical information, Xuanzong Ji Dao Great Sage, Emperor Shao of the Ming Dynasty, 5th year of the Kaiyuan era, spring, 1st month, he went to the eastern capital. According to history, Li Longji spent this year in Luoyang and ran there at the beginning of spring. 2 years ago, Wang Wei came to Chang'an. Why didn't he go to Luoyang then? He chased after Li Longji and wanted to let Li Longji know of his talent. Therefore, he did not miss his hometown. He missed Li Longji. If this was not enough proof, where was Wang Wei in the 7th year of the Kaiyuan era, which was 719? In Chang'an, he even took an exam in July. Why was he in Chang'an this year? To see Li Longji. Xuanzong Ji Dao Great Sage, Emperor Shao of the Ming Dynasty, 6th year of the Kaiyuan era, winter, November, Xinmao. The carriage arrived in Shijing. It was almost the new year of the 6th year of the Kaiyuan era, and Li Longji returned to Chang'an from Luoyang. What was the point of Wang Wei staying in Luoyang? He quickly followed him back. Li Longji did not have enough to eat in Luoyang. There was no other choice. Now that there was enough food, Li Longji did not go. Wang Wei did not go either. If one could write homesick poems in Luoyang, one could also write them in Chang'an. Li Yi wanted to laugh when he thought of the information. The information stated that Wang Wei was wandering alone in Luoyang. Wang Wei's maid wasn't human. The guards weren't human. According to this, at present he was all alone on the banks of the Baishui River, east of Chang'an City. After a smile, Li Yi suddenly looked serious. When Tian, many people in the Tang dynasty won't be officials. We have a long way to go. Can't a scholar not be ambitious? The road ahead is long, and I am willing to explore it with you. Princess Yongmu took the initiative to hold Li Yi's hand. She could tell that Li Yi always disliked the officials of the Tang dynasty. Their efficiency was too low, and many things that could benefit the people were right there, but they did not see it. Li Yi took Princess Yongmu for a stroll. When we return to Chang'an, let's find Wang Wei. I want to see what he is like. If his heart is not with the people, he shouldn't be a governor. Li Yi did not say that officials were not allowed. Even if it was Li Bai, if he could not find a way to make the people live a good life, then he should be the president of the Poetry Association. If you want to be the prime minister, you should first be a deputy county magistrate. Do you want to be the head of the secretariat? If you drink all day, can you balance the interests of everyone? Yes. Princess Yongmu nodded her head vigorously to show her support. She knew that governors had to be smart. Not only did they have to scheme against other officials, but they also had to help the people improve their living standards. The purpose of scheming against officials was to help the people. When they were slightly better, they would help the people live a good life and increase the income of the government office, giving benefits to other officials. Li Lang, do you want to be a governor? Can I be? I don't think so. Yes. This is actually very good. If not, you will be the provincial governor for half a year. After you finish planning, you will have to move to another place. It would be a waste of talent to stay there for a year. Princess Yongmu was very confident in Li Yi. He was the provincial governor. According to Li Yi's administrative position, a province was smaller than a province but bigger than a city. It was divided into Shangzhou, Zhongzhou, Xiazhou, etc. A provincial governor was equivalent to a city's municipal party secretary, mayor, minister of armed forces, and the commander of the local army. In Princess Yongmu's heart, Li Yi would take at most half a year to settle all the matters for the next few years. Everyone else just had to follow suit. Li Yi quickly moved to another place. There was no need to wait for everything to be settled. If the people were really rich, it would be considered as delaying the people in other places. She was very confident. There was no other way. Li Yi looked at Princess Yongmu. She gave him a confident smile. Yes. Li Yi agreed shamelessly. If it was him, he wouldn't dare. It wasn't that he couldn't do it. Many people could do it. The key was the political struggle. Without a backer, one couldn't do anything. A group of people would block one's path and play dirty tricks behind one's back. If it didn't involve benefits, many readers would scold you even if you wrote a novel, let alone when it involved Li Yi's reality. Unless, the pursuit of power is also the need to manifest one's will. The best power is military power. There will always be people willing to listen to orders for the continuation and strength of the people. Li Yi said as he turned around to look at Guozi. Then, he saw Li Longji. Li Longji's eyes stared at their hands. When Li Yi turned his head, he instantly looked elsewhere. Li Yi ignored him and locked his eyes on Guozi. When the team returns from the sea, I'll raise seedlings for the first year. Then, I'll distribute them to your family. You can also eat some while you're at it. Li Yi said to Guozi. He turned around and picked up half of a braised pig leg from the table. Half of it was also very big. It was bigger than the 6-month-old pig's hoof. The key was that it looked like it had a lot of meat. He handed it to Princess Yongmu. Bite a piece. We'll eat one. Just spit the bones on the ground. Princess Yongmu opened her mouth and chewed. Her voice was muffled as she said, "It's cooked in a pressure cooker." Yes, it's not as good as the big iron pot that's cooled down after the dry pot. That's frozen. Tonight, we'll use a big stove to cook a pot of rice. After the rice is cooked, don't rush to open the lid. Remove the open flame below and use a dark flame to cook for a while. After about an hour, remove the rice from the top. There's a concave bottom of the pot. Take it out and flatten it. Cut it into small pieces. I'll fry it for you tomorrow. I'm already craving it. Li Yi thought of the big iron pot from the pressure cooker, and from the big iron pot, he thought of the rice crust. Princess Yongmu swallowed the food in her mouth. The rice crust in the cafeteria is very delicious, especially when it's fried. Yes, that's not specially made. It's specially made. Li Yi stopped in his tracks. He didn't respond to others who greeted him. After a dozen breaths, he cupped his fists and apologized to the person who greeted him. He explained, "I suddenly thought of something. Eating too much glutinous rice will make the stomach uncomfortable, but the production is high. There's also the new indica rice." The person who greeted him was stunned. He listened carefully. He thought that Li Yi was talking to him specifically. "So, under the condition of ensuring that the main meal is full, we'll add extra food for the children. Get a bigger workshop. Try not to use too much oil. If we don't need oil, take it to Zhuangzi to make soap and perfumed soap. Intake of fat is important, but hygiene is also important. The soap and perfumed soap can also be exported in exchange for other things. If 100 perfumed soap can be exchanged for a ship of soybeans, I think it's okay. What do you think?" Li Yi was still a little absent-minded. He asked the person who greeted him. "I think it's okay if you say it's okay, Li Dongzhu," the person responded seriously. Chapter 1251. Let's go back. Let's go back to the carriage. Li Yi stopped strolling and pulled Princess Yongmu back quickly. Li Longji and the others looked at each other. Empress Wang rubbed her belly and said to them, "You guys go first. Don't let uncle talk about business. Help me up." She didn't blame Li Yi for his lack of etiquette. Li Yi's behavior meant that he had a good idea. She was more than 7 months pregnant and could give birth in early spring or February. She was happy that it was a girl in her belly, but she was afraid that it would be a boy. Others hoped that it would be a boy, but she was worried. How would she teach the second boy? The little guy wasn't big enough. If she gave birth to a girl, no one would fight for her position. If she wanted a boy, she would give birth to a few more in the future. Li Yi returned to the car and started to draw a form. Princess Yongmu adjusted the brightness of the diesel lamp and didn't make a sound. When Li Yi finished drawing a form quickly, a group of people came in. Songda also came in and said to Li Yi, "There's a team behind us. The Winged Knights found them in Weinan County." "Did you ask who it was?" Li Yi was a little unhappy. He thought that Songda was keeping him in suspense. "I did." He wrote 4 sentences. "Dongzhu, I can't guess." Songda took out a green handkerchief from his sleeve and handed it to Li Yi. Princess Yongmu's eyes widened. "A girl? Wen Tian, help me take a look." Li Yi didn't take it. Princess Yongmu stuck out her tongue and happily took it in her hand. She looked at it and read, "The 3 talents are one and the same, the 9 lands are 2 rows. The stars are dark, the smoke is thin, the fog is thin, the moon rises from the east." Princess Yongmu finished reading and said directly, "There's a picture in the poem. Wang Wei is here." The first 2 sentences say the name, the last 2 are lyrical. "Little brat, let them eat first. I have something to say here." Li Yi took it and glanced at it helplessly. "Wang Wei, why are you running back and forth?" "Dongzhu." "Which one?" Songda was at a loss. The 3 talents, heaven, earth, and man are connected vertically to form a king. In the past, it was a well-field system. Both vertically and horizontally, there were 2, and in the middle was the official land. The representative of the system was David. As for why I understood it this way, look at the last 2 sentences. There's a picture in the poem. Wang Wei's style began to show itself in this aspect. He was testing me. At the same time, he is even more arrogant. He thinks that because he is famous enough, others have to analyze things from his point of view. Li Yi was not only good at words, but also the psychology of the characters. Also, Wen Tian will speak. Li Yi looked at Princess Yongmu. There's a picture embroidered on his silk. It's Hermit Weima. That's the picture that was passed down from the other side. Princess Yongmu bit her lip. She had a bad impression of Wang Wei. If you have something to say, just say it. Why did you chase after me and play tricks on me? Do you think you are Baigu? You even write jingles when you ask for food. Li Yi shook his head. At such a young age, you still want to be perfect. What a pity. Li Yi knew that Wang Wei actually became more obsessed with the later stage. His surname was Wang, and his name was Wei. Then he named himself Wei Mo Jie. The translation of Wei Mo Jie itself was pure, quiet, and natural. Wei could be understood as Dharma, and Wang was connected with the 3 talents. It was a combination of surname, name, and character. It was a high artistic conception. In the future, his poems, paintings, songs, and Zen were also mastered through a comprehensive study. But this person was too arrogant. He had not experienced the hardships of being at the bottom, so the things he wrote were not grounded. This year, he wrote that he was a stranger in a foreign land. What he really wanted to express was not homesickness, let alone the reunion of his brothers at home. He wanted to express that he was working hard outside. It was the same as Nailan Xingda's homesickness. A journey through the mountains, a journey through the water. Walking towards Yuguan, deep in the night, 1,000 lanterns. The wind is stronger, the snow is heavier. The noise shatters the dreams of home, but the hometown has no such sound. When he wrote the poem, it was Nailan Xingda who went to Shanhai Pass to guard it. He was telling others, how much suffering did I suffer? Where did you go through this at the rear? Suffering a little bit, I hate that I can't tell the world. Now, did the person who shakes the briquette speak? Did the person who uses the briquettes to boil water and wash the briquettes speak? The soldiers at the border who endured the lack of oxygen and cold in the highlands. Did he bully them for not knowing how to write poems? Zhang Xiaosong was a jinshi. Dong Zhu, do you want to reply? Song De now understood. He also had a bad impression of Wang Wei. Roast a half-cooked fish and send it to him. Li Yi wanted to knock Wang Wei down. Turning his head, he said to the others, I think of a fast way to exchange, use Guangzhou trade. Tao Hong and others immediately took out their notebooks and pencils, looked at each other, nodded at the same time, and communicated with their eyes. Each of them wrote down a sentence, don't mess it up. Brother Yi, you say. Li Longji straightened his posture. It was a question of politics. Song De bowed and left, looking for a fish to roast. He wanted to roast it to the degree that Li Yi requested. We are now in the era of agriculture, and food is the most important thing in social activities. Just now, I wanted to make rice crust alone. The technique is not difficult, the key lies in the purpose and the materials. It involves oil and staple food. Soap is made with oil, and our Tang dynasty is short of oil. Li Yi also sat upright. When talking about serious matters, his attitude was serious. The sound of pencils writing on paper was heard, and each of them wrote down a sentence. Tao Hong and the others did not know shorthand. Li Yi knew the theory, but he did not intend to teach them, because he could not teach them. Everyone's shorthand was different. They defined the relationship between symbols and words according to their own habits, especially phrases. Shorthand was easy to handle when speaking normally. But if suddenly read a prime minister's book, or Nagato Fu, how many words would be represented by symbols? For example, the stenographer would be able to tell what the 4 symbols of the socialist concept of the present meant. If Xiaobai wrote, those who abandon me, yesterday's day cannot be kept, those who disturb my heart, today's day is full of worries. What symbols should be used to replace it? They could only write it by force. What? You want to master the rules of Xiaobai's poem? Then you can try. You can only master the style. If there was a rule in writing poems, Li Yi had a program to write it. Generally, it was some acrostic poem, and the content was not defined at all. Chinese poems were stretched with imagery. What was the word also in flowing water, falling flowers, and spring is gone? Simaida. Then the word she in the wind is rustling, the water is cold, the warrior is gone, never to return, is also Simaida. Many, not many. These 2 modal particles, Simaida. It feels okay, as long as the tone is right. Wang Wei had not yet become obsessed, but Li Yi was already obsessed. What's next? Brother Yi, Brother Yi. Li Qingqi found Li Yi was absent-minded when he was talking. Simaida. Simaida. Li Yi used this word instead of ah. Ah. After saying it out loud, he felt that he did not do it well. Was there a translation error? He suddenly woke up and looked around. Luckily, he was in the Tang dynasty. He was not eating spicy fish with his 2 Korean buddies, or they would chase after him and beat him up. To ease their relationship, he could only bring them to the bathing pool. They went up to the 2nd floor, and he soaked in the big pool on the 1st floor. Big brother, then we will do technical processing, collect production resources, process them, and sell them back at a price of a few times, a few hundred times, or even a few thousand times. Li Yi described the operation model. He had it all back then, but the added value of the exported goods was usually not high. The only competitive factor was the scale. Most of the daily products in the world were written with virtues. Chapter 1252. Those with technical requirements are called high-tech exports, and those without technical requirements are called OEM. Li Yi gave a definition first. More specifically, he said, high-tech products have high added value. The current glass mirrors belong to the high-tech category. The material cost is low, and the selling price is high. What's low-tech? Silk. Wu Jieyu knew that others were willing to buy silk and porcelain from the Tang dynasty. Silk is a high-tech product. Others don't have it. Even the people of the Tang dynasty can't have a set of silk clothes. How can the technology be low? Li Yi not only didn't think silk was expensive, but he also thought that the export of silk should be limited. Replace it with other products. Silk was cool to wear in summer, and good silk brocades were really beautiful. Li Longji raised his eyebrows. If you want to grow cotton, you can't grow land. You should focus on eating. Let others grow cotton, and we can buy it to make clothes. Yes, the Southwest barbarians, and India. India's cotton is good. Li Yi narrowed his eyes, and a map appeared in his mind. Where was suitable to grow cotton, where was the most wheat and rice, spices, increase the trade volume and varieties. We can't always have pearls, hawksbill turtles, and corals. Expensive luxury goods can't show their value in medicine. They can be replaced with other things. Medicinal pearls. In another 2 years, the pearls we planted will be harvested every year. 1 year is equivalent to 1 year of planting and harvesting. It's not worth it to exchange a lot of grown silk for a piece of gemstone. I know where there are gemstone mines. If there's a need, send people to dig directly. Rubies, sapphires, cat's eyes, stones from other mountains can be used to polish jade. I know what they haven't found yet. Li Yi was distressed to exchange such good silk, tea leaves, and porcelain for stones. They could exchange a lot of food, spices, and medicinal herbs. Let others grow cotton. The climate was good, and they didn't have to worry about food or clothing. If we transport 100 dawn of grain to the seaside, we'll pay a bolt of silk. The land and manpower to raise, collect, and weave a bolt of silk can't be exchanged for 100 dawn of grain. Li Yi calculated the cost for everyone. How much he paid and how much he gained was called technical advantage. If others gave him 100 dawn of grain, he didn't care how much the transportation cost was. Since the other party was willing to exchange, it meant that the profit was still very high. Uncle, we have to build more ships and speed up. We can't let them take all the profits. Empress Wang wished she could capture the barbarian merchant and turn him into a slave of the Tang dynasty. She would trade the barbarian merchant for good things for the Tang dynasty, and the barbarian merchant would only give her food. Li Yi looked at Li Qingqi. Li Qingqi was in charge. The merchants have been organized. The Tang dynasty's business alliance is only one business alliance to the outside world, and they don't compete with each other. Merchants who joined the alliance had to set a fixed price when trading outside. They were not allowed to lower prices on their own initiative. At the same time, if a trade blockade was implemented, no one would be able to sell it. If they did, they would be dealt with. Those who don't want to join the merchant alliance. Li Qingqi stopped talking. The result of not joining was already set. It's not easy for you to get a ship. Why don't you join the Tang dynasty's business alliance? I guarantee that I'll sink you when you go out to sea. As for the law, what law was there in the sea? Who was the king? In order to unite everyone, he had to be ruthless. Once they went out, if someone had a good relationship with the local people, other merchants of the Tang dynasty would be lucky to survive. Li Longji added, in the future, when the Tang dynasty's fleet goes out to cruise, we'll teach them patiently if they're unfavorable to the Tang dynasty. When can we go out to sea? What's it like to sail in the sea? Noble consort Lu had never been to the sea. But she heard that there were people who painted it. She knew about the sea. It had appeared in the water curtain before. At a glance, it was all boundless water. The sun rose in the water and sank in the water. The sky in the distance was connected to the water surface. Li Yi looked at everyone. None of them had been to the sea. He said, "The railway has been repaired. Let's take the train to take a look." Li Yi felt sorry for these people. They seemed to have a lot of power, but in fact, if it weren't for the Lushan rebellion, they would only be in the eastern capital and the western capital. They went to the eastern capital because they couldn't eat. There was a large group of people in the palace. Every day, they had to fight with the common people for food, so they had to move. This was a method, but also a way to escape from natural disasters. This year, there was a drought in Guangzhou. In addition, the locust plague in history had reduced the production of food. They couldn't be transported to Chang'an. The common people were so hungry that they had to eat soil. Leaving Chang'an, out of sight, out of mind. Knowing the situation of the disaster in advance, Li Yi first dealt with the locusts and then spread the water net. The common people had a lot of surplus food, so Li Longji didn't go to Luoyang. "Yes, let's go and take a look. Brother Yi, I'll be relieved if you follow me. Or ask His Majesty if he can send the Prime Minister to the sea with me to take a look at the common people." Li Longji wasn't worried about the political issues now. The army was powerful. If there were any urgent government affairs that needed to be dealt with, Li Yi would be there. Even if the sky was falling, he could ask Brother Yi. Brother Yi would find a way to solve it. Li Yi looked at Li Longji. Who's going and who's staying? If third brother asks, His Majesty will definitely agree. Brother Yi, who do you think should stay? Li Longji couldn't think of anyone. Old Song and Old Zhang are both fine. Both of them have seen the sea. Old Bai has also seen the sea. Only Su Yi hasn't been to the sea. Li Yi looked. You all know the sea. Bai Gu was once the governor of Guangzhou. As the governor of Guangzhou, he didn't go to the sea to take a look. They sigh. Empress Wang sighed. She envied the others. In the past, she didn't consider going to the sea. In theory, one could see the sea at Mount Tai, but in reality, it was hundreds of miles away. Without binoculars, it was impossible to see the sea. In the past, they couldn't find a chance to go out. Would the Empress and Emperor go to the sea to play? Would the imperial court be abandoned? Now, everything was different. The imperial court. Wherever Li Yi was, it was the imperial court. Princess Yongmu showed a yearning expression. Is the sea beautiful? It's better to swim in summer. The prerequisite is that there must be fine sand beaches and reefs. Why don't I fly you there? The area north of the Yangtze River is not good. It's cold. Let's go to Cheongzhou. It's warm there. The beach is fine. I'll teach you how to surf. It's like a sled. The one you wear on your feet. Li Yi saw that Princess Yongmu wanted to go and wanted to fly directly. Brother Yi, you can't. It's a long journey. If you suddenly go from a cold place to a hot place, you will get sick. Li Longji hurriedly stopped her. Don't go. Our destination is Hongnong, not Cheongzhou. The others persuaded her one after another. You have to stay. We won't feel at ease if you leave. Li Lang, wait for next year. Princess Yongmu gave up the idea of seeing the sea immediately. Well, actually, if we go quickly, it will take at least 3 days, right? If we go quickly, we can reach Hongnong in 3 days. Li Yi interrupted Li Qingqi. No, I won't go. Li Yi nodded. Dongzhu, Wang Wei ate the half-cooked fish. He said it tasted good. Song De rushed over and reported to Li Yi. A brat is a brat. He will have diarrhea after eating it. Yes. He can see me. Li Yi was surprised and impressed. Chapter 1253. Wang Wei was eating fish. He wasn't stupid and knew what Li Yi meant. He was very angry. Of course. He also knew who Li Yi was with. It wasn't easy for him to get the news and rush over. He didn't want to see Li Yi, but he wanted to see that person. Although he was angry, he looked at the fish and tasted it. The taste wasn't bad. He ate happily with a mouthful of fish and a mouthful of rice wine. Halfway through the meal, Li Yi brought Princess Yongmu over. Wang Wei looked at Li Yi curiously. Li Yi was young and had just passed the new year. However, if one didn't look at his eyes, one would think that he was 15 or 16 years old. His skin was good and his face was tender. Looking at his eyes, Wang Wei felt a sense of pressure even though Li Yi's gaze was calm. Li Yi was also looking at Wang Wei. Wang Wei felt that he was 20 years old. He didn't look old but was relatively mature. Princess Yongmu looked at Wang Wei curiously. This person was called Wang Wei. He could write some lousy poems. Princess Yongmu wasn't interested in writing poems now. Li Lang could write whenever he wanted, and his poems were quite good. Writing poems couldn't compare to helping the people. Many people were far from being able to appreciate poems and cared more about having a full meal. It would be better if there was meat for every meal. Wang Wei's eyes lit up when he saw Princess Yongmu. He immediately turned his gaze back and cupped his hands at Li Yi. The fish given by Brother Gongru is very delicious. I asked just now. The fish caught from the river today can be eaten raw or cooked. Do you know why? Li Yi wasn't afraid that Wang Wei would have a stomachache. The fish today had been frozen solid after being fished out. Some viruses couldn't be frozen to death, but parasites were guaranteed to die, including bacteria. Unless the fish Wang Wei ate contained halophilic bacteria, this low temperature wouldn't do. There was a freshwater river nearby. How could there be halophilic bacteria? Yin and yang are firm and soft, yin and yang are not separated. Carp in the snow is fished in the winter, bright and beautiful Chao River is painted. Wang Wei was used to such words that gave people a sense of picturesque and Zen charm. However, because he was still young, his grasp of the Zen rhythm was still lacking. You're wrong. Just now, someone used the fish from the same net to make fish slices. My people checked it with the equipment. There's no problem. Li Yi was not in the mood to compete with the other party in poetry. It was not that he could not compete, but that the other party was too young. His nominal age was 17. He had started learning at the age of 4, which was 13 years. As for himself, he started learning when he was 4 years old. If he didn't memorize a poem, his father wouldn't allow him to eat. What he recited was, the red leaves of the West Mountain are good, the frost is thicker. She had very few memories of her life before she was 6 years old, but she had never forgotten this. The fact that he could compose poems at will was not because he was talented, but because of the accumulation of time. The more he trained, the more he realized how big the gap was. At the same time, he loved the civilization he was in even more. Do you know the questions for next year's exam? Wang Wei gulped. He realized that the other party was more mature than him. What kind of official do you want to be? I'll arrange it for you. You'll take the test while you're at it. Hedong's Wang clan, you're well educated, right? Li Yi knew Wang Wei very well. Hedong's Wang clan was a branch of Taiyuan's Wang clan. His status was similar to Guizi's. They were all from big families. Shangxi had many talents and there were many aristocratic families. Which official? Wang Wei wanted to be an official. The second Deputy County Magistrate of Lantian County. You can be one more Deputy County Magistrate. What do you think? Li Yi gave Wang Wei a chance. Not Chang'an. Wang Wei was conflicted. Li family Zhuangzi's student. First class Jinsher. He's just going to Lantian County to be a registrar or a deputy county magistrate. He's going to be your deputy county secretary. Princess Yongmu said. She hated Wang Wei more and more. The deputy county magistrate of Lantian County was not enough. No matter how powerful your Hedong's Wang clan was, what contributions did you make to the Tang dynasty? You have so many maids and guards who wander around the red light district all day long. What's the use of writing poems? Which one of the prime ministers can't write poems? They can become prime ministers because they can write poems. I've arranged a good county magistrate for you, but you're still being picky. The second generation of Li family Zhuangzi's students are all first-class Jinsher. They still have to work with the village chief in the village. Who do you think you are? Hedong's Wang clan. Aristocratic families are worthless now. All the people in the capital government are learning how to write. I don't dare. I have to use my knowledge to take the exam. I thank Dr. Li. When Wang Wei saw Princess Yongmu was angry, he quickly changed his words. He almost said the wrong thing. It's good to use your knowledge. Since that's the case, let's go over for a meal. Li Yi liked people who knew how to adapt to circumstances. In history, Wang Wei was more adaptable. When he was caught, he would compromise and then write poems to complain. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. Wang Wei quickly thanked him. He even changed the way he addressed Li Dongzhu. He knew what it meant to go over for a meal. He could meet the person he wanted to meet. It wasn't easy. He had to bring a group of people and travel alone. Finally, the remaining fish, Li Dongzhu. Wang Wei liked to eat the half-cooked fish. Give it to your people. If anyone has a stomachache, let me know. Li Yi pulled Princess Yongmu's hand and walked back. Li Yi's behavior was rude. He should walk side by side with Wang Wei, and Princess Yongmu should walk behind him without saying a word. Li Yi didn't want to. Shouldn't he treat his own family better than outsiders? When his family members were in a bad mood, he had to coax them. Regardless of whether it was his parents, wife, or husband, he didn't have to coax his children. He just had to give them something to play with. If outsiders didn't treat him well, he would directly rebuke them. In this life, no one owed anyone anything. Why should he lower his head to others? At most, he would just be angry. Wang Wei didn't feel that he was being ignored. That was Princess Yongmu. He didn't know the situation in the past, but now he knew. He wanted to buy something for his favorite maid, but he had to wait for them to open for business. Once Princess Yongmu came out to play, they wouldn't open for business. The three of them went back. When they saw Li Longji and the others, Wang Wei bowed and stood in the corner. Pine tree number 2, who had been standing in the corner, stepped aside. There was someone in the corner. Wang Wei smiled apologetically at pine tree number 2, the shadow in the corner is like a pillar. I don't know where I am. Pine tree number 2 returned the greeting, it's hard to distinguish. It's like a curtain. Wang Wei, he was a little scared. Now, any random eunuch had such a background? The key was that the eunuch was matching his style. Are you sure you're a eunuch? Moj, yeah, come here. Li Yi turned his head and found that Wang Wei was gone. He quickly pulled him in front of everyone. Wang Wei was a little nervous, but he could still handle it. Li Longji asked a few questions, and Wang Wei answered smoothly. Brother Yi, you said that it was an arrangement. Li Longji forgot. He was still thinking about the matter of going out to sea to get food. Lantian County's Deputy County Magistrate. Lantian County is developing well now, but there is a shortage of manpower. Li Yi arranged things according to what they had agreed on. He said he would give a deputy county magistrate, so he gave him a deputy county magistrate. Sometimes, historical information might not be accurate. If Wang Wei could help the people live a better life, wouldn't it be too selfish if he was delayed because of the information? Chapter 1254. Everyone ate and drank together. Wu Jieyu didn't drink. She still had to feed her child. Empress Wang couldn't drink either. She was pregnant. Wang Wei responded appropriately. He was from a big family. If he couldn't even handle such a situation, what right did he have to call himself the Wang clan of Hedong? Although the county minister's rank is low, his responsibility is great. Like the determination to defend the fire beacon, like the death of a scout. If your heart isn't with the people, how can you care about the world? Li Yi educated Wang Wei. Don't think that you are awesome just because you can write poems and you are from the Wang clan of Hedong. Let me tell you, in my eyes, poetry is just a small segment in the construction of spiritual civilization. You have to carry it out and interact with the people. Only when they laugh can you be proud. Wei has learned a lot. Wang Wei bowed to Li Yi. If others said this, he would definitely scoff and feel that the other party was pretentious and hypocritical. When these words came out of Li Yi's mouth, he admitted it. Li Yi indeed did this. When facing the people, he was always honest. If Li Yi had any shortcomings, he felt that he could take advantage of them. In fact, if he wanted to attack Li Yi with righteousness and morality, Li Yi directly retorted. According to Li Yi's words, I am not a gentleman, so I can't take advantage of him. I am not a villain, so I can't tempt him with benefits. Those without ability pursue themselves. Those with ability pursue the great harmony. Even if this great harmony is not realistic. Li Yi explained another concept to Wang Wei. The great harmony he talked about was, what doctrine? Previously, he had been shouting and shouting, but no one mentioned it anymore. Because of desire. With desire, there would be development. Without desire, what was the point of existence? Desire is thought. I think, therefore I exist. If I don't exist, who cares about the flood? If it was too great, it wouldn't be in line with the nature of human development. According to the theory of materialism, it was contradictory. Therefore, it was more important to live a good life. The tide surged because of where the moon was. The moon was bright and the moon was round and the earth was divided. The moon was small, so it revolved around the earth. The earth was small, so it revolved around the sun. The sun rose and the stars disappeared. The moon was full and the stars were dark. Naturally, this was the case. Why did it have to be an unrealistic great harmony? Alas! Li Yi heaved a heavy sigh. Li Lang. Princess Yongmu noticed that Li Yi was in a bad mood. When Tian, the development of mankind will eventually change from being governed by humans to being governed by artificial intelligence. But in this process, there will be all kinds of struggles and sacrifices. Li Yi was thinking about something further in the future. In the entire world, there was no law that was truly implemented. There would always be people who would be influenced by various aspects and then make an idealistic judgment. When society developed to a certain point, it was estimated that everyone's thoughts would be collected. The existence of the judge was merely a mascot. It was just like imperial power. In the Tang dynasty, which was ruled by imperial power, no one would believe it if someone told them that there would be no emperor in the future. Princess Yongmu didn't know what intelligence was, but she did. Li Lang, use other things to replace people. Princess Yongmu couldn't think of anything. In the surveillance cameras in Zhuangzi, there are people who can call the police. There are even more powerful things that can discover people. Not only can they call the police, but they can also determine whether they are enemies or allies. If they are enemies, they can equip weapons and attack on their own. They can control some tools and help people do work. Since they can do that, they can be yamen runners and county magistrates. Li Yi was just fantasizing about the future. He believed that it would definitely become real. Maybe decades, maybe centuries. Princess Yongmu blinked and seemed to understand. If that's the case, our work will be easy. Easy work. I'm afraid that it will have its own ideas and then attack people with weapons. People can't beat it. Li Yi shook his head. If we send it to the army during a war, will it be able to kill the enemy and scare them? Princess Yongmu thought of Tubo. The enemy also has it. Everyone will fight with the same thing. The key is that there are other more powerful weapons. At most, we will perish together. Li Yi was referring to the weapons he told Princess Yongmu previously. Nuclear weapons. If they couldn't beat it, their country would be destroyed. No one would be safe. In fact, for countries with nuclear weapons, there was no such thing as being destroyed. Everyone was afraid. On the other side, Wang Wei was talking to Li Longji. It was mainly Li Longji asking and Wang Wei answering. Li Longji asked about Wang Wei's family situation. He also asked about the local specialties and the people's situation. Wang Wei knew about the local specialties. The people's situation. This and that. Anyway, how should he put it? He felt that the people in Chang'an were not as good as them. Wang Wei replied in this way. He really didn't know. He didn't know how to farm, weave, and cook, he only knew how to write poems and liked Buddhism and Taoism. He had started to come into contact with them now, but it was not as deep as it would be in the future. He was also willing to drink with many scholars and find women to accompany him. In history, he had invited an artist to dance a yellow lion at a banquet and was punished. That was considered as a rebellion. Once someone reported him, he would be in trouble. Li Longji knew that he would not rebel, but he still had to punish him. He was demoted. According to Li Yi's thoughts, Wang Wei should have been cheated by someone. Someone was doing this on purpose. Wang Wei's family was big and rich. He was good at painting and writing poems. He was considered talented. In addition, he had just passed the Grand Scholar exam, so he was arranged to be a good official. Others flattered him and arranged all kinds of performances for him. They gave him the idea of having a woman dance a yellow lion. They even found a team to perform for him. It was similar to old Bai in Li Yi's time. He was cheated by someone. What he said in private was recorded and posted online. Sometimes, making friends was like this. Wang Wei did not know what happened to him in history. He was sweating. Are the ditches around your house still working? Li Longji asked. Wang Wei, maybe. How's the rain this year? Li Longji asked. Wang Wei, it rained a few times, but not much. Can you see the people watering their crops? If so, what is the source of the water? Li Longji asked. Wang Wei was sweating, but he did not dare to wipe it. I didn't see the water wheel. Yes, I didn't see it. I have a water wheel in my house. Are the people's livestock commonly seen on the road? Li Longji asked. Wang Wei frowned. He regretted it. If he knew this would happen, he would not have come to see His Majesty. He should have asked Li Yi what His Majesty wanted to ask after meeting His Majesty. Then, he could have prepared in advance. Why was His Majesty asking so many specific questions? Shouldn't he be asking about the country's strategy? On the way here, he was thinking about Tubo, Tujue, and Tukashi. His Majesty did not ask about important matters. Instead, he asked the people in the county about farming and raising livestock. Li Longji looked at Wang Wei with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Li Yi said a few words to Princess Yongmu. When he saw Wang Wei's expression, he wanted to laugh. Everyone was thinking about becoming an official and then giving advice. However, when they reached the lowest level, they were all at a loss. Maojia, when we pass by your house, you should go home first to understand the situation. If you are willing to catch up with us, hurry up. If you are not willing to, wait for us. We will come back to pick you up. Li Yi tried to smooth things over. There was no need to ask. Wang Wei did not know. Chapter 1255. The banquet ended in a joyous atmosphere. The people who attended the banquet went home in groups. Wang Wei took his own people and went home to understand the situation. He prepared to memorize the information and catch up with the group. After going to Hongnong, he would return to Chang'an and become the county magistrate of Lantian County. He knew that the opportunity was right in front of him. If he could meet the emperor and become the county magistrate, he would be promoted in the future. Li Yi watched as Wang Wei left alone in the company of so many people. Suddenly, he thought of someone. Is Meng Haoren at home or at Dongting Lake? Li Yi thought of Meng Haoren. Meng Haoren's home was in Xiangyang, Hubei. According to the information, he was supposed to go to Dongting Lake and visit Zhang Shua. In history, Zhang Shua was banished from Chang'an and became the provincial governor of Yuezhou. Meng Haoren met him there. After a year, Zhang Shua wrote a letter to Su Yi. Su Yi asked Li Longji to persuade Zhang Shua to become the provincial governor of Jingzhou. However, Zhang Shua did not go to Yuezhou. He was not allowed to be the prime minister and was sent to Hunan province. Hunan province was not a banished official. Although it was not as good as the prime minister, its status was not low. It was the governor of the eastern capital. It was responsible for collecting taxes, planting rice, and maintaining the roads between the two capitals. The winged knights went to Dali to make steel. Other things needed Zhang Shua's help. Even if Meng Haoren went to Dongting Lake, he would not be able to see Zhang Shua. Who else could help him? Meng Haoren. Clear dawn rises because of the flow, crossing the river. Sand fowls are near, a distant tree cannot be distinguished. Princess Yongmu heard Li Yi's muttering and recited 4 lines of Meng Haoren's poem. She did not say the rest. The poem was called Climbing Lumen Mountain. It was written when he was 20. It's him, he. Alas! Li Yi did not know how to evaluate Meng Haoren. He had the talent to write poems. When he was an official, he was only an aide for a short time. He did not know what it was like to be an official. However, he was good at writing poems. Li Longji, who was good at writing poems, was usually willing to give him a chance. However, when he finally met him, he was so scared that he hid under the bed. Moreover, when he was asked to recite a poem, he recited, "Untalented, the wise master has abandoned me, sickly old friends have neglected me." Li Longji did not like bitter poems, so he did not give him an official position. His failure to pass the imperial examination was probably not because of the scriptures, but because he did not write the practical policy well. Meng Haoren knew very little about national affairs and politics. He had been thinking about his idyllic poems all day. Should this person give him a chance? Although he had been a vagrant all his life, his family was quite wealthy. In the end, he didn't die of poverty. He died of sores on his back. The medical conditions could have cured him, but he drank and ate fresh food with others. He drank with Wang Chongling. The poison sores that were about to be cured relapsed and he died. Should I also give him the position of county deputy? Princess Yongmu thought that there was a person who was similar to Wang Wei and felt that it was a good idea to follow his example. I sent someone to look for him alone. No way. Li Yi didn't want to take the initiative to look for Meng Haoren. If he were to look for Meng Haoren, many people would take Meng Haoren seriously. But was Meng Haoren really that important? If he wanted to look for someone, he would look for someone who would become a famous minister in the future. He didn't have a chance in the early days, but later on, he would become a high-ranking official and govern the place well. Yes, I will think about it and see who is suitable. Then I will write a letter and ask him to come to Chang'an. Li Yi decided to give it a try. He called some people who were of low status now but would become high-ranking officials in the future. These people were directly branded with the name of Li family Zhuangzi. While Li Yi was thinking, a person came to the south of Chang'an at night. He stayed in the inn in the south of the city, which belonged to Li family Zhuangzi. When he registered, he said that his name was Meng Haoren. Li Yi didn't expect that Meng Haoren would go to Chang'an instead of Dongting Lake. Meng Haoren didn't go to Dongting Lake specifically to look for Zhang Shua. He was there before. Next year, he went back home and visited Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua promised to help him, but Zhang Shua was transferred away and didn't arrange an official position for him. When Zhang Shua returned to Chang'an, he also didn't get an official position for him. Meng Haoren met Li Longji at Zhang Shua's house last time. Now he came to Chang'an by himself. He probably thought that there was a heated brick bed in Chang'an, but there was no heated brick bed in Xiangyang, so it was cold in winter. Meng Haoren hurried to the south of Chang'an. It was dark. He checked into the inn, took a hot bath, changed into a new set of clothes, and went out for a stroll. Chang'an was not cold in winter at night. There were street lamps on the streets. There was a night market in the south of the city, where there were many snacks. Tanghulu, sesame malt candy, shabu-shabu, barbecue, fried food. The only thing that made the stalls unhappy was the free hot soup. People didn't buy the soup. When the stalls were cold or thirsty, they would drink half a bowl of the soup and then continue to walk around. Meng Haoren went to the gold and silver shop first. He had some exchange coupons, but he didn't have enough. When he was at home, he used copper coins to exchange for gold. Now he had to exchange the gold for coupons. The gold was heavy, and the copper coins were even heavier. It was not easy to go out for a stroll. The gold and silver shop in the south of the city was run by the Li family Zhuangzi. Other people's gold and silver shops were responsible for making jewelry and other things. The Li family Zhuangzi's gold and silver shop was only responsible for exchange. Copper coins, silver, and gold were directly exchanged for coupons. There were merchants who collected copper coins from other places and exchanged them there. Then they took the coupons to other places and sold them at a high price. Usually, they could make a profit of 10%. There was no risk in this business. They invested 10,000 taels. If they led a team, they would get 1,000 taels. After deducting the expenses, they could get 700 taels. Then they would buy things from the capital and transport them back to sell. The purpose of doing this was not only to make money, but also to facilitate their local business. It was Meng Haoren's first time in the capital. In the afternoon, he went to another county and saw the prosperity of the local area. It was dark in Chang'an, but he could still see people coming and going. He touched the gold on his body. It was still there. He didn't lose it. He looked at other people and felt that there would be thieves in a crowd. The other people didn't care. When they were buying things, they took out money from their inner pockets. Some took out a pile of money. The big money was on the outside, and the small money was inside. Brother, aren't you afraid that others will be jealous of you taking money like this? Meng Haoren saw that the person took out a lot of money and kindly reminded him. No, there are no thieves in the capital. Instead, there are former thieves who help to keep an eye on the crowd. The person who took out the money smiled. He looked at Meng Haoren and said, "This is your first time in Chang'an?" "Yes." Meng Haoren nodded. The current capital gathers the thieves and pays them a salary. They are responsible for watching the others. If they see thieves from other places, they will catch them. The person who took out the money smiled and explained that there were no thieves. Meng Haoren was slightly surprised and then smiled. "Are there people who kidnap children?" "No, there are people in charge of every place. If children are kidnapped, these people will be responsible." There was a hint of pride in the man's expression as he spoke. The capital was safe. It felt like a dream. Meng Haoren looked around and didn't see anyone in charge of anything. Don't look. They hide very well. Sometimes when you drop things or money, they will help you pick them up. The person who took out the money didn't look elsewhere. Is that so? Meng Haoren was envious. In Xiangyang, where he was from, there was no such thing. Chapter 1256. Meng Haoren thanked him and found a gold and silver shop. He went in and exchanged his gold for coupons. After counting the money, he looked at the list and asked curiously, "How much do I exchange for every day?" "It's fixed. It's always the same ratio." The person in charge put the gold away and replied, "If there's a difference, won't people from other places be able to make money?" Meng Haoren knew that prices were fluctuating. In Xiangyang, gold was expensive. In the capital, it was cheap. Every time he exchanged, he would lose a lot. For the Li family Zhuangzi, the difference is negligible. Right now, no one is using coupons to exchange for copper or gold. The person in charge knew what Meng Haoren meant. If there was a difference, he would be able to make a profit. Of course. In the entire capital, including the surrounding prefectures, the prices were based on the Li family Zhuangzi's gold and silver shop. The Li family Zhuangzi set the price. It was stable, and no one else could make a profit. If you wanted to make a profit, you would need to use millions of taels. For example, if you had 1,000,000 taels worth of coupons, you could buy copper, silver, and gold at a high price and raise the market price. There were not many people who had that much money. Those who had it were smart and did not dare to do so. They knew that if they tried to raise the price, the Li family Zhuangzi would take out a large amount of copper and sell it for a high price. They would be able to buy all the 1,000,000 taels. Then, he could use the copper to buy things. If he wanted to buy things, he would have to pay according to the coupons. If he wanted to lower the price, no one would sell it. If there were, wouldn't it be better to take it to the Li family Zhuangzi's gold and silver shop? Meng Haoren looked at the money again. He used the light to look at the design. There was a 50-tael note. It was big and had a beautiful design. "If I leave the money with you for safekeeping, how much do you charge?" Meng Haoren wanted to stay and develop, so he had to bring money from his family. He was worried that it would not be safe to keep a lot of money on hand, so he wanted to leave it with the gold and silver shop. "We don't charge you." The person in charge replied. "Won't I lose money?" Meng Haoren was good at poetry, but he was not good at financial matters. "No." The person in charge shook his head. "Why? Other places charge you money." Meng Haoren wanted to know more. "We give loans. Usually, people buy things and pay them back. Everything that was bought through the Li family Zhuangzi's loan method was the current price of the item. The amount that the Li family Zhuangzi is willing to fork out is much lower. Everyone is willing to do this, including." Seeing that no one else had come in, the person in charge patiently explained the economic and financial issues to Meng Haoren. When other people saw that an item was worth 100 yuan, they would buy it from the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi would buy it for 90 yuan or even lower from a merchant. This person's salary could be divided into 1 year, and he would be paid 333 yuan a month. The buyer didn't suffer any losses. The Li family Zhuangzi earned the interest for the difference in price. The sellers did not lose out either. Their sales increased. My Dongzhu said that the profits earned from the loans should be used for public welfare. Otherwise, if the interest compound, it will devalue the exchange coupons. The person in charge concluded that Dongzhu was controlling the purchasing power of the redemption coupons. They could only devalue a certain type of product because the quantity of the product was low. It was a market economy. Instead of devaluing the product, it increased in value. The more remote a place was, the higher the price of the redemption coupons. Meng Haoren understood. He thanked the person and left. He stood at the door and looked up into the starry sky. He wanted to see Li Yi. As he wandered around the Yangtze River, he heard many of Li Yi's poems. The flower boats on Dongting Lake often sang Li Yi's songs and poems. The problem was, why did Li Yi's style change so much? It didn't feel like it was written by one person. He heard people say that the poems were copied by Li Yi. The copied person had been killed and buried. How many people did he need to bury? Meng Haoren couldn't figure it out. He looked down at the sky and looked for snacks. The snacks weren't expensive. Tofu skin boiled in chicken soup could be bought for 4 skewers for 1 yuan. The same went for tofu rolls. Meng Haoren chose a place to sit down. Next to him were vinegar, soy sauce, pepper oil, garlic, ginger powder, sweet sauce, and black bean sauce. He could eat as much seasoning as he wanted, but he couldn't waste it. If he poured a lot, there would be a lot left. Meng Haoren looked at the price. The meat skewers were 1 yuan each. The skewers were different. After eating, he counted the skewers. There was a small bamboo tube next to him. After eating one, he threw the skewers into the tube. Meng Haoren looked around and found that no one was watching. There was only one person in charge of filling the skewers. He was also the last person to collect the money. He took a few skewers from his plate and poured some seasoning. He asked an 8 or 9-year-old girl next to him, "If you don't put the skewers into the tube after eating, can you save money by hiding them?" The girl looked up at him, smiled, and continued eating. "Meng Haoren, what do you mean? I asked you a question, and you smiled at me." Seeing that she didn't talk to him, he started eating. After eating one skewer, he felt something strange. He looked up and saw several people staring at him. He put the skewers into the tube, and the people turned their heads and continued eating. Meng Haoren suddenly understood. So that's how it is. The commoners are helping to keep an eye on him, so no one can try to cheat. At the same time, he also understood why the girl was smiling at him. She was waiting for him to hide the skewers so that she could report him. "You're helping the Li family Zhuangzi like this. Will Li Yi give you any money?" Meng Haoren said angrily to the girl. The girl looked at him. She rolled her eyes and put down the skewers. She reached into her pocket and took out a few currency coupons. She placed them on the table. The currency coupons she took out were different from normal currency coupons. There was a big prize on them. There was also a line of small words, "If it wasn't for the cold, how could the fragrance of plum blossoms assail the nose?" Meng Haoren looked at the girl. He reached out and picked up the currency coupons. There were 2 10-yuan notes, 1 50-yuan note, and 1 1-yuan note. "What kind of money is this? 1 yuan. A child like you can take out 1 yuan?" Meng Haoren had never seen currency coupons like this before. "I also have a 10-yuan note to buy things for my parents." "You eat tofu skin. 1 yuan for 4 skewers. I'll use this money. 5 skewers for 1 yuan. The girl blinked her big eyes and raised her chin slightly. As soon as she finished speaking, the people eating around her all looked at her. Some people began to clap, and others followed suit. They knew very well what it meant for a child to be able to receive a 10 yuan reward. What have you studied so far? Another 13 or 14-year-old boy sitting across from her suddenly asked. University, minister. The girl smiled brightly. Meng Haoren turned his head and looked at the bad child. So young, studying university and minister. He understood everything. The reward given was 10 yuan. The 1 yuan notes and the dozens of yuan notes were the usual rewards. This money was given by the Li family Zhuangzi. He thought of Li Yi and looked forward to meeting him. It was given by His Majesty. Several children shouted together. Good, given by His Majesty. Amazing, really amazing. Meng Haoren didn't believe that His Majesty would give money. He was talking about Li Yi. His good reputation was given to His Majesty. Chapter 1257. Meng Haoren was shocked. He thought for a while and said, Son is afraid of Kuang. He said, since King Wen is gone, what about culture? All the children at the table said almost at the same time, when heaven is about to lose culture, the dead will not be able to live with culture. When heaven has not lost culture, what will Kuang do? Meng Haoren was stunned. He stood up and looked around. He was sure that he was at a food stall and not at the Imperial College. A group of children. He just asked a sentence from the Analects of Confucius and they knew it. How did you learn? Meng Haoren knew that his children in Xiangyang were not as good as the children in Chang'an. If you learn well, you will be rewarded. If you don't get the reward, you won't be able to raise your head. The boy who asked the little girl gave the answer and took out his prize voucher. Another child said, children from rich families can't get the voucher if they don't learn well. We look down on them. Sometimes we use the voucher to eat at the Li family Zhuangzi's stall. They give us a big discount. Yesterday I ate 20 skewers and they only charged me 1 coin. In the winter, we learn to skate and ride ice bikes on the ice. 1 coin is included in everything, including food. The more rewards we get, the more things we can buy for our families. My parents can write now. My family subscribes to the newspaper. The children spoke one after another, and the parents who brought them out had a proud look on their faces. Meng Haoren nodded and ate again. He was silent. What he saw was the situation of the people in the capital. He felt sad that his hometown, Xiangyang, was not comparable. He did not have much foresight. If it were by Gu and the others, they would know that starting from the capital, everyone in the Tang dynasty would be literate. Now he was suitable to write idyllic poems. He always wanted to attend the imperial examinations and did not want to take the imperial examinations. His good friend Zhang Zirong took the imperial examinations and became a jinshi. He then went to be a county magistrate in Jiangnan. When he failed, he wanted to take the imperial examinations. In the end, he did not pass the imperial examinations. He did not pass the imperial examinations again. He probably knew that he would not pass the imperial examinations, so he wanted to attend the imperial examinations. Come. Today's chicken drumsticks are leftover. Everyone gets 1 drumstick. The person from the braised food store came over with 7 drumsticks. 1 for each child. This drumstick was not the calf of a chicken that had been out of the pen for a few weeks. It was big. Thank you, Uncle 8 Fingers. Thank you, Uncle 8 Fingers. The children stood up to express their gratitude. The person who delivered the gifts smiled and waved his hand. He was missing 2 fingers on his left hand, the thumb and index finger. Therefore, he told the child to call him Uncle 8 Fingers because it was easy to remember. What kind of work did you do to hurt your hand? Meng Haoren only dared to ask when he saw that the child could speak. When I was fighting with the Turks, they threw a condom over my left hand and dragged me on horseback. Someone tried to stab me in the middle. I tried to free myself, but I could not get my 2 fingers free. I cut myself off and hacked to death the one who tried to prick me. He was lucky enough to survive after suffering from a fever for half a month. This wound was closed with a soldering iron. The person from the braised food store spoke calmly, as if he was talking about someone else's business. A serious look could be seen in Meng Haoren's eyes as he thought back to what it had been like to fight to the death. With one hand trapped, he was dragged by the enemy on horseback. Then, the enemy took the opportunity to attack him. In an instant, he cut off his own fingers and hacked the enemy to death. He was calm and ruthless. He was ruthless to himself and even more ruthless to the enemy. You don't get a pension. Why do you have to come out to sell things? Meng Haoren was distressed. I'm from the Li family Zhuangzi. With the winged knights there, I was bored, so I applied to come out to play. The person who sold braised food finished speaking and turned back. He was the guard that Li Qingqi found. His whole family was here. The winged knights and the 16 guards maintained absolute respect for these people. Although they were missing 2 fingers, they could still kill you in a life-and-death battle. The person in charge of cooking skewers came over with a piece of paper and wrapped the drumsticks for the children to take home. Meng Haoren looked behind 8 Fingers and said worriedly, how can he enter the account if he gives away things so casually? The woman who wrapped the drumsticks said, you just need to tell him. He gave it to him, so it won't spoil. We can sell it tomorrow. Today, all the children who came are here for the reward voucher, so give them more food. Are you sure he won't be punished? Meng Haoren knew that if his servant did this, he would definitely be punished. I'm sure. I'm his wife. He always gives things to the children. Today, the children will eat skewers for free. I'll also tell him. The woman wrapped the drumsticks and patted the head of the child next to her. Thank you, Auntie 8 Fingers. The children continued to thank her happily. Meng Haoren was sure. Yes, they were husband and wife. He had a lot of questions. Why was Li Yi so indulgent with his servants? How could they give things away so casually? What if they sold it and kept the money for themselves? How could they give it away just like that? Thinking of this, he said, you sold it and said that you gave it to the children and kept the money for yourselves. Li Yi doesn't know, right? It's not worth it if we don't have much money. In the Li family Zhuangzi, we don't have to worry about anything. Money is useless. The woman smiled and shook her head. She looked as if she didn't want to earn money. They had food and shelter. Needless to say, their children's education. If they lacked anything, Zhuangzi would directly give them money. Why hide some money? Buy food outside to eat. Buy clothes to wear. Moreover, the people in Zhuangzi didn't have cash on hand. They were all accounted for. How could they enter the account with the voucher? Tell the accountant that they earned money from other places? Obviously not. Or buy other things with money. Then bring it home to use. But Zhuangzi gave it to them. Wouldn't it be stupid to buy extra? In winter, there were watermelons in the cafeteria. There were also watermelons sold outside. Buy them and secretly bring them home to eat. Why bother? There were also dried fruits. They were placed in the cafeteria. If they wanted to eat, they could grab a few handfuls to eat at home. They had everything they wanted. If they were caught playing any tricks, it wouldn't be as simple as being chased out of Zhuangzi. There was no possibility of the Li family Zhuangzi leaving alive. There were too many secrets. Meng Haoren realized that he was like a fool who didn't know anything. How could a single Zhuangzi manage things like this? The villagers casually gave things to others. No one was watching. All they had to do was say a word. If it were his own family, the family property would be emptied by the servants. The Li family Zhuangzi's villagers were telling the truth as they gave things. Where did their loyalty come from? He didn't know that Li Yi had many ways of managing things. There were different ways to deal with different situations. When the Li family Zhuangzi cooperated with others, Li Yi would calculate the non-working capital loss. There was a ratio. It was just like when he sold medical equipment. The pharmaceutical sales representative's public relations expenses couldn't be controlled. It could only be controlled within a certain range. It was completely controlled. It looked like the management was good, but the profits were low. This was because the pharmaceutical sales representative lacked flexibility when using funds. How could they bribe? Public relations expenses were flexible. There was a data model when auditing. Chapter 1258. Is it delicious? Don't cry. I can make up for it. I only exchanged for a little. 5 caddies. The rest can be eaten raw or boiled. Li Yi, who did not know that Meng Haoren had gone to Chang'an, got a pile of peanuts from Guo's house. He made salt-fried peanuts. He did not use the microwave oven in the ambulance. Instead, he used an iron pot to make salt-fried peanuts. He only exploded 1 caddy of peanuts and 1 caddy of spiced peanuts. 1 caddy of peanuts was prepared to be boiled and eaten. The other 2 caddies of peanuts were left there. He did not know how to eat them. He felt that the amount of oil was too little. Princess Yongmu knew that Li Yi had exchanged his life for peanuts. She cried when she ate. Li Yi persuaded her. It was just peanuts. Why cry? Guozi also grabbed a handful of peanuts and ate them. He guarded beside all kinds of guns. His talent was heaven-defying. After using all kinds of weapons and firing a few rounds with the heavy machine gun, he did not need to practice anymore. He liked to touch guns. Before he fell asleep, he would think about how to use guns. He would even dream of using the heavy machine gun to shoot the enemy. He would simulate the battlefield and the trajectory of the bullets in his mind. Everyone had a taste. It was not a lot. But if one person wanted to eat all the peanuts, he or she would be sick of it. Li Lang, don't exchange them in the future. I don't want to eat them. Princess Yongmu's eyes were red. But the peanuts were indeed delicious. When we find the seeds in the future, we will not exchange them. If the fleet is fast enough, we can find the seeds. Let's come back first. We can use the greenhouse to plant the seeds first. Li Yi had already decided. The steamship will go there quickly and come back quickly. There was no rush to do other things. From the Tang dynasty to America, it would take more than a month to reach the place, unless the route deviated. There was no need for additional supplies. 1 ship was enough to support itself. It was not like a ship with oars, a human-powered ship, or a sailing ship. Oars and manpower were slow and tiring. A sailing ship needed to look at the direction of the wind. God knows how the wind changed. More than a month had passed. When they reached the place, they would immediately look for things and replenish their fresh water. If they met the natives, they would give them some benefits first. The natives were very easy to talk to. When the white-skinned people went over, the natives would treat them warmly. In the past, people with yellow skin would find that the natives of America looked very similar. Whether it was the Inuit or the Native Americans, there was not much difference between them and the people of the Tang dynasty. Including his bones, skin color, eyes, and hair, he felt like he was one of them. Give them gifts, and they will be very happy. Things like soap, small mirror, skin cream, and toilet water were all quite practical. Of course, there were also spices for cooking and silk. As long as the silk was not fake, everyone would think it was beautiful when they saw it. The weather in South America was hot. Wearing silk clothes would be smooth, soft, and cool. There were also iron weapons, such as spearheads and broadswords. When someone gave you a weapon, it proved that the other party had helped you increase your chances of survival. At the same time, it also proved that the other party's weapon was better. If they were willing to give it to you, would they lack it? The tea leaves were naturally given as well. He taught the other party how to drink tea. Drinking tea was actually addictive because of the theophylline. Li Yi knew what the Chinese people were like when they were dealing with outsiders. They would usually help others. People with albinism were different. Once they realized that you couldn't beat them, they would immediately solve the problem by force. In the beginning, the Chinese civilization did not have a large territory. Then, when others attacked them, they would fight back. As they fought, the territory grew bigger and would merge again. By Li Yi's time, there were 56 ethnic groups, and there were also fair-skinned people among them. There was no discrimination, and there was no bullying. Those ethnic groups in the northwest border were still seriously guarding the border. Especially the Wakhan corridor, which was the place with Afghanistan. Next to it were Pakistan and Tajikistan. The locals promised that no one could enter and no one could leave. The locals also attached great importance to education. Once the roads were blocked by heavy snow, they would walk in the snow. When the school found that the location was not right, they immediately called the police, and the police went out to help. That was the real harmony between the army and the people, and the police and the people. The locals never clamored for independence, because the places they came into contact with were really too chaotic. Pakistan, Tajikistan, and Afghanistan, which place had a higher standard of living than China. People with the same skin color and appearance would pity other countries when they came into contact with people from other countries. Then what about America? The people in North America were similar to the people of the Tang dynasty. It was the same for South America. They were not the descendants of a large number of colonists who were later occupied by the white people. In Li Yi's eyes, those fair-skinned people represented barbarism. Even in the current era of the Tang dynasty, there was no culture there. What was civilization? Those who believed in some religions were not civilization, because civilization itself was belief. Others believed in belief, but China believed in civilization. No one knew what Li Yi was thinking. Li Longji and the others only thought about getting the things back as soon as possible. They had never been to America, but they believed in Li Yi's words. Guo Zixio was arranging the accommodation. His family's house was big now, and the house was two-story. It was connected to one another, and one courtyard was connected to another. It was not a traditional house. The height of the house was not enough, and when it was connected, there was a partition in the middle. It was similar to the Kong residence, but in fact, it was better looking and bigger. The Kong residence's rules were strict, and the Kong residence had cheated Confucius. Although Confucius was a saint, the people of Li Yi's era did not agree. And if Confucianism was regarded as Confucianism, it was even more disgusting. What religion? In China, other than Taoism, no other religion was recognized. The rest of the Guo family were also busy. They had already packed everything, and now they were checking it again. Li Lang, why did you eat the skin? Princess Yongmu ate the salted peanuts and rubbed the skin off. Because the skin is actually good for the body. It is better than the split heart wood in the walnuts. Li Yi did not rub the skin. The outer layer of peanuts had special vitamins. When he said that, the others stopped rubbing and even threw the skin into their mouths to chew. Brother Yi, can Wang Wei be a good deputy? Li Longji did not have a good impression of Wang Wei. He had been with Li Yi for a long time, and he was used to analyzing the problem with data. If any county magistrate came over, he would ask you how many people are there in the county. What is the proportion of the elderly? How many children are there? Also, what are the roads like? How many animals can pull carts and plow the land? Now, the governor's office was using this model to explain everything clearly. All you need to do is look at the chart. I also don't know. Give him a chance. If he can continue to use him, then let him continue. If not, let him write poems for fun. Li Yi could not be sure about Wang Wei. It was not enough to just chat and look at the information. When Wang Wei was an official, he did not seem to be in charge of politics. He was more of a free official, and he would look for monks and Taoists to chat. He was still young, but he insisted on going into Zen Buddhism. Li Yi felt that it was not important what you like, but you must be able to improve the lives of the people. Even if you like to compose, you can compose more songs that the people like. You only care about yourself, and you don't care about the people under your rule. Chapter 1259. The maids and eunuchs went to arrange the rooms first. The Guo family specially set aside the best 9 courtyards with 3 entrances. Li Longji lived in the middle of the courtyard, which was in the shape of a well. No one from the Guo family lived in this area. After the courtyard was covered, it was time to clean up. Now, it could finally play its role. Guo Zi's carriage entered Li Longji's courtyard and stopped there. He slept in the carriage at night, so there was a heavy machine gun in the carriage. When the winged knights were ready, Guo Zi found time to talk to his family. Zi, is it hard over there? Guo Zixio sat opposite Guo Zi and made some green tea. It's much better than the border. At least we don't have to worry about food and drink. Guo Zi went to the front lines and saw his brothers die in battle. In the highlands, no matter how good the logistics were, it couldn't compare to the Li family Zhuangzi. In the Li family Zhuangzi, the daily training and study were more tiring. When there was a winter swimming event, Li personally went into the water to guide. For example, when playing water polo, a large piece of ice was shaved off and people went in to play in 2 teams. If it weren't for the perfect medical treatment and warm-up before the competition, the winged knights would probably be wiped out without a battle. Learning was more tiring than winter swimming. Li Yi taught a lot. How will the family do things in the future? Guo Zixio felt like he was in a dream for the past few years. His younger brother went to take the military exam and was evaluated as an outlier. When everyone was happy, his brother was in charge of the emperor's private army. Since when did their family's life become better? They were richer than before. Now, money was no longer a consideration. Do things as usual. We don't bully people, but we're not afraid of working with others. We don't need to use our official position to make money. Guo Zi was now confident that as long as the family didn't rebel or become corrupt, no one could do anything to the Guo family. If someone dared to cause trouble, Li Yi would take revenge 100-fold. Guo Zixio nodded. He also knew that he was riding on the emperor's coattails. His younger brother protected the emperor. If his family was bullied, was there someone who wanted to use this to threaten his younger brother to harm the emperor? Yes, that was the case. They could confiscate the family's property. How should we arrange the affairs of the family in the future? Guo Zixio only listened to others. Whatever Li Yi told him to do, he would do it. Then, he would make money, and the money he earned would go to the Guo clan. The Guo family had specially built a bunch of houses for Li Yi to stay in when he came. Now, His Majesty was here. Should that be the palace? Villa? Guozi rubbed his hands together and said, those who should be officials should be officials. For example, my father doesn't need to do business. My brothers in the family, and my future brothers, should all become officials. Why? Guozixio thought that if her family took this opportunity to become an official, it would be as if they didn't know what was good for them. Only by becoming an official can we help the Tang dynasty. His Majesty is not at ease with other officials. If my family becomes an official, His Majesty will be at ease with that place. Guozi didn't think about his family. He only cared about the Tang dynasty. His family members went to various places to become officials. If they did well, they would be promoted. As for whether the high-ranking officials would want to sit on that throne or not, it was not up to his family to decide. If Li Yi didn't agree, no one could sit on that throne. He had never thought about usurping the throne. What was so good about being an emperor? Just look at His Majesty's hard life in the past. If it weren't for Li Yi's help, His Majesty wouldn't even know how to manage the harem. Guozi didn't know that in history, he was so close to getting the throne, but he still didn't think about it. On the other side, Li Longji stayed in the house prepared by the Guo clan and talked to Li Yi. Can the Guo clan take on an important task? Li Longji asked Li Yi directly when he saw people. Whoever Li Yi said could do it, that person could do it. For example, how Lingquan went from a general to a general when he was young and studied in Zhuangzi. Tubo sent Hao Lingquan there. They didn't see his ability to lead troops to war, but they knew how good he was at diplomacy. Hao Lingquan turned so many tribes into people of the Tang dynasty, and they even showed their loyalty and helped him. Li Yi wanted to protect Zhang Shaosong, and Zhang Shaosong really defeated the enemy at the critical moment and led troops to Tubo to help. Li Yi wanted to deal with Jiang Jiao, and he investigated. Sure enough, there was a problem. Now, should the Guo clan be given extra care? Should they be given more trust? Yes. The main thing is to set up a military academy. The other members of the Guo clan, those who are born in the future, and Zi's nephews, can be officials. Their families are born to fight. Li Yi wanted to laugh when he said this, but he also felt a little sad. He felt sad for history. Guozi was good at war. During the An Lushan rebellion, if many generals were not incompetent, the Tang dynasty would not be like that. Every war that Guozi participated in, he only lost one, and it was a draw. It had little to do with him. When he had the military power, he endured it when others framed him. When he was dismissed, he did not say anything. Once he was used again, he could lead the soldiers to victory. The Tang dynasty's royal family owed him too much. The more obedient and capable a general was, the more he would be attacked by others. Fortunately, he came. What minister was attacking him? Who jumped out to make trouble? I will teach you a lesson. Are you sure? Li Longji asked again. The Guo clan's loyalty to the imperial court is no less than mine. Li Yi commented on Guozi's family. Li Longji understood. Even if the Guo clan could easily become the emperor one day, the Guo clan would still not be the emperor. Just like Brother Yi, no one could stop him from becoming the emperor. Brother Yi's heart was not on the throne, and he was more willing to help. He felt that being the emperor was not comfortable and was busy all day. It was better to be relaxed in Zhuangzi. Brother Yi, who can be used and who can't be used? Li Longji wanted to arrange people. Those who can be used. I will make a list later. Those who can't be used, Li Linfu can't be used now. In addition, the Jiang clan should not be used again. Li Yi directly destroyed Li Linfu's future. He did not know if Li Linfu would become like in history. But it was not important. Whether he changed or not, he was not allowed to rise. There was also the unborn Yang Yuhuan, who would not have a chance in the future, and Yang Guizhong. As for the others, as long as they were not virtuous, they would not be given an important position. Otherwise, it would be tiring to think about dealing with people all day long. Oh! Li Longji remembered. The Jiang clan should not be used again. The person named Li Linfu, he would look back and arrange a small official for him. He could not throw him far away. If Li Linfu bullied the people there, he would be harming the people. In addition, he could not send him an official position that could be profitable, such as building irrigation works. Writing books was a good job. If it was done well, it could be famous for thousands of years. Yes, let Li Linfu write books. Li Longji chatted for a while and asked Lu Jieyu to go to bed. Li Yi found a place to sleep. Even if Li Longji hinted that there were many houses here and Princess Yongmu was afraid of being lonely, he did not go to find her. The Guo clan went to bed very late. Today, they confirmed one thing. Their clan was going to develop greatly. They had to have more children, find more wives, and educate their children well. When they grew up, they would contribute to the Tang dynasty. Chapter 1260. In the middle of the night, it started to snow. At dawn, the people were burning their stoves. It was cold. The Guo family asked the Li family Zhuangzi's people to make breakfast. It was spicy soup with scallion pancakes. It was easy to make and didn't need dough. 2 more herbal tea eggs and some pickled vegetables would be enough. Everyone ate the same thing, including the pregnant Empress Wang. She was not feeling well recently and didn't get milk for her. Send a batch of food to the county's Grief Tian Square and give them 1,000 coins. Li Yi ordered Qing Song. Qing Song went to find someone to make the arrangements. Sure enough, he found Zheng Yiqin and other county officials as soon as he went out. They went back yesterday and came back early in the morning. After getting the money, he took the food and rushed to Grief Tian Square. He hadn't eaten yet. 1,000 coins was not a small amount. He knew that he had to let the people in Grief Tian Square eat and live well. He also had to find someone to treat their illness. Grief Tian Square was not short of money this year. The Guo family donated the most. Other people who went to the Li family Zhuangzi to sell things also donated money. Grief Tian Square couldn't stop people from leaving, but it could give the people who were still alive hope. The existence of Grief Tian Square not only helped people in need, but also united people who provided help. When the people who donated money saw that the people living in Grief Tian Square had a better life, they would feel proud and feel the prosperity and power of the Tang dynasty. Especially the newspapers of the Li family Zhuangzi always talked about how poor other places were, how they didn't have enough to eat, how they didn't have enough to wear, and so on. It was always a comparison for the people of the Tang dynasty. Sometimes, happiness came from comparison. After everyone ate, the group set off and passed by Grief Tian Square. Stop, let's go and take a look. Li Longji knew that Grief Tian Square was in front of them. He asked the group to stop temporarily. He wanted to go in. Grief Tian Square, as its name suggested, was a square with many buildings. The imperial court hired people. It didn't need the temple or the temple to take care of it, including the capital government's Grief Tian Square. In the past, people in the temple took care of it. The temple had money, so the people would burn incense and light lamps to donate money. Li Longji didn't think it was a good idea. People in Grief Tian Square saw people from the temple. Of course, they were also grateful to the religion. He took over the money and contributed a portion of it. The imperial court contributed another portion, and Li Yi also donated. Fewer and fewer commoners went to offer incense. They were more willing to offer incense to the longevity tablets of Li Longji and Li Yi. He would keep the money for himself and donate it to the military. Those who had more money would directly look for the yamen and provide the grief Tian Lane. It was said that offering incense to Li Yi was more efficacious than offering incense to the temple. It seemed to be the most efficacious in praying for children. Back then, she didn't have a child. Now that her life was better, she burned incense for Li Yi and begged for a child. Sure enough, she got pregnant. In fact, the reason they could get pregnant was because they ate good food and were in a good mood. With the supplement of protein and trace elements, the probability of pregnancy would increase when a man and a woman were together. Of course, if he wanted to improve his family's standard of living, he would be able to earn a lot of money. It was a vow to get some offerings for Li Dongzhu. He made a pot of red braised pork and placed it in a basin for a quarter of an hour. Before it got cold, he quickly brought it to the table to eat. The commoners clearly knew that Li Yi wouldn't be able to eat it, but they still insisted on doing so. It was very ritualistic. Zheng County's Grief Tian Lane also had the longevity tablets of Li Longji and Li Yi. The people living in the lane would clean it every day, and some would even kowtow. Li Yi accompanied Li Longji in. Zheng Yiqin was there and he was eating. There was a lot of spicy soup and scallion pancakes. He just happened to eat with them. When he saw Li Longji enter, he quickly got up. You continue eating. We will take a look ourselves. Li Longji said to Zheng Yiqin and walked forward. He sniffed and didn't smell any stench or mold. Instead, he smelled a little of toilet water. He saw an old man around 60 years old and asked softly, "Did you spray toilet water today?" The old man looked at Li Longji and nodded, "I spray it every day. I mix toilet water with water and spray a little. It's fragrant." "Did you eat better than usual today?" Li Longji asked again. "Today's soup and pancakes are delicious. Sometimes we can even eat meat buns in the morning." The old man admitted that it was delicious and emphasized that he could eat meat. "Did you wash your clothes and bedding in the past 2 days?" Li Longji saw that the old man's clothes weren't new, but they were clean and tidy. "I promise to wash them every 3 days. What's wrong with you?" "The matter you are asking about, is it to impeach Xing Mingfu?" The old man reacted. Why did he ask this? Li Longji waved his hand, "No, I'm not an official. I can't impeach anyone. What about you?" The old man looked at Li Yi. "I'm an official. I can impeach others, but I won't impeach Zheng Yiqin. I'm Li Yi, and I'm quite satisfied with him." Li Yi admitted his identity. Yes, he was an official, an unofficial official. "Which Li Yi?" "Li Dongzhu. Let me kowtow to you." The old man was puzzled at first, but he reacted quickly and wanted to kneel down. Li Yi rushed forward and squatted down. He held the old man up, Don't kowtow. I can't accept it." I can accept it. Let me kowtow to you." The old man insisted. "I'm begging you, uncle. Don't kowtow. You really can't kowtow." Li Yi wouldn't agree to anything. "I'll kowtow to you every day in front of the memorial tablet. I'll kowtow to you in real life." The old man stared into Li Yi's eyes. Li Yi took a deep breath. "Kowtowing to the memorial tablet is good enough. Uncle, let's eat. Let's eat." "All right, kowtow to your memorial tablet." The old man didn't have as much strength as Li Yi, so he could only stand properly. "Uncle, what's wrong with 1 Tian Square?" Li Yi let the old man sit down. "Everything is good. Don't impeach Zheng Mingfu. Zheng Mingfu is obedient. He's a good official." The old man gave his evaluation. Zheng Yiqin, who was quietly following behind, wanted to cry again. Even the people in Wantian Square knew that they were just a figurehead. Everyone chatted for a while, and Li Longji continued to walk around. The faces of the orphans were very clean. There was even a fat boy among them. Apparently, he had a big appetite. There were also women boiling water and preparing to wash clothes. They were hired to take care of the people in Wantian Square. The salary was not very high, but they could eat 3 meals in Wantian Square. There was always more food in Wantian Square, so the women could bring it home. Li Longji looked around and walked out. Brother Yi, it's all about money. It's about the country's power, administration and economy. When these children grow up, they won't hate the Tang dynasty. In theory, they will know what their childhood was like. If they become officials, they might love the people. Li Yi didn't dare to say anything. Some people were poor when they were young, but when they became officials, they worked hard to earn money. Some people who came from wealthy families became officials, but they loved the people. If the people were asked if they wanted someone with little money to be an official, or someone with a rich family to be an official, they would usually choose the latter. For example, Wang Wei didn't try to earn money when he was an official. He was rich, so he was more willing to find people to hold banquets with. Meng Haoran's family was also rich. He could always find people to recite poems with him. Everyone liked to hang out with him. When it came to Li Yi, the students didn't even have the chance to hang out with him. Only the students who came to Zhuangzi before could listen to his lectures. Chapter 1261. 1 year, there's still 1 more year. After getting on the carriage, Li Longji muttered as he looked out of the window at the light snow that was still floating. Empress Wang was eating snacks. When she was half full, she would eat dried fruits. She only ate 2 walnuts a day. The others were hazelnuts, pine nuts, torreya, ginkgo, almonds, and watermelon seeds. There were no peanuts, no pumpkin seeds, no sunflower seeds, and no pistachio seeds. Now that she had eaten all the fruits that she could eat, there were fewer varieties. However, there were many frozen autumn pears. They needed to be melted and eaten when the temperature rose, or squeezed into juice. She was waiting for her daughter to be born. She was better than the little fellow. The little fellow was too naughty. Is it the railway? Empress Wang knew that Bai Gu was worried sick. They had agreed to pay slowly. In the end, Li Yi pushed it and spent 15 million yuan a year to make steel. The profits of the railway were not handed over to the imperial court but directly converted into the expenses of other railways. There are also seeds. With the arrival of new seeds, the people can choose more crops, such as potatoes, corn, and peanuts. Li Longji was looking forward to it. Just 1 year, persevere. When he didn't know that there were better crops, he didn't think much of it. After knowing, he thought about it all day. He couldn't get the profits of the railway, but he could collect taxes from the merchants who used the railway. The consumption of the people along the railway also increased. In the future, the construction of the railway would not need the imperial court to pay for it. With uncle here, everything is easy. Empress Wang comforted Li Longji. Li Longji had a smile on his face. The financial problem was no longer a problem. Li Yi could always think of ways to make money. The key was that he was stable. When he pushed for some things, he took 1 step at a time. He was so stable that others couldn't find a way to stop him. Unless they sent men of sacrifice to assassinate him, his will would not change. How difficult was it to deal with the aristocratic families? In front of Li Yi, they couldn't even move. They were completely suppressed. Other people were young and frivolous, willing to go out and show off. Li Yi promised not to go out if he could. He hid in Zhuangzi all day. Once he went out, he would be surrounded by guards. Li Lang, I'm sleepy. Princess Yongmu was in the same car as Li Yi. She didn't get enough sleep last night. Li Yi got up and put down the bed next to him. He patted it and said, "Sleep here. I'll sit down and take a nap." He didn't let Princess Yongmu sleep on his lap, and he didn't want Princess Yongmu to lean on his shoulder to sleep either. That way, both of them would be tired, and they would only do it if they had no other choice. Princess Yongmu closed her eyes. Li Yi smiled and went over to carry her to the bed. Li Lang, are you going to Hongnong to arrest someone? Princess Yongmu was lying on her side. Just bring Lan Bao's sister-in-law back. We can't arrest her. Hitting the wife is a family matter. If the wife doesn't want a divorce, what can others do? Li Yi could not find a good solution in terms of law. He disliked husbands hitting their wives. A capable man's wife would naturally be docile. However, he felt that a capable man's wife should be very lively and happy every day like a child. He didn't need to use violence to establish his status in the family. Generally, a man who hit his wife at home was useless outside. He had to check on Lan Bao's sister-in-law's injuries, including mental injuries. Whoever started the trouble should end it. Since she was mentally injured, he had to help her take revenge. Li Yi felt that the status of women in the Tang dynasty was still very high. At least a woman could unilaterally ask for a divorce. Moreover, the dowry was not given to the husband's family. The woman was in charge of it herself. If the dowry was 1,000 mu of land, the woman would be in charge of it herself. The husband's family would not get it. The husband's family had to give the woman enough respect. They were rich. Eating and wearing the husband's family's clothes, the husband's family was not allowed to confiscate the woman's dowry. The key point was that Lan Bao's sister-in-law was a divorcee. She didn't have much dowry and couldn't give birth to children. Her status in the family was low. The man could divorce his wife or find another woman. He had the right to do so, even if it was the man's fault. Due to the lack of medical technology, it was impossible to determine whose problem it was, and the woman was at a disadvantage. Li Lang, other than Lan Bao's sister-in-law, there are other women who also suffered. Princess Yongmu was sentimental. Yes, this kind of thing always happens. Li Yi had no choice. The same thing happened in every country. Of course, there were also powerful women who abused men. Not only could they hit, but they could also use force. Li Lang, will you hit me? Princess Yongmu opened her eyes and looked at Li Yi. Why would I hit you? You still don't know me. I love peace, but I don't have the strength to truss a chicken. I will tremble at the sight of blood. Let's make it clear first. When I marry you in the future, you can't hit me. If you bully me, I will cry in front of you. Li Yi said with an aggrieved expression, as if he was very weak. Ha ha ha! Princess Yongmu laughed happily. Before she met Li Yi, she never knew that life was so fun. She had seen Li Yi when he was angry. His eyes were narrowed and there was a special smile at the corner of his mouth. Usually, after that, someone would be unlucky. Li Yi usually gave people the impression that he was very gentle and not angry. Especially when he talked to her, he was always like that, just like that. Now he was pretending to be weak. Too interesting. Go to sleep. We won't stay for too long. We should arrive the day after tomorrow. Then we have to come back for the new year. Xiaolan, go to sleep too. Li Yi looked out the window and felt that life was fulfilling. I can't open my eyes either. Xiaolan closed her eyes and complained. Li Yi went over, picked her up, and put her on the other bed. Xiaolan quickly covered her head like an ostrich. After a while, she lifted a corner of the blanket and looked at Li Yi with red eyes. Li Yi was still looking out the window. The snowflakes outside were beginning to form and became 6 petals. In other words, the light snow had turned into moderate snow. If it was a heavy snow, the snowflakes would be in clumps. Moderate snow like this was not easy to hold into a ball after falling. It was relatively hard. The snow that had formed proved that the temperature was low. Li Yi was not looking at the snow. He was thinking about the upper respiratory tract infection. If necessary, he had to write down the prescription now and get someone to send it back to the Li family Zhuangzi. He had to print it into newspapers and send it everywhere. He hated this kind of snow the most. Compared to the snow that had formed into clumps, the temperature would drop significantly tomorrow. He was not afraid of goose feathers flying, only of the north wind blowing. The heavy snow that fell slowly was just a bit troublesome to sweep the snow. The greenhouse had to be cleaned in time. When the snowflakes formed 6 petals, the temperature would drop sharply. When the time came, it would form wind-blowing snow, also known as the white hair wind. Even a 10-mile relay station would not be able to withstand it. The people would not be able to walk that 10-mile road. South of the Yellow River and north of the Yangtze River, has anyone built a brick bed? No, south of the Yangtze River should also be built. Li Yi was not worried about the north. Every family in the north had a brick bed. The south, you could say that it was south. It also snowed in winter. What was even more terrifying was that it would rain and form freezing rain. Without a brick bed, freezing rain could really freeze people to death. Let's talk about a few more coal mines. Everyone can dig coal by themselves. There's no need to control it. Give the local aristocratic families a chance and let them take control. Li Yi narrowed his eyes and prepared to set a trap. If the aristocratic families cooperated well, it would not be a trap. If they did not cooperate, Chapter 1262. To the east of Zhen County was Huayin County, where the capital of Huazhou was located. When the non-stop team arrived at noon, the people were already prepared. Everyone could only have one meal and left in a hurry. The people who had lunch with Li Yi and received gifts were happy. They continued to work in the snow. There was a canal in Huayin, and it was frozen in winter. The caravan pulled the sleigh over the ice. The water level was not high enough, and the sleigh could run in the canal. But they needed to go ashore at a certain place. The local people could earn money. They piled the snow into a slope and put down ropes. When the sleigh and livestock came up, they used winches to pull them. The heavier the goods, the higher the price. If the merchants did not want the people to pull them, they could find another place to pave the slope. Anyway, they could not use the slope that others had paved. It had not snowed recently, and the people could only use water to water the ice and build the ice surface. It was not easy for it to snow, so they quickly built the slope and waited to earn money. They were like the porters at the docks. The fees were not high, and even if the merchants had their own teams, they still chose to hire the local people to pull them up. Some goods were sold locally, and at the same time, they would buy some things. When they arrived at Chang'an, they would sell the things they bought and earn back the money they spent on hiring the people to move the goods. Smart merchants operated this way. If they did not let the people earn money, they would not help if the goods were to stay overnight in the local area. If the goods caught fire, got buried in the snow, or overturned on the road, the people would just watch and not help because they did not hire them before. The merchants were more worried that the people would take the initiative to do bad things because it was not worth it to save some transportation fees. Li Yi's team did not go down the canal. There were no relay stations below the canal, and if they wanted to stop at the relay station, they had to go up. It was too tiring. How will the history books record me in the future? This is the first time I have used the sleigh to this extent. Li Yi knew that in history, other than the northeast region and part of Inner Mongolia, the sleigh was rarely used in other places. Now, as long as there was ice and snow, the merchants would use the sleigh. The roads that were supposed to be cleared of snow were protected and watered when there was no snow. Usually, the relay station would pay people to water the roads. The courier ran errands and sent letters, and all used skis. On the ice surface of the Jing Prefecture's water network, there were still people using ice carts to transport things. When people from other counties came to Chang'an to shop, they would use ice carts to come and then slide back. If the snow was too thick, he would have to wait for the sleigh to make a few more trips to grind the snow away and reveal the ice surface. Or perhaps the snow would be compacted so that he could change into a sleigh and paddle on the ice. Isn't this the group of people who walked with us before? They're walking too slowly. That's good. Bring them along. Princess Yongmu looked out of the car window and saw a few familiar faces. After stopping previously, these commoners continued forward. They were in a hurry. In the end, he couldn't keep up with the speed of the animals and was caught up again. The people on the road were also pleasantly surprised. That's great. They quickly waved their hands and said, "Bring us along again." It's not comfortable to travel in the snow. With the help of the winged knights, the commoners sat down and let out a sigh of relief. They were no longer worried. Especially at night, there was no need to rush to the next relay station. Wherever the Li family Zhuangzi's group stopped, they could rest there. When the sky darkened, the procession hurried forward and arrived at the relay station ahead. The logistics staff began to prepare food. The people at the relay station didn't need to care about anything. The people who were resting at the relay station ran out and didn't eat at the relay station anymore. They went to find the Li family Zhuangzi's group to save money. "Li Lang, why am I willing to see the commoners join in the fun with us?" Princess Yongmu's smile didn't fade when she was eating. "That's why you can't compare to Wu Zetian, Princess Taiping, Empress Wei, and Princess Annal. Your heart isn't ruthless enough." As Li Yi spoke, he placed his hand on Princess Yongmu's waist. Princess Yongmu shivered when she heard these people's names. Then she leaned her head on Li Yi's shoulder. "Li Lang, I want to eat meat." Princess Yongmu thought of the bitter days in the past and smacked her lips to make a request. "I'll roast 3 layers of 5-flour meat for you." Li Yi agreed and went to find a meat slicing rack and barbecue rack. "We'll eat red braised pork tomorrow night." Princess Yongmu had never eaten red braised pork before. She lacked oil and water. As long as there was fat meat, she loved to eat it. "I'll cook it after dinner tonight. When it's ready tomorrow, just add some chopped green onions and stir-fry it. You can also add some oil, bean bubbles, and quail eggs." Li Yi also had a place to cook it at night. The car was big, so it was easy to cook it. He planned to cook a big pot. It was easier to store it when it was cold. When he was in the restaurant, it was prepared in advance. The restaurant that specialized in red braised pork would cut the meat into big pieces. If it was used as a side dish, it would be thinner. People who knew how to eat would look at the fat meat. They would only buy it if there was a lot of fat. People who didn't know how to eat would give a bad review when they ordered red braised pork and found that there was a lot of fat. They would say that they bought red braised pork and not big fat meat. Then why did they have to buy red braised pork and not braised pork? Braised pork was also fine. They were all lean. If red braised pork wasn't fat, how could it be called red braised pork? Wouldn't it be better to buy tenderloins? It was all lean. Princess Yongmu loved to eat fat. She could eat all kinds of fat slices, such as stir-fried pork, twice-cooked pork, Sichuan pork, and Northeast pig slaughtered vegetables. She also liked Li Yi's boiled pork slices. The meat in boiled pork slices was lean. She liked spicy food. The people are also willing to eat with us. Princess Yongmu saw how others ate and walked towards Li Yi. Then, Li Yi stood beside Princess Yongmu and wrapped his arms around her waist. You like to see the people happy. The people like to be by the side of the absolute security provider. The winged knights symbolize absolute security. I'm also trying to create this situation. I want the people of the Tang dynasty, and even the people of the world, to have the impression that the winged knights are invincible. If the winged knights give people a feeling of closeness to the people, in the future, wherever there is a rebellion, the winged knights will go and solve it. Li Yi talked about his arrangements to strengthen the people's recognition of the winged knights. Just like the People's Liberation Army in his time, when the police arrested people, the people would find fault with them. The police were indeed not perfect and were beaten up many times. But when the People's Liberation Army was deployed to arrest people, the first thought that the people had was that there was something wrong with them. If the special forces were deployed to arrest people, the people would not have any doubts. When the special forces were deployed, the people who were arrested were definitely bad people. Moreover, the bad people were also afraid of the special forces. No matter how powerful the triads were, once the special forces arrived, they would definitely tremble. Because the special forces represented absolute authority, the people knew when they would be deployed. The winged knights were promoting this. The 5,000 winged knights were seen by the people on the road and in the relay station. No matter how worried they were before, they were all relieved now. If there was someone inciting a rebellion, the imperial court's army would go over and they would still be able to resist. If it was the winged knights, the first thing they determined was that there was something wrong with the people who rebelled, and the people would not support them. They would just follow those who rebelled and took advantage of the situation and run away. Chapter 1263. While the others were eating normal food, Li Yi roasted streaky pork for Princess Yongmu. Xiaolan blinked her eyes and carefully looked at Princess Yongmu. She acted coquettishly once, but she didn't expect Li Yi to really hug her. Since she was young, she had never dared to have extravagant hopes. She was afraid that if she fought for favor, she would make Princess Yongmu unhappy. Princess Yongmu didn't think so much at all. She was waiting to eat meat. Li Yi gently brushed the oil. The charcoal fire in the barbecue tank was very small, so they roasted it slowly. Otherwise, they would get sick of it. The others didn't disturb them and watched from a distance. Empress Wang didn't eat too much at night, mainly vegetables and protein. She also ate less fruits. Otherwise, there would be too much water in her body at night, which would affect her kidney function. Wu Jieyu drank pork shoulder soup in advance before eating. It had little salt, which was good for milk production. In order to adjust the taste, she ate sweet garlic. Tomorrow morning, she would eat fish porridge, eel, and soybeans cooked together. She didn't eat tofu, so she followed along. There was a small physiological problem, and she was afraid that it would increase stomach acid. The milk that she should drink was stopped, including steamed buns and other noodles. Tomorrow morning, she would eat eel porridge with rice. The night passed, and the team hurried on in the morning. A group of people sat on the sleigh and began to sing folk songs and small tunes. Princess Yongmu was a little tired. She woke up in the morning and ate braised pork and big steamed buns. Now, she was eating hawthorn meatballs, and her eyes were narrowed. Actually, you can drink some warm water. Li Yi knew that the steamed buns would be digested faster if she drank warm water. No, burping now will taste like braised pork. Princess Yongmu was reluctant. If you burp again, it will taste like hawthorn. Li Yi told the truth. Braised pork and hawthorn. Princess Yongmu insisted. Nothing happened that day. The next morning, Wang Wei's team caught up. He brought a group of maids and guards and caught up with the team alone, giving people a feeling of loneliness. That was what Li Yi thought. Wasn't that what was written in the information? If it was Li Bai, it wouldn't be a problem. Li Bai often traveled alone, but he could always find a place to drink. If it was Wang Wei, he would always travel with a large group of people. Just like his mother, he made a simple place for her. It was similar to the drunken immortal residence in Lantian County, except that it didn't have a hot spring. Meng Haoren was also described as pitiful. However, no matter how pitiful he was, he still had the money to go out for a stroll. The one who was truly pitiful was Du Fu. Du Fu's elders were also officials, but his family's life was not good. In other words, he did not know how to manage land, nor was he good at business. A person who didn't know how to manage land and business said that he wanted to take the imperial examination and lead the people of the Tang dynasty to live a good life. Was there something wrong with this? Cultivate the body, unify the family, govern the country, and pacify the world. Life is so difficult for your family. If you become an official, are you sure you can lead the people to live a good life? In history, Du Fu was an official, but he didn't have any achievements. Alas! Li Yi shook his head and shook off the matter of Du Fu. He met Wang Wei again. Greetings, Dr. Li. Wang Wei suddenly became calm and didn't mention anything about Zen. There are still many people who are not living well, right? Especially those who are sick in Grief Field Square. When the weather turns cold, they will be affected by the air pressure. Some people will fall down and never wake up again. Li Yi stared into Wang Wei's eyes and asked. He could imagine what Wang Wei had experienced. Didn't Wang Wei like Zen Dao? Now that he knew that people were dying around him, what Zen could he free himself from? Persuade himself to believe in fate? Or attribute all of this to the way of heaven? If Wang Wei really thought that way, Li Yi would have given up on him. That kind of thinking was an escape, using all kinds of metaphysics to comfort himself. If he couldn't solve the real problem, the people would still suffer. Wang Wei kept nodding. He looked at Li Yi seriously and was a little afraid. Just as Li Yi said, he was greatly moved after understanding the situation. When he caught up with Wang Wei, Li Yi seemed to be able to calculate. What is air pressure? Wang Wei thought for a while and asked the question in his heart. Air pressure. Alas! You can slowly learn from me in the future. It's not easy to explain now. Li Yi wanted to say that air pressure was the pressure of the atmosphere. What if Wang Wei asked what was the atmosphere? He still had to explain that the atmosphere was the combined gas around the Earth that couldn't fly out due to the influence of gravity. Wang Wei was sure that he would ask what the Earth was and what gravity was. He couldn't possibly tell him what the Earth was and that gravity was related to mass. Then, things wouldn't end there. One thing after another. Wang Wei was a little disappointed. He thought that Li Yi wasn't willing to teach him. I'll give you a few books later. You can read them and ask me if you don't know. Li Yi patted Wang Wei's shoulder helplessly. Wang Wei was happy again. He felt that Li Yi was finding it troublesome. In fact, that was indeed the case. If he asked questions, how should he explain? The team was getting closer and closer to Hong Nong. Lan Bao's emotions were fluctuating violently. The winged knights caught up and gave Li Yi a letter from the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi opened the letter and was stunned. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he passed the letter back to Li Longji. Li Longji didn't want to read it. But since it was the Li family Zhuangzi's letter, he couldn't help but read it out of curiosity. The snow covers the ice in the Ba River, the sun shines on the pine trees. Dogs bark in the chimney smoke, chickens crow in the frost. The vegetables in the greenhouse are green, but the fruit in the greenhouse is still green. Xiangyang has no such intention, but Jingzhao walks alone. Li Longji finished reading. He thought for a while and said, idyllic poem. Meng Haoren is here. He's the one who signed the letter. He improvised a poem. Li Yi was very happy. Another one had come. Meng Haoren didn't wander around Dongting Lake. Then come, let's arrange the official positions together. Meng Haoren, aren't you the president? There's even a county magistrate for you. Do you want to go? A county magistrate's rank is a little low, but it's not as high as a village official, right? A student can go to a village to be an official. You, who didn't pass the imperial examinations, can be a county magistrate. Don't say you're not satisfied. Li Yi decided that as long as a famous scholar in history came, he wouldn't need to find someone else. He would first be a county magistrate. There were 20 counties outside the capital. Any county magistrate or registrar would do. If you don't want to be a county magistrate, you can take the imperial examination. If you pass, you'll be given an official position. Do you think you can get a higher position than a county magistrate? If you don't want to be a county magistrate, what do you want to be? Is it really like what Princess Yongmu said? Do you want to be a county magistrate after taking the imperial examination? Do you think you're full of ideas for governing the country? What am I? What are you going to use to help me govern the country? Use the money I earn from helping the Ministry of Revenue to govern the country? Brother Yi, you want to see him? Li Longji didn't care about poems. If he wanted, all the ministers, assistant ministers and doctors could write poems. Zaifu's poems were better, but he didn't have the time to write them. If Zaifu spent all day writing poems, he would let him write poems. Zaifu should quit. Send someone to bring him over. I can meet him. Hong Nong will stay for a few days. I have something to do. Li Yi wanted to see Meng Haoren. Meng Haoren's idyllic poem was good. Chapter 1264. The winged cavalry warriors ran back with Li Yi's letter to find Meng Haoren and bring him over. When they arrived, Li Yi and the rest would arrive at Hong Nong first. Li Yi had written a bunch of things about Hong Nong and handed it to the local officials to follow. As long as the local officials didn't want to go beyond the norm, there wouldn't be any problems if they followed the plan. Li Longji knew this because he had seen what Li Yi had written. At this moment, he patted Li Yi's shoulder and opened his mouth, but no words came out. Li Yi was useful no matter where he was placed. Therefore, it was best to keep him by his side. Wang Wei stood at the side. He stretched out his hand, withdrew it, stretched it out again, and withdrew it again. Li Longji stuffed the letter into his hand and stared at him. What's there to be afraid of? Am I that scary? Look at my brother Yi. He dared to pull my daughter's hand in front of me and even provoked me. Wang Wei took a look and frowned. It's an idyllic poem. It's not well written. Then improvise a poem that's better than this. 10, 9, 8. Li Yi counted down and improvised. After 10 counts, it was a poem with 5 verses. It has an artistic conception. It's not easy. Wang Wei immediately changed his tune. He felt a chill on his neck as he thought of the 7-step poem about boiling beans to make soup, dripping with water to make juice. 7 steps didn't mean 7 counts. According to Li Yi's counting speed, Chao Zhi's head would have fallen off. You don't know Meng Haoren, right? His family is quite rich. He doesn't do any work and spends his days in the Yangtze River region looking for people to write poems for fun. Li Yi knew that Meng Haoren and Wang Wei met later in history because Meng Haoren's painting skills were poor. After meeting Wang Wei painted a portrait of Meng Haoren. The portrait was more ethereal. Using a brush to paint was all about artistic conception. In fact, it could produce a better effect of fine brushwork. For example, when Chao Yi came out of the water, the painting would give people the feeling that the clothes were tightly attached to the body. Naturally, Wu Dai was the wind. It was not only reflected in paintings, but also in sculptures. That was to say, the problem lay with the cadavers that he had worked hard to learn about medicine. In order to draw a good figure, one must learn how to dissect it. Li Yi himself had been secretly giving dissection classes in Zhuangzi, and the subjects he taught the most were animals. This included dissecting frogs and other things. There was even a monkey that had dedicated his life to medicine. Li Yi wasn't willing to kill animals like this. For the sake of food, he could kill anything. Monkey, when he was teaching the anatomy class, the people who were waiting to be saved appeared in his mind. If he had the patience to draw characters, he could draw them just like photos. Sure. Dr. Li, how's your painting? Wang Wei was thinking about Li Yi. He wanted to compete with Meng Haoren in painting. Li Yi pondered seriously and said, "The current you can't compare to me in any aspect." To be honest, Li Yi felt that the current Wang Wei was not good enough. In the past, Li Yi knew how to draw and write. However, he was not proficient in any aspect. When he came to the Tang dynasty, his physical fitness improved. He could memorize pictures, which was better than reading 10 lines at a glance. Whether it was medicine or other aspects, he was much better than ordinary people. Coupled with his practice and experience, the current Wang Wei was not good. In terms of sports, Li Yi was no worse than Guozi. Li Yi was influenced by his previous experience, which was why he was always inferior to Guozi in shooting. Some things were used to it, and his thinking was locked. However, at the crucial moment, Li Yi let go. Guozi might not be able to win against him in sniping. I don't believe it. Wang Wei's timid appearance changed in an instant. He was not convinced. Do you know how many bones there are in a person's body? Do you know what the meat looks like when every bone is connected? Can you draw the whole face of a skull just by looking at it? Can you draw a person from 18 years old too? Li Yi asked Wang Wei a series of questions, but Wang Wei shook his head again and again. You can't, right? Let me tell you, it's easy to draw a freehand style, but it's hard to draw a realistic picture from what others said. I don't pursue freehand style. Someone can do it better than me. I prefer to draw a realistic picture of the criminal from what others said. Coupled with the criminal's psychological and behavioral profiling, it's easier to catch the criminal. Li Yi did not dislike all kinds of paintings. He just hoped that there would be more realistic people in the criminal investigation team. Wang Wei clenched his fists. He was unwilling to give up. He always felt that he was good at drawing. I saw one of your maids with a golden tassel on her head. Let's draw together. Don't call her over. Just recall her appearance and see who can draw a similar picture. How about it? Li Yi began to bully Wang Wei. He had the system, so he could pull out the girl's appearance at any time. System, ah. Thank you. Deal. Wang Wei thought that he had spent a lot of time with the maid called Du Wan, including that. The others watched the show, and the two of them began to draw. Li Yi used pencils of various colors. Wang Wei used a brush, and there were also many kinds of ink. Once the two types of brushes were used, Wang Wei lost. Wang Wei drew on the xian paper, while Li Yi drew on the newsprint. Both of them first drew the lines and then filled it in. Li Yi drew out the shadows. Whether it was oil painting, gouache, or sketch, they all paid attention to the shadows. The shadows in Chinese painting were equally important. It was easy to draw mountains and rivers, but difficult to draw people. Chinese landscape painting could be drawn into one's soul. Looking at it, one would feel like one had entered it. Some sceneries were just like Chinese paintings. However, when drawing people, Chinese paintings could not enter one's soul. After an hour, Li Yi stopped. He cheated. It was a copy. Du Wan was vivid on the paper. It was vivid and lifelike. It felt like a photo. If it was just a photo, Li Yi would not be considered as bullying. The key was that this photo was filtered. The background was also added. It was misty and drizzling. Beside the photo was the southern Liang's longing for a long time. The beauty was as far away as the rain. Li Yi put down his brush. Wang Wei was still drawing. He was working very hard. Li Lang, Princess Yongmu, was unhappy. She pulled Li Yi's hand and shook it. She also wanted it. It was so beautiful. This is simple. I will draw it for you later. I will draw it seriously. Oh, and Xiao Lan. When Tian, in my heart, I will never be able to draw out your beauty. Because your heart is the most beautiful. I need to spend a lifetime to appreciate it. Many years later, it will still be mesmerizing. Like the vast river, like the tears of a begonia. Li Yi quickly expressed. He knew what to say. He did not say it to others, but to Princess Yongmu, he would say it. Li Longji was looking at the painting and was thinking about how to draw it. He was very happy. When he heard Li Yi's words, he glared fiercely at Li Yi. Look, third brother agrees. There is absolute certainty in his eyes. Isn't that right, third brother? Li Yi looked at Li Longji's eyes and said calmly. Yes. Yes. Li Longji looked at the two of them holding hands and gritted his teeth. After saying this, Li Longji smiled happily. He stretched out his finger and tapped Li Yi's head. On the way back, we will take another route. You can draw up the county's plan along the way. Li Yi did not dodge. He took 2 pokes. Okay, it's not a big deal. Don't use too much strength. Just rub it. Empress Wang said. She then raised her hand and rubbed Li Yi's head. Li Yi, you're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.